Hey, good evening, everyone. What is up? It is so good to see. Thank you, Paul and May, for the follows, and Sparse, Sven, and Kiki. It is great to see you all. Hope everyone's having a wonderful, wonderful day. And once again, we got more exciting Guild Wars news to cover. Later on, very shortly, we're going to be going through and taking a look at the video that ArenaNet released, discussing everything about the future of Guild Wars 2. And had to restrain myself. I've waited to watch it with everyone else here so we can all share in it together, but I'm very, very excited to see what ArenaNet has in store for Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1, and of course Guild Wars 3 as well. But everything that I've seen, they've really sort of been knocking us out of the park. So I'm very, very excited. So we'll just sort of ease into things and then we will take a look at that together. Fourth lesson, welcome in. Great to see you. And Sven, it's great to see you. And yes, looking forward to seeing so we can discuss it properly with everyone. And Jess, welcome in as well. Thank you for popping in. Okay, let's just go pop some stuff in our bank quickly. But yes, unfortunately it popped up at like a really late time in here for Australia, so we have to restrain ourselves and watch it with everyone. Okay, let's go pop this in here. Okay. Big thing you're keen for in Guild Wars 3 is lore. Yeah, I'm very keen for that as well. Ow, it's great to see you. Hope you're having a great day. Mr. Supermost, thank you. I appreciate that drop bot. Okay, now I have been waiting. Let's take a look at this together. Let's go find where that video lives. Here it is. Excellent. Okay, I'll go over to minimal display. There we go. Okay, let's start recording that.
Hey everyone.
Let's bring this full screen. Coach Destiny, how's it going? It's so good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. And Dropbot, thank you for the follow. I really, really appreciate you. Haven't been disappointed with any of Guild Wars yet. I'm very, very happy with how they've been handling this. But yes, we have waited. I'm so excited to watch this, everyone. I've not seen this yet. This is my first sort of like live reaction to this. I'm very, very keen to see what the future of Guild Wars 2 has in store. So let's take a look. Oh, it's 11:11. Nice. Let's watch this together.
This weekend is massive for ArenaNet and most importantly for all of you in the Guild Wars community. Yesterday, we announced Guild Wars 3, the first major new game in the Guild Wars franchise in over a decade. We're going to tell new stories in a different era of Tyria, and when it's ready...
It's well more than a decade. I mean, Guild Wars 2 has been out for 14 years now, so this is like almost 2 decades since the initial announcement of Guild Wars 2, so this is wild.
You can join us. We wouldn't have got to this moment without the millions of players who've enjoyed Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2, and the entire team at ArenaNet is proud to
Thanks, Red Crazo. I appreciate that.
Share this moment with all of you. We'll have much more to share about Guild Wars 3 in the months ahead, but today, we're here to talk about the games you're already playing. I want you all to know our studio is committed to actively developing Guild Wars Reforged and Guild Wars 2 for many years to come.
I think that is perfect. That's exactly the thing that they need to say, especially with a new MMO launching. Hearing that, chef's kiss. I love it.
We are not replacing your favorite games. We'll be supporting them. We know this is not the norm, but it's something our studio has been preparing for, and to explain why, it's worth looking back.
Can totally agree. Like, very much it's something that you don't see that often. You know, more often than not nowadays, you'll see once a game gets a few years old, the next one comes out. The number of times you've seen like the servers for a game shut down, and then you just can't experience it all. So glad to see that ArenaNet is doing something different.
When Guild Wars 1 was our only live game, we faced a similar moment concerning the future of the franchise. And as we shifted our focus to Guild Wars 2, we moved most of the studio to work on it. New content in Guild Wars 1 slowly went away, year over year, before stopping entirely as we approached the release of Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars is a very different game than its sequel, and by making the decision we did, we lost the ability to explore that space. We are not repeating the same approach as we did all those years ago. If we did, we would have stopped development on Guild Wars 2 more than a year ago. Instead, we've continued live development on Guild Wars 2, launched the game on Steam and Epic Game Store, and we've released 3 expansions in 3 years. We've seen Guild Wars 2 thrive, all while ramping up development for Guild Wars 3 simultaneously in the background. At the same time, we
And I think they've done a really, really good job with it. The annual expansions, I think, have been a wonderful thing for Guild Wars 2. Having that constant stream of content is fantastic. And yeah, being able to do that while they have actively been developing Guild Wars 3 as well. I'm very keen to see how this continues now after the launch of Guild Wars 3.
Tested something new with Guild Wars 1 by reinvesting in the game and creating Guild Wars Reforged to see what would happen. And what we learned was clear. When we support these worlds, players show up, both returning veterans and entirely new fans of the Guild Wars franchise. Those experiences shaped how...
And you've seen the support for Guild Wars Reforged as well has been absolutely wild. A game that's over 20 years old now, getting, regular updates, support, getting ported to new platforms. I think that is awesome.
We're handling this moment. So here's our new commitment. Guild Wars Reforged, Guild Wars 2, and Guild Wars 3 when it launches. All 3 games share the world of Tyria. They are intentionally very different in design, in experience, and where they sit on the timeline. Whichever one is your home, and you're welcome to pick more than one, we're going to continue developing it for years to come. So next, Stephen Clark Wilson, our game director for Guild Wars, is going to walk you through what this means for our original game. And then Josh Davis, game director for Guild Wars 2, will talk about what's next for Guild Wars 2.
I think focusing on the 3 games, Guild Wars Reforged, Guild Wars 2, and Guild Wars 3 is a very, very smart move for them, because rather than just relying on one for, all your studio's monetization, you can now have 3 to work on at the same time. I think it's a great thing sort of for the future of Arena and just the Guild Wars 2 universe as a whole.
The original Guild Wars, now rebranded as Guild Wars Reforged, has been making up for lost time. Partnering with co-developer 2 Weeks Games, we fully integrated the game with Steam, including Steam Deck support. In the first month, about half of Steam players tried it on Steam Deck. We also simplified access. Anyone who is...
I think the Steam Deck support is very, very smart, especially with, the rise of all of the various handhelds that people are playing on. So that, great move. I love it. Be interested to see what that means for Guild Wars 3, Steam Deck support in the future.
Ever purchased a single campaign can now play all the campaigns at no additional cost. Next, we're applying what we learned about Steam Deck controls and UI to bring Guild Wars Reforged to mobile devices. The relatively small screen on the Steam Deck forced us to reconsider what the user experience should look like.
I think even though, most of us here probably aren't massive mobile gamers, the mobile gaming market in general is absolutely huge. So having that ported to mobile, especially because, a game as old as Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars Reforged now can run on a lot of smartphones, I think that's super cool.
We also learned a lot going the opposite direction, making sure the game looks right and plays right on a 4K monitor. A typical phone these days has a very high resolution display, and we needed to adapt the UI to these high resolution displays, but they're in a small form factor. Mobile players will join the same live servers as PC players, and existing PC players will be able to access the game on mobile instantly and free of charge.
And also, I think the fact they have, crossplay between mobile and PC, I think it's a great sign that we can expect crossplay between the PlayStation 5 version of Guild Wars 3 and the, PC version as well. Great choice.
We can't wait for longtime players to carry around Guild Wars in their pockets, and also join all the new players. We also recently shipped 2 new dungeons. Their success has given us the confidence to begin work on an entirely new type of content.
New dungeons for Guild Wars 1 is absolutely wild.
Hey everyone! Like Colin said, we plan to support Guild Wars 2 for years to come. My priority is to make sure this community remains a place that you're excited to call home. That said, the road ahead looks a little bit different than what's come before. The next 18 months are an opportunity for us to take on some exciting projects that we've wanted to work on, the kind of projects that don't really fit in expansions. So we have 4 major initiatives to share today, and one very important caveat. Let's go through the headlines first, then each in more detail. First off, we're building a new Hall of Monuments system that will connect Guild Wars 2 with Guild Wars 3.
Knew it. Hall of Monuments for Guild Wars 2 confirmed. Great choice. It was an absolute smashing success for Guild Wars 1 into Guild Wars 2, so can absolutely see why they would do that for Guild Wars 2.
This will let you carry your accomplishments forward over to 3. Next up, we're going to modernize and polish Guild Wars 2. We want to bring our older content...
That is music to me. Is that something I honestly did not think we would be getting, for the future of Guild Wars 2, going back and looking at the modernization of a lot of Guild Wars 2 systems, because, even you think about the Corteria experience in Guild Wars 2, that is very, very different to the expansion era. So very, very keen for that. Something I've wanted for quite a long time, so I am so excited to see that.
Up to more current design standards, address player concerns, and improve developer workflows. The third is for our World vs. World players. We're actively developing a brand new Borderlands map, the first in over a decade. And the fourth announcement is a new open world map set in Ore, bridging the Tyria that you know and the Tyria that you're about to discover in Guild Wars 3. Now, as mentioned, this all
New
comes
Ore
with a
map,
trade-off.
great
and we
news.
want to be
Love to
upfront
hear
about
it.
Visions of Eternity, our current expansion, wraps up this September. After that, we're taking a break from expansion development to deliver Hollow Monuments 2.0 and the other projects that I just mentioned. After Guild Wars 3 releases, we'll return to shipping annual major content updates for Guild Wars 2. Let's start with talking about Hollow.
Love to hear that. I think that is a good call for the transition from Guild Wars 2 into Guild Wars 3. I think, yeah, now's a really good opportunity because there's a lot of hype around Guild Wars 2 to go back and actually tidy up the earlier parts of the game that don't have that sort of modern polish that you'd expect for modern day Guild Wars 2. So I think that's really, really good because Corteria, the oldest part of Guild Wars 2, is the first part that people experience. I think that's great, but also the fact that they are committing to more content updates after the launch of Guild Wars 3 as well. Great choice. Because yeah, that is always the worry whenever a new MMO launches. What happens to the existing one? Guild Wars 2 still getting content updates. Great.
Monuments in a little bit more detail. If you've played the original Guild Wars, you're probably already familiar with this concept. Hollow Monuments 2.0 arrives later this year and will let you earn rewards in Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 3 by completing new and existing achievements across the entirety of Guild Wars 2. One major difference from the original Hollow Monuments is that this time it will roll out in phases. The first two releases will focus on the core game, and then we'll hit each of our expansions in chronological order over the course of a year. We'll have a lot more information to share on the system and the associated rewards.
So you're touching up core systems and then going through every expansion because, yeah, there are areas of, I think particularly, say the meta events in Path of Fire in particular, where you have the meta events in Heart of Thorns that are massively populated. I think if you could give the Path of Fire events the same level of touch-up because Heart of Thorns meta events, great. Ender Dragons meta events, great. The Path of Fire meta events are ones that don't really get played that much anymore, so going through and doing like a revamp of them would be fantastic. But especially one of the things I've been talking about doing for a while now is how good it would be for a revamp of Corteria. I think that is very, very cool. Because if you can bring Corteria up to modern standards, then the first experience that people have of Guild Wars 2 is of the standard of the more recent content. I think that's great.
After the final release for Visions of Eternity later this year. So building Hollow Monuments this way gives us a rare opportunity to revisit the foundations of Guild Wars 2, which brings us to our second major initiative. After our team finishes work on Visions of Eternity in late September, we're going to spend nearly a full year going back through each area of the game and making meaningful improvements. The
Love
work
to hear
splits
it.
into two halves, the stuff you'll see and experience as a player, and the work under the hood. Let's start with what you'll see. Everything is on the table here, to borrow a phrase from Colin. For example, bringing older content up to our current design standards, rebalancing events and encounters, addressing long-standing bugs, continued support for pillars of the game like World vs. World, polishing the early game experience.
Early game experience, I think that is amazing. I really hope they touch up the level up rewards that you get from going from level 1 to 80, because I think, I've been talking about that for a while. There's so much opportunity to modernize those and really help people transition to, Guild Wars 2 endgame. So I think that could be a great area. And also going back and just touching up so many, existing events. Even just the other day, we were going through and doing events in Ore, and some of them had stalled because they were underwater events in the Straits of Devastation, ones that don't really get played that much. So being able to go through and touch up all of these, events, other areas of the game, fantastic.
These are just high-level categories, but one specific example that we are updating is the Zaitan fight in the personal story. This is a rare opportunity.
Oh, people have wanted the Zaitan fight updated for ages. I'm so keen for that. Because, yeah, if you go from the Zaitan fight to the fight at the end of Heart of Thorns, just for an example, the difference is stark. So having, a revamp of Zaitan, people have wanted it for years. It's finally coming.
Opportunity for us to take a pass on the entire game and hit some of the biggest pain points that you experience on a day-to-day basis. Now the other half, the work that goes on under the hood, the kind of improvements that allow us to continue supporting Guild Wars 2 for years to come. We're investing in client and server performance, making sure that Guild Wars 2 runs well on your rigs, especially as we push the art direction in ways that our technology wasn't originally built for. We're also modernizing.
I'm hearing performance improvements. Not the flashiest thing in the world, not necessarily the easiest thing to market, but, performance improvements for Guild Wars 2, that's big. That is cool.
Parts of our development pipeline. For example, we're upgrading our engine to use physics-based rendering, or PBR. The game wasn't originally built with PBR in mind, but adding it will let our team make new content better and faster. Now, there's a lot of work that can be done here, and a year is simply not enough time to do it all. So we want to stay focused on the things that matter most to you. Starting today, we're opening a new section on the official forums dedicated to this work. There's a space for the core game and a space for each expansion.
Great idea. So yeah, if you've got any areas that you would like to see touched up, make sure to go and dump them in the forums there. Certainly, even just the other day, there were so many events that I was like, this could do with a little bit of a coat of paint.
Go to the forums and let us know what you think. The third announcement is for our World vs. World players. We're building a brand new Borderlands map, the first in over a decade. We're going to develop the map alongside the community, similar to how we approach the development of the new PvP push game mode. We'll release an early...
New World vs. World map is absolutely wild. I'm so happy for the World vs. World enjoyers out there, because yeah, the last map, the Desert Borderlands, that came out in Heart of Thorns, like 10 years ago now? More than 10 years ago, I'm pretty sure. That's insane.
Greybox prototype on live, gather your feedback, and iterate until we feel good about the direction. We think this approach gives us the best shot at avoiding the missteps that came with Desert Borderlands. Our goal is to host a beta test later this.
And yeah, what they've done with the PvP push map, I think they've handled that pretty well. The various betas that we've had to test the game mode, and they started with, basically a bit of a dummy map at the start, and then transitioning to the sort of End of Dragons or Canthan themed style map that they have. Good process. I think that's good.
Year, as soon as the map hits first playable. Outside of the new map, work on World vs. World restructuring and our core World vs. World systems continues. Right now, the focus is on making winning matter, which requires some fundamental changes to scoring. Once the system is properly encouraging active competitive play, we'll look at adding some more incentives for winning as well.
Even just what they've done recently with adding the rewards at the end of the week, the significant amount of skirmish claim tickets, mystic coins, all of the stuff there to actually make your placement in World vs. World be more meaningful. Great choice, because yeah, for so long it's been the case that in World vs. World, it was more about just the time you spent in the game mode rather than the actual competitive experience of it. So for a competitive game mode, I think that is a good call.
Last but not least, we're going back to Ore. You've probably heard by now that Guild Wars 3 takes place in Ore. It's one of the most iconic locations in the entire franchise, it's lore-rich, and it's tied to some of our most important storytelling. We're genuinely excited that Guild Wars 3 takes us back there, and that you're going to see Ore in a way that you've never been able to see it before. We'll have more to share down the road, but what I can say is that this will be a core game edition, free for all to play. If you or a friend are coming back to Guild Wars 2 to chase Hall of the Monuments rewards, you won't...
It's effectively a new map for Corteria. That is amazing. And yeah, I'm loving everything that I'm hearing so far.
Need to own an expansion to check it out. So this has been a lot, I know. A new Hall of Monuments, a year of polish, a new Borderlands map, a new map in Ore, and of course, you can still look forward to our festivals, bonus events, skills balance updates, Wizards Vault updates, and more.
And yeah, going back and touching up old content for MMOs in particular, the focus is typically always on, ship the next thing, ship the next thing. So it's very hard just from a business sense to go and actually step back and, touch up the existing areas of the game. So I think that is a really, really good touch, because, if the entire game itself has the polish of modern Guild Wars 2, then I think you've got something really, really special.
It's a pretty ambitious plan. Most games don't get a chance to put this level of attention towards improving the foundation so long after initial release.
I think it's also especially important for Guild Wars 2, where because Guild Wars 2 has the horizontal gear progression, every part of the game is still relevant. It's not as though, next expansion comes out, then everything else is just completely, irrelevant because you've got new level cap, new gear that you have to get and stuff like that. So going back and touching up all of Guild Wars 2 for a game like Guild Wars 2, where I think its biggest strength, or one of its biggest strengths, is that everything is still relevant, is a very smart call. And especially if they're maintaining Guild Wars 2 very much into the foreseeable future, that is great.
Get this opportunity because of you. And I think that we're set to put our best foot forward for Guild Wars 2 for the next 15 years and beyond.
Guild Wars 2 for the next 15 years and beyond. That is an impressive timescale. I love it.
So as you can see, this is an exciting moment for ArenaNet and for Guild Wars fans around the world. We're expanding into the future with Guild Wars 3, We're going back through Guild Wars 2 to improve what we've built and launching the first release of the new Hall of Monuments by the end of this year.
The end of this year, first instance of Hall of Monuments. So that is going to be, I imagine, a great deal of fun to go through and do. So yeah, that, given how much of an impact that had on the player base of Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2, I'm very excited to see what that is.
We're investing in Guild Wars Reforged, the game that started it all, with new platforms and new content. And before any of that,
new content for Guild Wars Reforged, absolutely amazing.
We've got the third quarterly release of Visions of Eternity landing in late summer with new story, a new map, and more. We're so grateful for this community. Every time we've had a moment to welcome new fans to the Guild Wars franchise, our players have shown up with open arms, reinforcing our reputation as one of the friendliest communities in online gaming. We're expecting newcomers and returning players to visit Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars Reforged in droves as a result of the excitement and the commitment we're making to this franchise. Hall of Monuments will encourage millions of people who experience Guild Wars for the first time with Guild Wars 3 to want to go play Guild Wars 2 as well. We know
that's very true, because even, as someone who came online with Guild Wars 2, Hall of Monuments has given me incentive to go back and play Guild Wars Reforged as well, and that's something I'm still looking forward to going back to as well, and I know many people are in the same boat.
Many of these new players will fall in love with the games and Tyria just as many of you already have. And as a member of this welcoming community, each of you plays a huge part in that. Thank you. This is the first of a few conversations we'll be having with you over the coming weeks and months. Next up, our team will be back with more information about the setting of Guild Wars 3, sharing more details about the where and the when this game takes place. Then next Tuesday, Josh and I will sit down for a live stream on Twitch and YouTube to talk more about the franchise and to answer some of your questions. Please join us if you can.
We'll definitely make sure we can tune in that if possible. Tune into that, because that will be absolutely amazing.
We're so glad to have you with us on this journey. Thank you all to the community. We'll see you in Tyria.
I think, as far as a new MMO launch goes, they have really sort of knocked everything out of the park there. The fact they've done something different and they are committing to supporting Guild Wars Reforged, Guild Wars 2 to the level that they are, with the launch of Guild Wars 3, I think that's a fantastic thing, not just for, the player base in general, for everyone who enjoys Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars Reforged, but just for ArenaNet in general. I think it's a very smart move because, and then instead of just having one game that you're focusing on, you now have 3. That's, straight up, that's just diversification. I think is really, really smart. So I think they've done a really good job of, I think, assuaging a lot of the fears that people might have about the launch of a new MMO. So they have done a really good job here. So I'm looking forward to seeing where they, or what they come out with next. So yeah, definitely, as soon as that drops, we will be covering it. Very nice. Okay, let's go minimize that now. To Guild Wars 2. But yeah, what's everyone else's thoughts on the video that we just watched? And thank you to everyone for the follows as well. Thank you so much for the follows. Okay, let's go and change that. There we go, so that doesn't mute. We're in the background now. Excellent. But yeah, I honestly did not think we would see the revamping of Core Tyria, because yeah, there's been so many areas in Core Guild Wars 2 that I think, hey, if these could use a bit of a touch-up, I think that would be great. You wait for Guild Wars 3 gameplay before you set up your pitchfork. I'm very optimistic about what they've shown. Yeah, the promise of Guild Wars 2's been in development is what mattered to me. Yeah, me as well. I was a bit nervous about, what would happen, with Guild Wars 3 as launches, what happens to Guild Wars 2, but just them outright saying, yeah, we're still developing Guild Wars 2, and still getting content updates as well following the launch of Guild Wars 3 as well. That's amazing. I think, yeah, they've been demonstrating their commitment to that with everything they've done for Guild Wars Reforged in particular, because, that game is 20 years old, and it was very much in maintenance mode for a very long time, and the fact that they've seen that and learned from it and done something different now, I think is really, really smart. Okay, now I think I also need, so I want to craft another End of Dragon Legendary tonight. There's very much on the cards. So, where are my writs? I've got a few of these, so I want to keep 49. I want to keep about 10 of these on hand at all points. So 81, so go 71. Cool. Then we can consume all that. You think you'll buy an Ancora Bellum? Sounds like a good shout. I think we just crossed over enough Imperial favor to be able to do it. You got a perma-crafting station to drop today. Did you actually? That is huge, Sven. Well done. That is absolutely massive. Icehouse, thank you for the hydrate, mate. $185th key, wow. Mate, congratulations, that is huge. Okay, do I process some of this? Or actually, let's see where we are at now. Let's go find... Where is our Guild Wars 2 efficiency page? Ah, here it is. There we go. Alright. So other things we need. That will update in time. I need to also do my research notes as well. Might take a look at that. Let's go fast farming. Oh, they've got the meta event timers on there now. Very cool. Alright, so I want cost per research note. Let's see. May have to search for research note. Let's try. It might be... see if it's this one. What website is that? This is Fast Farming. Let's see if this shows up. And thank you for the follows. Hey, that's profit per. I don't really want that. I want cost per craft. So it might be on this one. Any core systems you want them to take a look at? You like the idea of juicing guild missions, guild challenges personally? Yeah, I definitely think guild missions and guild challenges could use a bit of a touch-up to make them more rewarding and more valuable for people to do. Probably the one that I've been talking about for the longest time is the level up rewards, level 1 to 80, because the rewards you get now aren't particularly useful. The exotic gear you get, it's all of an assortment of stats, and yeah, what I'd love to see is you actually, once you get to level 80, you get a set of like exotic endgame ready gear, because gearing up in exotics in Guild Wars 2 is not particularly expensive. You can do it quite quickly just with a few hours of gameplay after post 80, but then you have to figure out what kind of stats and stuff that you want. So I think if Arena could just say, hey, you're level 80, here's a good set of gear, and even here's a reasonable template build now that you've unlocked all of your traits and skills and everything, go try this and yeah, we'll set you off on the right foot. I think that would be really, really smart. But also, there's a lot of events, and particularly meta events in Quarteria, that I think could be really juiced in terms of even just the rewards. A lot of people in MMOs will typically just do the thing that is the most rewarding. That's why Heart of Thorns meta events are still done so much to this day. If they could modernize and even juice the rewards on some of the existing meta events, that will kind of keep people fluctuating or flowing throughout all different areas of the game. Oh yeah, let Condi be effective in core game. Yeah, making sure that things like structures and stuff can be properly hit by Condis. I think that's very smart. Yeah, some weapon skills I can update too. Yeah, I'd also like to see at least a bit of a rough pass over underwater combat as well. Because yeah, there's a lot of classes who just straight up don't function as they should underwater. Like the Vindicator dodge is... I think it's its original launch version, where I think it takes something like 3 seconds for the dodge damage to actually activate, which if you go from on land to underwater, oh, you feel that. And yeah, things like Mechanist not working underwater, Renegade doesn't work properly underwater because the skills aren't coded to work, Dragon Hunter has no underwater skills. Yeah, like so many things like that, just having, you know, at least your class feeling good underwater. I think that could be really good. I don't think going through and massively reworking underwater is like necessarily the best use of time, because I think it's a nice little side thing in Guild Wars 2. Most people obviously do stuff on land and stuff like that. Just delete all water. Yeah. It's now just a solid surface. But yeah, I think there's a few easy wins that you could do. Just making it so that when people go underwater, they don't feel like, oh no, my build is like really gimped now. So I think that would be cool. For level up gear, you're thinking like the Dreambound weapons. Dreambound weapons are a cool idea, but I think even what I'm imagining is really just like you get to level 80, here's a set of, you know, Berserker's gear or something. A set of exotic Berserker's gear, hey, you're set. Or a set of exotic Celestial gear, similar to what you get when you use the level up boost. Something like that, just so, hey, the stuff you get from level ups is actually relevant. That's what I really like to see, because it's one of the biggest things that you see quite often when you see people come back to Guild Wars 2 after they've reached level 80, they've gotten quite overwhelmed. Yet not Soldier's gear, no, like 100% no. And Coach Destiny, Mesmer Underwater, and Necro Underwater are glorious. Oh yeah, Mesmer, Necro, and Revenant as well is also surprisingly good underwater if you ignore Renegade. But yeah, there's a few classes that work really well underwater, and there's some that work really, really bad. Ranger Underwater is great, but yeah, I think going through and just making that a consistently good experience, I think it's good, because Guild Wars 2 does underwater combat quite well, I think, because you're effectively trying to do combat in 3 dimensions rather than 2. That is really difficult to do. Yeah, so I'm trying to find... Let's search for research notes. Or salvaging cost per research note? I think this might be it. Yeah, get rid of that. Got it. Yep. Why would you go away? Do Ranger rifles? That would be cool. Calculate. Ah, here it is. Okay. Just had to click the thing. I kind of just want something that is nice and simple to do. Don't really want to do... Like, trinkets are very, very efficient to do, but they can be quite annoying. Honestly, even the peer-reviewed research is... That's actually kind of fine. That's just a set cost of... set output of that. Like, that's kind of up there. Yeah. I think that's actually the play. It was to... Hang on. There we go. Darren, thank you for the follow. Okay, so that just takes amalgamated gemstones, utilize a bunch of those. Okay. Let's see, what is the most cost effective? 1.6 gold. It's really just the amalgamated gemstone. 1.4. So doing the one with silk ore and logs is best. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, I can straight up just do like many of them. And then with logs. How many am I on, actually? I think I might just need a few more. I may as well just kind of brute force this a bit. Total with logs. Because I refined a bunch of them, that's why. Let's just get a stack of, like... And then your prob's fine. You will need some more. Yeah, let's get a stack of them. Maybe just 2 stacks. I like that armor set. That's cool. Let's craft some more of these. And oddly enough, I still need a bit more mithril ore. Right, let's just get another 20. It's actually a very good use of those cheap currencies. And it's very much sort of in line with doing other things, so I think that's cool. Never really done that before, but I'm going to have to add that in the future. Okay. So, in terms of... That should update. So that should probably be close to done. See how many I actually need. Use your own materials. I'll scroll down till I find stuff for research notes. I need just under 2k research notes. Oh, I've got like plenty. Good. Yeah, that was very painless. I'll probably do that in the future. I think that's a good way to do it. Okay, let's process some more of the rando exotics that we got.
Threshold achieved. Rare loot.
Okay, compact. Hey Zoe, thank you for the follow. Okay, in terms of other stuff, I think I just straight up have to buy amalgamated draconic lodestones. So I skip purchasing all those. I'm seeing a boatload of jade runestones. I really should park characters to try and farm those. What server do you play on? I mostly play on EU, but I play on NA as well, typically on Wednesdays. Okay, so I got to do some map completion in Dragon's Den and Equivald. Yeah, Magma Draconic Glowstones are pricey. Yep, they are very pricey. Do I need research notes at any other point? I'll probably have to buy the lumps of mithrilium and stuff. Yeah, I don't think I do. Okay, so let's tell it to daily cooldowns we will buy. That ups the price a little bit. What am I making and crafting? I am crafting an Aurine's Weight. So, Aurine Legendary Hammer. Mr. Fanny, thank you for the follow. I've got way more research notes than that. Tell that to... yeah, that should update. 141. Yeah, the API will update when we get to that. So yeah, the main thing I need to place buy orders for basically all of that. Oh, cool, that's literally updated now. And I need spirit shards. And what do I buy with said spirit shards? Oh, it's a bloodstone shard. Okay, that's literally it. Cool. That's actually achievable tonight without too many issues. So, I need to get 5 draconic lodestones. I will place buy orders for that. Yeah, because I don't have the recipe, and the recipe is like super annoying to get. Malg. Just get 5. I'll place a buy order, see if we get them. Alright, let's place this up here just so I can work my way down the list. Or maybe down here so I can keep an eye on multiple things. Excellent. Okay, so now we need to... we're just going to work our way down the list. Oh, there we go, I literally got one. Sweet. Yeah, we'll be smart and place buy orders. We got some time on our side. I think I've purchased the antique summoning stones from the weekly that I can. I mean, I still need like 15 of these, so it doesn't really matter in the cosmic scheme of things. And then jade runestone. $100. For the tier 6 materials, I might even just use my laurels. Yeah, I will. That will cut out a lot of gold. Stabilizing matrices. I think I've been converting these. 64. 64. Hey, let's place one order up. There we go. Your general rule of legendary crafting is to buy the mats you have after all the non-purchasable stuff. Yeah, I think it's a smart thing to do. It's just, yeah, I know I'll very quickly get the remaining non-purchasable stuff, so it's a bit of a balancing act between what will come in that time versus what will I need to buy. Like, realistically, in a couple hours I'll be able to craft this. And I know I'm not going to be getting any Shards of Glory from anything. Lamplighter's Badge, I think I can get those from doing map comp. Chunk of Pure Jade, I will almost certainly forget to craft it. Oh, that's literally just buy instantly. And then 3 of these. Dodge more steel ingot. 3. Yeah, we'll actually be smart. Memories of battle. Do you start a collection achievement for Orion legendaries, like Gen 1 legendaries, if you want to craft everything yourself? No, they don't require any collection. And the Gen 1s, unless you're doing the collection for the precursor, they don't need a collection either. It's only if you're doing the precursor, like, buy the collection. But nowadays, honestly, it's basically always cheaper to buy the precursor rather than doing the collection. Okay, and bone. Exciting times to be a Guild Wars 2 player stream. Oh, it really is. And yeah, just early tonight we watched the video that they released detailing what they're going to do for Guild Wars 2 in particular. And Taro, thank you so much for the sub, mate. I really appreciate that. Oh, the kudzu one's good to do. But yeah, I think they really nailed it. The fact they've committed to still developing for Guild Wars 2 after the release of Guild Wars 3 is phenomenal. Still getting, you know, annual content updates is a really, really good call. And they're going to go through and do a big round of polishing on basically the entire of Guild Wars 2. You know, starting with Corteria, then rolling into Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire. I think that is awesome. Talked about things like rebalancing of meta events and things like that. Heard there were drops and had to stop by. Well, enjoy your drops. Isle of Blood, 6. There we go. Cool. So we got those. You like the collection part, Twilight, to be honest? I mean, the collections are still like good too. I think the collections are a good addition. They, I think, make you more invested in your particular legendary itself. They're good for achievement points, and it's really also a good way to keep areas of Corteria populated, so I think they are cool in that regard. So I just, yeah, don't think too hard, just literally buy them all.
You rarely see that.
Okay, that ticks off a big amount. I think I can also do a bit more. Astral Wards. In terms of Astral Claim, bunch more laurels we can still cash out on, which we should do. Yeah, Zaitan rework is so unexpected and amazing. I think that is a wonderful thing for them to do, because yeah, Zaitan is obviously the climactic fight for the core Guild Wars experience, and yeah, that thing has needed a fresh coat of paint and a bit of a redesign for the longest time, so going back and touching on that now is great, because I think it's be a very real experience. Someone, you're getting excited to finish the core Guild Wars 2 story, excited to face Zaitan, and then you're sort of just spamming, you know, interact on a cannon.
You rarely see those.
Okay, that gets us very, very close to everything we need, actually. So we'll deposit all that. But nice, that is done. So what we will do for more spirit shards... Okay. It's a good way just to get a little bit extra Imperial favor. It's also possible that the Ore map could have a Zaitan meta similar to most other dragons. I think that would be really, really cool. If they could go through and add sort of persistent meta events, particularly to Ore, I think that would be great marketing for Guild Wars 3. Do you think they'll make it replayable into a raid encounter for people to keep experiencing? I would not be surprised if they turned it into a raid encounter. I think that would be a really good play. There's a lot of story instances in particular, like say the Balthazar fight at the end of Path of Fire. That one has been one that people have been wanting turned into a raid encounter for quite some time. So I think that would be really cool. But we'll let everything just filter in.
I know. You're so graceful and majestic riding around.
Huge amounts of experience from that. Wait to see when the crafting list updates. I should update every few minutes. Because now we've basically ticked off the tier 6 materials. I also have a bunch of volatile magic on my NA account that I can cash out on. Just have to send some gold over to it. $11, what is up? Yes, I am planning to make another End of Dragons Legendary tonight. So I need map completion in Echovar Wilds, Dragons End super quick. Echovar Wilds will just take about 40 minutes or so. A few more Spirit Shards. Again, Spirit Shards are always the gap that I'm up against. I'm going to make Aurine's Hammer. I recommend getting those variants of the hammer. Yeah, the variants are really, really cool. I'm definitely planning on at least getting some of the variants. Might depend on like particular looks and stuff I'm going for. But on my NA account, I've got the Jawmag Greatsword, and yeah, I love that one. I could also try the Script Supply boxes if you have a lot of the IBS mats to turn into defense seals. Usually get a good chunk of T6 from that. That's a good shout as well. I think it's been a little bit since I've done that conversion, because yeah, I quite regularly go through and, you know, consume those to do that. And Coach, you have the Jawmag Hammer. It's pretty. Oh, it really, really is. Yeah, I think I like a lot of the variants more than the base Aurine weapons. It's good, you can basically pick the colour you want to go through. It's a very roundabout way of doing weapon dyeing. Yeah, get the ice shards and karma turn into defense seals. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I periodically do that now, like turn them into defense seals and then buy, I don't know, whichever one of the boxes seems like a pretty good shout. I'll see what else I can do once I'm finished with these Griffin Adventures. And what's Tyria Pride? Great question. For the month of June, we are raising money for Tyria Pride, where all proceeds go directly towards the charity Rainbow Railroad, which helps support LGBT youth from state-sponsored, persecution and all that. So it's a wonderful cause. Super happy to be raising money for it again this year. Did it last year, had a wonderful time. And there's a bunch of events as well for Tyria Pride happening across the month of June. And I think it culminates at the end of June. Have to check the exact date, with a full Pride March, which is very, very cool. It's a big, giant sort of congregation of people just marching across Tyria. It's very fun. Script box is the best because they have a chance to drop the T3 ice shards from Oryx. That's good, yeah, because I know there's a lot of different boxes there, so having that been streamlined a bit is a good shout. Bam, bam, bam. Larry, excited for the continuation of Guild Wars 2 and the newly announced Guild Wars 3? I very much am, yes. Super excited for Guild Wars 3. I'm going to be playing Guild Wars Reforged, Guild Wars 2, and Guild Wars 3. The fact we have it confirmed where they are just continuing development for all 3 games simultaneously is great. I think that is very, very smart. So I think they've really nailed it. It's always one of the biggest concerns that people have is, what happens to my current MMO when the next MMO launches? And in this case, they continue. They continue to get supported. I think it's a very smart thing for them to do as well, because, if there's ever a bit of a lull in content in one MMO, you've got another one to play as well in the same universe. And the announcement of Hall of Monuments as well for Guild Wars 2 is great. PK, great to see you, mate. Yeah, you had concerns because of what ArenaNet did back with Guild Wars 1. Yeah, I agree, and it's very clear that ArenaNet have learnt from that. And if you watch the video, yeah, they openly admit that, you know what, they wish they would have, continued support for Guild Wars 1 and not handle things the way that they did. So yeah, the fact they're, changing tack now and saying, hey, we're supporting Guild Wars 1 with Guild Wars Reforged. We're going to be continuing to support Guild Wars 2, even with, content updates after the launch of Guild Wars 3, which is amazing. I think that's incredibly smart for them. A bit burnt out from Guild Wars 2, you don't know what to do. You like to group content, but don't know what content. Do you have any tips? Have you tried any group content in the past, like raids, fractals, and the like? Because yeah, if you're a bit burnt out from Guild Wars 2, it's totally okay to take a break from it as well. It's one of the good things about it. The lack of a sub-V means that you're not, drastically missing out if you, take a break. But, depending on the areas of the game you might want to play, you could jump into doing some fractals. You have raid quick play, which is just a really nice way to get in and just start blasting. But also, if you're feeling a bit burnt out, you could just try a different game mode as well. Like maybe you haven't tried a lot of World vs. World. Maybe try getting into that game mode. For a bit of a change of pace, like a fundamentally different game mode. Yeah, joining World vs. World Guild. Yeah. Good thing about Guild Wars 2 is you have those different game modes that, if you're ever tired of one, you can just go jump into another. Saito, welcome in. Great to see you. Sounds like ArenaNet wants us to hop between the games depending on which one has new content time. Definitely sounds like that, and I think that's a really smart idea. Because yeah, the thing with MMOs, like players will always blast through the content quicker than any developer can produce it. Like the rate at which people consume content is unfathomable. Also, the buff at the moment gives you boost to loot in all game modes. Yeah, the bonus buff going on from the Summer Games Fest. I'll mouse over it once I actually load in here. Yeah, Summer Games Fest boost, so you get more magic find, more experience gain, reward track progress, and PvP progress. And ranks, welcome in. Also, I've been on a little break. I need to check out the achievements that you can do in Ore now. Yeah, they're very simple achievements. It's basically just go do some events in Ore. Yeah, buff Super World vs. World progress. Yeah, I'll definitely jump into some World vs. World at some point this week. Just grab myself another gifted battle super quick. And yeah, we'll have the World vs. World rush as well going in a bit of, that's about a month or so when that pops off. So yeah, we'll be blasting through that. Also, time to go into the forums to suggest that ArenaNet add an Aurine Spear. I legitimately think they would do that now. Like, if people suggest it, I think that's once they get around to, adjusting things and polishing things for End of Dragons, that's 100% something that I could see them doing. It's something that people have wanted for a long time. It's a big gap. Yeah, I could see them doing it. So yeah, now I would lean towards expecting that in the future. Because we'll have to see what they do once they come around and choosing what to balance and refine for each zone of the game, but not having an Aurine Spear, that's like a big one. And honestly, that would just give people like a new legendary to go for. That's a great sort of long-term goal for people. I think it'll be super smart. Also, only one weapon type that has one legendary weapon, the harpoon gun. Is there another one for Trident? Yeah, I thought it was harpoon gun and Trident. Also, base link hero suggestion for each final story boss to be made into a raid encounter where they're already rebalancing them. Anyway, that would be very smart. The repurposing of existing content is a very, very good idea. And Islander, thank you for the follow. I think that would be hype. That would be really, really clever. Interested about the story in Guild Wars 3, 100 years prior to Guild Wars 1. You wonder, you're kind of a story nerd. Yeah, the lore implications of Guild Wars 3 are massive. And yeah, I'm super excited to see more interactions and stories surrounding the human gods. I'm very keen for that. Human gods have always been one of the areas of Tyria lore that I'm very interested in. I always get excited when they, you know, touch back on. Like, I really loved the, you know, Balthazar and Cormir stuff in Path of Fire. Don't the Six Gods hate Abaddon? Not at this point, I believe. Because yeah, Abaddon was simply just one of the original gods. Open that. Oh yeah, I'm at the point where I can convert those now. Sweet. Yeah, speaking of Balthazar with the world rebalancing, they could make the Balthazar and other temple events more interesting again. Yeah, that would be really cool. Having, similar to how you have, you know, End of Dragons meta events, seeing big meta events in the Aura maps, I think would be a bit of a no-brainer for them. And Tuesday will know specifically when Guild Wars 3 will play timeline-wise, because currently it could be shortly after the Exodus of the Gods or before. I really hope before. What's your opinion about how Guild Wars 3 will look? Bit hard to tell because, yeah, we haven't seen a huge amount of content for it, but ArenaNet does really good work with the art style of their game, so I fully expect that we'll have a fairly sort of unique and distinct art style that I think will age pretty well. Do you run raids? I do, yeah. Probably not planning to do Doom CM in the immediate future because that requires a huge amount of coordination. It'd be funny if they made the Hall of Monuments title for Guild Wars 3 mere mortals walking amongst gods. That would be really funny, actually. But it seems to be they're going for a bit more of a stylized look, which I think is good. I wonder where else we could go other than ore, as it's not the biggest area. Yeah, it's not the biggest area right now, but, you know, I guess it depends on how dense the, you know, the map design is, because you can make the maps feel significantly larger, and also ore is, you know, risen at this point in Guild Wars 2. Who's to say there's not more of ore that's under the water that we get to explore? Let's go outside Central Tyria. Let's go to the Wizard's Tower. Who plays that little gremlin in Guild Wars 3 too? Love playing Zasura. I'm glad that they've included them. Multiplayer race, I think, will be a nice win for them. Okay, let's go. Yeah, Crystal Desert bulk exchanges. You're playing Coden for sure? Nice, good call. Do you play Quaggan as Troya? Don't know that yet. Okay, so we've got a bunch of Tyrian defense seals, and then we can go to the Eye of the North here. If they include jump puzzles. Jump puzzles are a nice feature of Guild Wars 2, so I'd love to see that as well. Karubi, thank you for the follow. I should check the discount one. Don't see script ones there.
Farewell.
Alright, so Scrit supply boxes.
Rare loot.
Cool, that gives us a bunch of mats. do you feel about Guild Wars 3? I'm very excited for Guild Wars 3. I love that we're going back to, you know, the age of the human gods. I think it's a very interesting point lore-wise. And especially I love the fact they are committed to supporting Guild Wars Reforged, Guild Wars 2, and Guild Wars 3 at the same time. I think it's a brilliant move. Okay, settle. There we go. Let's sort high to low. Okay, not like insane values. Crafted shards are... Where's it? Glacial shards that we are looking for. Oh well. Got a bunch of T6. And other stuff, which is cool. Cool, that is now processed. You excited for Reforged Mobile 2? Looks pretty good. Yeah, I think especially once they add things like controller support to that, I think that will be fantastic. Yeah, expanding Guild Wars Reforged to mobile, I think is a really good call. So I imagine a bunch of us are not, you know, particularly big mobile gamers, but a lot of people are. The audience for mobile gaming is huge, so I think it makes sense to target people where they are. Cool, we've got a bunch of stuff there. See when that updates in due course. So I need to get a spirit shard. That is what I need. I mean, yeah, that amount of spirit shards is basically I do fractals. Well, thank you for the stretch. And I need to do map comp as well. So I'll find a character to do that on. But yeah, that will be fine. But yeah, we'll also go take a break now and stretch our legs. We'll see everyone in a few minutes. Sit tight. Why, hello there, everyone. We're currently living in a turbulent time in Guild Wars 2. We have balance patches every few months. We have a new expansion launching next month. Elite specialization weapons are being made available wholesale. Runes are getting turned into relics. Things are changing. But amongst the chaos, something has risen.
God bless us, everyone.
Today, we're covering the wonder that is Condition Harbinger. Welcome back, everyone. With the release of End of Dragons came the new Necromancer Elite Spec Harbinger. And now, with a few balance patches under its belt, it's become one of the premier condition damage builds in the game. Not only that, with the exact same gear, you can run one of the highest damaging quickness builds in the game. Being able to efficiently cover off on 2 endgame rolls with effectively the same build is completely busted. You pick this up and your endgame PvE life is going to get a whole lot easier. It's time, my friends, for Condition Damage and Quickness Harbinger. Once you equip the Harbinger specialization, you'll get access to Pistol as a new main hand weapon, new Elixir utility skills, as well as having your Death Shroud replaced by Harbinger Shroud. Unlike core Necromancer and Reaper, Harbinger Shroud doesn't act like a second health bar. Here, it doesn't protect you from incoming attacks, and instead gives you access to powerful ranged attacks and mobility skills. With your Grandmaster trait choices, you'll either pulse strike damage, conditions, or quickness to allies while you're in Harbinger Shroud. You'll also inflict yourself with Blight by staying in Shroud or using your new Elixir skills. Blight is a bit of a double-edged sword in that it reduces your overall HP the more of it you have. In exchange, several of your skills get more powerful the more stacks of Blight you have. You'll regenerate health based on your total Blight, and various traits will increase your overall damage. So, one focus of your rotation is going to be building up Blight, consuming it to juice up your skills, and then building up your stacks again. In terms of your Harbinger Shroud skills, you have access to Tainted Bolts, which will simply fire bolts of energy that explode on impact and will inflict torment on enemies near your target. Dark Barrage will fire 6 bolts that fan out in front of you, which pierce enemies and inflict torment. Devouring Cut will launch you at your target and damage nearby enemies when you connect. If you use this when you're at or above 5 stacks of Blight, you'll double the damage and inflict torment. Always make sure you use the skill when you're above 5 stacks of Blight. Voracious Arc will cause you to leap to your target and daze enemies near your landing point. Again, when you use this above 5 Blight, you'll double the damage and torment your enemies. Again, always use this above 5 Blight. Vital Jaw will deal some damage, grant you life force for each target struck, and float enemies, which gives a great amount of breakbar damage. All in all, you can think of Harbinger as the glass cannon of the Necromancer elite specs. You lose the safety of a second health bar in exchange for a ton of extra damage and boon access. Now, for our weapons. For our weapons, we'll be using Pistol and Dagger on one set, with Scepter and Warhorn on our other set. You can think of Pistol Dagger as your more damage focused set, and Scepter Warhorn as more of a utility focused set. A key purpose for Scepter and Warhorn is to help you generate life force, which means you can go into Shroud more often, which will then lead to higher damage overall. If you remove Scepter and Warhorn from this build without some extra way to generate life force, on quite a few encounters you're going to find yourself starved of life force, which is not a good time at all. For Pistol, your pistol auto attack will simply fire a shot that deals damage, applies torment, and bounces between enemies. Weeping shots will fire 6 shots and apply both torment and vulnerability. It will also generate life force and pierce through enemies. It's very important not to interrupt this skill so that all 6 shots can be fired off. Vile Blast will fire a dart that inflicts poison, weakness, and stuns foes around your target. You'll also gain life force for each enemy you hit. On Dagger, Deathly Swarm will blind and transfer 2 of your conditions to your target. This is one of your most important skills because it lets you transfer the conditions you inflict on yourself when you use Blood as power, a huge portion of your damage. Enfeebling Blood simply inflicts some bleeding and weakness on enemies in your targeted area. On Scepter, your auto attack will inflict bleeding on each strike, with the third attack in the chain also inflicting poison. Unlike Conti Scourge, you won't really be using the auto attack on Scepter in your main rotation. Grasping Dead will deal some damage, bleed and cripple foes in your targeted area. Devouring Darkness, which is upgraded from Feast of Corruption due to your trait Lingering Curse, will deal damage, corrupt 3 boons to conditions on enemies around your target, inflict torment, and also gain life force. You'll be using this combined with Scepter 2 before and after you enter an exit Shroud from Scepter. This skill in particular is key to you generating life force to sustain your Harbinger Shroud. On Warhorn, Wail of Doom will simply inflict fear on targets in front of you. Very useful if you need some extra breakbar damage. Locust Swarm will grant you swiftness and also siphon health from enemies around you and your allies. This skill also generates life force, which is very useful if you find yourself low on life force. While it won't specifically be used as part of your rotation, there's no harm in pressing it off cooldown. Now it's time for our skills. The core skills for both the condition damage and quickness Harbinger builds are the same, with the Condi damage build having a bit more flexibility in terms of what skills can be swapped out. For your heal skill, take Elixir of Promise, which will heal you and grant you regeneration. It will also poison enemies in the targeted area and inflict 10 stacks of Blight on yourself. This skill is important to maintain Blight stacks on you, which enhances your condition damage and health regeneration. When you're above 5 stacks of Blight, it will deal extra damage to enemies and the poison will last twice as long. Blood as Power finds its way onto basically any condition damage Necromancer build. Here, you will inflict exceptionally long duration bleeding on your target, grant might to nearby allies, and apply torment and bleeding to yourself. This sounds like a pain, but with Dagger 4, you can send these conditions you inflict on yourself back to your target for some extra damage. It's very important that you try and land this Condi transfer. It's a massive chunk of damage, so transfer the conditions as soon as possible and hope that your team doesn't cleanse them from you before you do. Elixir of Anguish will grant you swiftness and quickness, as well as damage and cripple enemies in the targeted area. Like all elixirs, it generates blight stacks from you, which helps you crank your damage. On the quickness build, this will also apply these boons to nearby allies and is one of the 2 ways you can apply quickness outside of Shroud. Signet of Spite might seem odd at first glance on a condition damage build, but when you activate it, you inflict a ton of conditions to your target. Bleeding, blindness, cripple, poison, torment, vulnerability, and we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Alright, let's see where we want to go from here. Now, the next thing I need, actually, let's do map completion. Let's find a character who has not done map completion. This character has not, so that is good. This one is one we may as well do it on. So I need to do, good, I've already done one of the Echovar Wilds metas, so that is sweet. You always have a character slot free, just create new ones to do world and map comp. It's a good plan to do, especially if you've maxed out on your map comps elsewhere. That's good. Yeah, I've got 26 characters on this account, so I should be pretty good. Let's also turn on Blish HUD. So I think we'll crack out Tez Trails. And I will go to a Berserker set. We got Power Reaper. Nice. Okay. Gruber, thank you for the follow. Cool, that's just loading all the markers. All markers I need. There's Trails map completion, just that. And End of Dragons map completion. Yep, that should be fine. That's starting up now, good. Oh, I also need to, before we do this, I need to buy do I need snowflakes? Looks like I do. So we'll get some piece of candy corn. And let's get snowflakes. Get a stack. Cool. Always rock as many experience boosters as possible. You do have more gifts exploration, drives you crazy every time, but Blish always help. Oh, Blish is absolutely amazing for map completion. Nowadays, I wouldn't do map completion without it. It just saves so much time. Okay, show me my gobblers. Axes, welcome in, mate. Great to see you. There we go. So we now have 16 hours of that, 20 hours of experience boosters. Great. That means I can sell these off. Nice, thank you for the follow. Deposit everything there. Back we go. Okay, wait for Blish HUD to load again. There we go. So I've not done these hero points here, actually. Interesting. Okay, I literally haven't. Is Blish an add-on? Yeah, it's an overlay that runs on top of Guild Wars 2. I've got a guide on how to install it there. It does many things. One of them being it can give you these paths for map completion. Hey Sains, thank you so much for the sub. I super appreciate that, mate. Enjoy no more ads and your wonderful addy emotes. Oh, you did map comp 3 times without doing hearts first. And do that every other map comp, actually much faster. Okay, that's cool. I have thought about doing that, but then the thought of having to just do all the hearts at the end was quite daunting, but never tried it. Oh, I gotta go zipline, there we go. But yeah, it can show you locations for key achievement items and stuff like that. Routes for adventures, there's so much that it can do. That's just in the pathing module alone. There's so many different things that Blish can do. You basically install Blish, then you download different modules for it. It's all very, very easy to do. There we go, be wary of the cherry blossom tree near shrine. Do not get caught on branches. And lady, thank you for the follow.
ADHD_dungeon_delvers gifted
Dungeon
a tier
Delvers,
1
thank you
sub
so
to
much for
Chiz in
the
the
gifted
Fog.
sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Really appreciate that. And because that you never run out of keys. One time, do you earn more than 20 keys in 1 week just doing map completion? Nice. I'm not just map completion, but ED and Soto. Great. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And thank you for kicking off a hype train. You're an absolute legend. Yeah, I don't need any more hero points for this character. It is set. Dragon's End map comp is quite good because yeah, there's no heart, so it can be done really quickly. That's all good. No need to apologize. I appreciate that. Just doing your mentor duties, helping new players in Guild Wars 2 Dragon Bash. Nice. And how are you enjoying the Dragon Bash festival? And what things have you been helping people with? Grab that. Cool. I'm mainly the Pine of Pinatas and the Dragon Reader. That sounds really cool. Map comps and EOD was the easiest. Yeah, I think map comp and EOD actually is not that bad because they don't have many hearts and there's something you can cheese completion with quite easily. Echovar Wilds does take a little bit though, mostly because the hearts in there are a little bit on the fiddly side. Where does this want us to go? Back this way. It's also good for EOD because you only ever have to do map completion in 4 maps. Yep. Good zipline. And yeah, the Echovar Wilds map is stunning. That is very true. Ah, position rewinder stuff. We're here for it. I wonder if I should do... Ah, yeah. Okay. E. So how are you, man? I'm Iro Mean. Are you feeling good? Everything's fine? Yeah, everything is going just fine. It's been a wonderful week for Guild Wars news in general. And yeah, I think they've really sort of knocked it out of the park with the announcement of Guild Wars 3. And also especially the ongoing support for Guild Wars 2. So I think that's really, really cool. That's a really exciting week. But yeah, overall, everything is going just fine. So here we have to do, going up, here we got to do, Jade Waypoint. For a couple of friends to play Guild Wars 2. 2 weeks later, they announced Guild Wars 3. Personally, extremely hyped since you played the game on and off for 11 years. How do you convince them to get the DLCs for Guild Wars 2 as well? Probably the biggest thing you can do is say there's a massive sale going on right now, but I think I always like to go to the fact that the expansions for Guild Wars 2 are just the single best thing you can do for your overall enjoyment of the game. You get so much more content, so many new maps, new elite specializations, mounts, so many cool features. Guild Wars 2 really comes into its own, once you have the expansions. And yeah, we'll be getting Hall of Monuments as well. That's amazing. Super happy about that. Okay, does this want a... First path uses out of bounds mechanic, turning back to the spot. The key is do not touch the ground. Second path uses rewinder. Okay, let's do the rewinder one. What pathing module do you use? I'm using Blish HUD now. But yeah, I think just tell them if they enjoy Guild Wars 2, if they enjoy core Guild Wars 2, then they will just enjoy the expansions even more. The expansions just make Guild Wars 2 better. Yeah, definitely make sure they enjoy Guild Wars 2 first. What are you currently reading? What was the last thing you read? I am currently reading Book 10 in the Wheel of Time series. Slowly working my way through that. I think it's Crossroads of Twilight. What about yourself? Artemis, thank you for the follow. Can't read in the wager. You enjoyed Wheel of Time. That's great. There's a better way to run Reshade with Nexus, or we still inject Dean through something like Launchpad. I don't know, because I don't use Reshade myself. Oh yeah, I'm a big reader. Both my wife Jess and I, yeah, we very much enjoy it. It's evidenced by all the books behind us. Do you say Glitch Hub or Glitch Hub? Blish HUD. Hey, I'll ping the command for the guide that I have for it. Once I'm done with this Griffin glide. But I've got a guide on how to install it there. So we have that one now. I've read the Kingkiller Chronicles. I've read the first one in Name of the Wind, and I started reading Wise Man's Fear, but haven't finished it yet. And I'm sort of in a similar situation with, like, Song of Ice and Fire, where I'm really trying to sort of see if the series is going to be finished. I really enjoyed the first one, but yeah, Wise Man's Fear just didn't really grab me in the same way. What have I missed? 4 POIs. That is definitely an amount. Have you read Fables of Aurelia? No, I haven't. What's it about? Doesn't anyone believes Rothfuss's going to finish the books? That's sort of the vibe I'm getting, which is disappointing. So I'm a huge Brandon Sanderson enjoyer, and I think he's definitely one of those authors you can really count on to finish a series. Oh yeah, I must have really like missed a run. Oh well. Super close.
This is a friendly
Do you reckon there will be siege turtles on the new World vs. World map? I feel like that would be a really cool addition. I'm very curious to see what they do with the new World vs. World map. Where am I going now? I've got one more POI. Of course, I missed one. Hang on. It's up this direction. So, follow the path up. Oh, it's down this way. Must have missed it on a glide. It follows a rogue named Richter Valentine and a mage named Ember Firestorm, and they try to throw an ancient elven princess resurrected as a lich, what really is filled with magic, mystery, and dark gods. That does sound very, very cool. I'm a huge fantasy enjoyer, so I have to pencil that one in. And I'll just add that. I'll add that as a note for me to reference later. To check out. Fables of Aurelia. Cool. There we go. We'll file that one away. My favourite books are the Grimoire Chronicles by Brady Huntaker. Huge fan of adventure type things. That does sound very interesting. Yeah, well, there we go. Mapcom. Oh, I'm in here now. Harbinger's Cache. Let's add that one as well. Grimoire Chronicles. Grimoire Chronicles. Cool, so that map comp is Dunsky's. Harbinger's Cache, get that. Canton Hero, now Spirit Shard, great. Another good book series enjoyed was the Looking Glass Wars. Okay, Looking Glass Wars. Yeah, TBR, it's going to be long after stream. Oh, I believe it. Absolutely. I've got Lamplighter Badge, which is cool. And then if we waddle into Okavard Wilds, it's like a different take on Alice in Wonderland. It's very cool. Yeah, I like the sound of that. So I've done all hero points in this map, but no vistas. Most POIs not done. Done one heart. Okay. That's good. We can skip one of the hearts at least. Curious to see which heart we have done. So we've done that one by the looks. Haven't done that. Done that. Okay. So we'll start this one. Go into Arborstone. Will it work on Steam account? Does it have to be a non-Steam account for it to work? Blishard? Blishard will work just fine with a Steam account. That's no issue. It's just an overlay that runs on top of Guild Wars 2. So that's fine. What can you do if you don't get drops in game? Log into your ArenaNet account. And then go to Applications. There'll be a button there for check for unclaimed drops. I'm using Tez Trails for map completion. Yeah, it's the one they tend to use for world record map completion runs. There's going to be probably a lot of overlap from things I've already done in this map. It's just easier to follow the path all the way through. Rather than trying to be like, okay, have I done this? How do I change it? With the pathing tool, is there one for mastery points in Central Tyria? I dare say yes. I haven't personally used one for mastery points in Central Tyria, but yeah, they have them for like mastery points in every map, so I don't see why Central Tyria would be any different. Tickets might have them in that, but there will be others as well. I think Lady Ellis's would probably have it. There's a lot of different pathing packs, like just to demonstrate pathing, management packs, download. Yeah, like there's many different pathing packs. You do Macon for Legendary? Yeah, tonight we're going to be crafting the Aurine's Hammer. Say if I went... It should start to pop up for you in a minute. You should get under the overlay, test trails. Let's see Lady Elsa's. Mastery Insights. Yeah, Lady Ellis's, like, Mastery Insights, Core Maps. Yeah, like, it's got them there.
End of the road. This is what? The fifth time you tried to kill me, huh? Didn't you hear? It's the third time's the charm.
And there's, for Corteria, so many mastery points are behind Living World Season 2 in particular. Like, yeah, get all the core, like, mastery insights that you can, but yeah, there's a huge swath of them in Living World Season 2. Bunch in the Silver Waste as well. Yeah, doing masteries with fractals is a good shout. Usually the fractal masteries aren't actually that bad. And what was the pathing pack called again? It is Lady Ellis's. Hang on, oh. Can you... Yeah, you should be able to see that. Lady Ellis's Guides. It's one of my favourite ones to use. So we've done that. What does this one actually want us to do? Well, we've done that one. Actually, I might just head in and I got to do this hard anyway. Open your portal. Yeah, it wants us to do the port. Okay. It's actually telling us to do something rather specific here. And if I place that, oh, I've got to do this. Do that. There we go. Okay. Oh, you like the struggle of JPs? Fair enough. A Dragon, welcome in your new. What expansion would you buy? The best possible deal is to grab all of them, which are on sale right now. There's a big sale for everything, which if you purchase them through my link, that helps support the stream and no extra cost to you. But if you're just looking to really dip your toes in, I'd say grab the Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire bundle. There's also the, I think it's the starter bundle as well now, actually. Hang on, if I was to go... I'll pull up Steam and take a look, because yeah, there's like some new bundles as well. So I'll take a look and sort of give a nice recommendation. The best value is to get them all, but yeah, the Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire ones, they're always bundled together, so that one's like super good to get. Amazing value. Let's wait until Steam launches. Dragon, thank you for the follow, mate. Appreciated. Yeah, off you go. Ah. Steam. Yeah, there's big sales going on right now. Let's say store. Guild Wars 2. There you go. So you can get the Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire bundles, which is 2 expansions for, well, if you're in Australia, it's $28. There's a 20% sale going on right now. But yeah, if we... Let's make this a bit bigger. But you can get the Start Your Journey bundle, which is Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, and all the Living World. That's a DLC that takes place between the expansions. On the website, it's for $35. Yeah, you can get bigger sales if you buy through the website. So yeah, the sales are across the board. But it's good if you do it through the website, then my affiliate link works, which is super handy. But yeah, that bundle should be there. Then there's the Continue Your Journey one. So that's like, once you've done everything there, then you've got all the stuff that takes place after that. And then there's the complete one. Like, the best deal is to grab the complete one. But if you're just looking to sort of dip your toes in and get like peak, immediate value, the Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire bundle, but I really also like the Start Your Journey one. So they're all good shouts. Where are the trees? The trees that... Ah. And for whatever reason, if you don't get the t-shirt and you've done like the, check for unclaimed drop shenanigans, you can always contact ArenaNet support. Asking for a friend if you own the game on Steam, do you have to buy expansions on Steam? Yes. Buy the expansions through the avenue through which you play. This. It's 11/11 visualization. Nice.
Can you believe Tetra Earth Call is just...
Do you think Hall of Monuments 2.0 could include secure access to Guild Wars 3 betas? Don't know, but that would be a cool thing.
Just how old are they? Nobody knows. Hundreds. Thousands of years. Thank you.
Yeah, ArenaNet support is absolutely amazing. Speaking of which, they did get back to me about the us not getting twice told legend, so I've got some things I need to try.
That's exactly why you're here. You need to face the consequences.
Evil? It's just technology.
Oh? All those weapons your people have been using to blast us apart are virtuous?
Okay, well, those may be a little evil, but I don't
Control
build
an outpost
weapons.
near the
I
dump
use
site.
them like, all it does is make bread. Perfect, crusty on the outside, soft on the inside. Bread. There's nothing evil about bread.
You don't need to spoil the natural world with bread.
What's the likelihood of Skrit, and Quaggan playable racing Guild Wars 3? I wouldn't think that would be particularly likely. What was that whistling? Oh, it's something I'm doing for the heart quest here. It's probably the visual indicator of me placing Jade Tech on people.
I feel light.
Okay, we're almost done with this. Can I sabotage? Sabotage. Almost there. Got to do like one more. I don't know, just interact and hope for the best.
What were you doing over there?
Cool, that one is done.
If they wish to keep using the forest, they must pay. What was the name of the village we were gonna hit? Cerus?
Yeah, their local cemetery is ripe for harvest.
Okay, so we can kind of tick all that off now. And Echobar Wilds is your favorite map, Mike? It is a very, very pretty map. I can see why you like it. Oh, by the way, you missed it. What's your take on the video yesterday? Yeah, we went through that early in today's stream. I waited to watch it with everyone because it came out like super late for me. But I really, really like it. I think they've done an incredible job. I think Elaine, any concerns people have about, what happens to Guild Wars 2, I'm super excited to see that they are going back and sort of reworking, areas of core Guild Wars 2 and doing big quality of life passes. I think especially for a game like Guild Wars 2 where all of the content is relevant, it's not like old content gets superseded, it is all evergreen. A difference between core tier and expansion content is very, very stark. So going back and doing a touch-up for all that, I think is a great choice. Inside Fight update, yes. That's been needed for so long. And the fact they're like, oh yeah, here's some forums specifically for things you'd like us to go through and fix. So I'm very keen to see, what the community puts forward. Things like Aurine Spears. Even just yesterday, there was, a handful of events that I was trying to get done in ore maps, for the bonus event, and some of them were just bugged. And granted, they were like underwater events and Straits of Devastation, so they're very, very random, very obscure things. But I'm like, yeah, no, if this thing could just work, that would be amazing. Where am I going now? Going this way. But yeah, new World vs. World map, that's great. I'm happy to see the World vs. World enjoyers getting more content. That's a great thing. Because yeah, World vs. World is very dependent on your population size. Talking about, you know, making changes to, you know, scoring a World vs. World and incentivizing winning. I've seen that they have been doing that recently as well. You know, giving people just more incentive to win the overall matchup, I think is good. Good job on sending your ticket, that's great. Arena Sport is very, very helpful. But yeah, like we've mentioned before, I'd love to see them rework level up rewards. I think that's a great opportunity to help people transition from, you know, reaching level 80 to getting into Guild Wars 2 endgame. I think that's great. That's definitely something I'd be putting forward. And yeah, it's very good as well. They said, you know, oh, we've learned from some of the issues we've had with the, you know, release of the Desert Borderlands back in Heart of Thorns days, and it's also very good to see just in general that ArenaNet seems to be learning from some of the lessons that they've learned over the years. You know, talking explicitly about how, hey, we wish we didn't drop support for Guild Wars 1 when we launched Guild Wars 2. How we wish we sort of kept that going more. That's good, and yeah, the fact we're getting, you know, all of the games supported is perfect. What does PBR mean? PBR is essentially industry standard that was established shortly after Guild Wars 2 release. Would that change allows for Guild Wars 2 is probably that Arena to get external assets made and much faster cadence, streamline the development. That's great. And yeah, even, you know, talking about, you know, they were, you know, discussing ways they were looking at, you know, improving the performance and making sure Guild Wars 2 runs well. Like, there's a whole wealth of, there's a lot of room for upgrades to performance that could just be like a real game changer for people. And Tripod, thank you for the follow. But yeah, I think the things I'm probably most excited for are these like sort of non-flashy things, like going through doing world polish and, you know, performance upgrades for the game. All these things that really just make all of Guild Wars 2 a better experience, I think is fantastic. Especially because, you know, it's one of the tricky things with MMOs as a genre in general. You know, often the sentiment is, oh yeah, just play for 100 hours and then it gets good. Whereas that's not how a game should be marketed or positioned to people from the outset. A game should be good from the outset, and, you know, the experience that people have with Guild Wars 2 from the outset in core tier, it's an old experience. It's the game as it came out in 2012. So touching that up, I think, is a really smart move. I think that would really sort of help avoid, you know, the issue of having people, you know, bouncing off core Guild Wars 2 before they get to the good stuff. Because, yeah, you want to avoid that, oh, yeah, just play, you know, 50 hours of Guild Wars 2 and then it gets good. Nah, not good from the outset. And yeah, it's a very good point as well. I could definitely see that, you know, if all mentions of the Veil Warden get lost, you know, during the Cataclysm, that would, lore-wise, make sense. So we've done that one, which we can now skip. I think it's because this is the character I actually did the End of Dragon story on.
Hey, I've got a joke for you. Why does the new Luxon Navy have glass-bottom boats?
Luxon joke. Really, Grandpa?
Okay, Guild Wars 2 efficiency is taking quite a long time to update, actually. So somewhat technical. Okay. I remember this one. But we are pro-Griffiners. Oh, cool, we got that. Ah! Almost flubbed it at the end.
We'll be done.
Need to craft the thing for stained glass shards, so I stopped getting them. Done that one clearly. What's the arrow overlay? That is Blish HUD. Thank you, PK. I finally set up a button for Blish, Nexus, and Arc. Is Renegade a good class in your opinion? Yes, it's a very good class. One of my personal favorites. It's a constant race when you and I to ping the commands.
Unusual behaviors do not approach.
But yeah, I used Condi Renegade, I think is the class I still use to clear my first Cerus challenge mode run. So it's good. Don't make you set up the same commands on your stream deck. Yeah, we're just having a massive stream deck off. Although I really need like the Stream Deck XL for all the commands that I can never keep track of them. Hey, thank you, Win, for the standing desk. Now, I think I've done this heart, so I can skip it, which is nice. Need to go get the Vista, though. You find it hard to have Carla low on energy for the Switch? For that, I find it's very helpful just to randomly pop Heroic Command. Consumes 10 energies, net benefit for your team. It's playing on Steam Deck. Good anyway. You can play Guild Wars 2 on Steam Deck just fine, I believe. Where do I need to go for this one? Oh, you better just write a bot that passes the chat for questions interprets and post the correct command. That, Loki, would be amazing. Be totally down for that. Okay, so I need to get this one. In we get. Yeah, I think you have to do a bit of fiddling to, get controls set up, in a reasonable fashion. I haven't done it myself because I don't have a Steam Deck. Okay, so that is done. Okay, so now I've got to circle back out this way. Where are we at? We're at 76%. Grab battery if no charges. Yeah, we'll grab. Now we have many charges.
No
Personal waypoint, oogly dooglies. That's out of combat, please. Oh, it's the other 40 energy. Yeah, there you're probably, I think, missing a key skill. But even then, you can just pop... Also, what you can do, if you do find yourself with excess energy, yeah, you can just pop another Carla skill. You do get used to how much energy they cost, so it lets you do the math very quickly in your head every time. But even just popping the Carla Elite, the Carla Elite is still a very useful skill for your team, and just, it's an upkeep skill, so it'll constantly drain. Well, it'll stop you gaining energy for the points of upkeep it costs you. But also, like, with that amount of energy, you could just pop Citadel Bombardment, and that's 35 energy. That would get you below the point you need. But your Carla does take some practice to get used to, because yeah, you have to be quite aware of how much energy your skills cost and how much you have to make sure you can trigger the charge miss swap. It does get easier with time. And you start making up sort of like a little cheat sheet in your head. Like, you know, if I'm at 100% energy, then I burn this and this and this and this, and then I can do the charge miss swap. We'll just die here. Or when you're at 50 energy, you can do this and this and this. And you start to be like, okay, cool, I'm at this much energy. Now I know. That's alright, that one's intended to happen. Hi, Eddie, what's up, sweetie? Oh, I love this trick. Boom. She just came in and got her duck toy. And yeah, coming from Guardian, Revenant was daunting to get your head around. Now you find it very fun to play. That's great to hear. And yeah, like Revenant, it is different than other classes because its energy system is unique. But yeah, once you get a feel for how much energy your skills cost, it does become, I think, one of sort of the middle tier classes in terms of difficulty to play. And Blackout, welcome. It's been a while since you played, so you're seeing Evoke for the first time. Would you say it's simpler than Tempest? I would say Tempest is simpler than it. How's your Griffin dashing so fast? Just using the Griffin flap, well, the wing flap to generate speed, and just a bit of practice using Griffin. Ah, he says as he does that. But Griffin's a very, very fun mount to use in Guild Wars 2, because it really does reward you for practicing it. And yeah, different classes gel better for different people. Hey, thank you so much, Dave, for the 10 gifted subs.
Gifted a
I appreciate that, mate. Thank you.
Loot Goblin.
That's amazing.
Dave the Epoch _TTV gifted a tier 1 sub to Tyrix _. Dave the Epoch _TTV gifted a tier 1
mate.
sub
That's so
to
kind of you.
Alien.
Thank you for the support.
Dave the Epoch _TTV gifted a tier 1 sub to Sparrow. Dave the Epoch _TTV gifted a tier 1 sub to Morianix. Dave the Epoch _TTV gifted a tier 1 sub to Monster U7.
Oh, hydrate coffee and then with water.
Dave the Epoch _TTV gifted a tier 1 sub to Cade 3421.
Yeah, we didn't have time to prepare them this round for the surprise drops.
Dave the Epoch _TTV gifted a tier 1 sub to Kieran 20 Hope.
And what you miss is Guardian's Constant Aegis. Rev seems squishy now. Yeah, imagine if you're used to that, it might take a bit of getting used to.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Machine La Machine. Dave the Epoch _TTV gifted a tier 1 sub to XAIDER2.
Okay, now, boom. Oh, didn't do it. because I do Griffin adventures like every chance I get to generate spirit shards, so I've gotten quite good at them. Oh, don't tell me I've missed one POI. I know I've got one heart still left to do, so it's not all doom and gloom, but it's always one.
Please meet me at Mori Village.
So another key you need to press after going up on Griffin. Not really. The way it kind of works on Griffin is you'll always be able to turn to sort of your original starting point, provided you don't hit anything. So like if you dive down and flap, you'll be able to, you know, rise back up and flap up to your original point. You might have to mess around with some of your hotkeys. Because yeah, it's not necessarily finicky to control. I find it quite smooth, but it does take a bit of getting used to. Okay.
Mind your own business.
And I'll jump on Griffin, let's take a look. Because yeah, you've got, you can either dive down or swoop. They kind of do the same thing. So you got dive and climb. I think mine's bound to shift here. You might have to, the keybinds for your mount skill 2 can actually be a bit fiddly. So I can dive down and then climb back up. I'm pressing it. Okay, there we go. Now I'm pressing it.
There's a hunger for more of these blankets in the city, you know. I could sell 5 times as many as you're making. I think you'd like it if you tried.
I bound mine to shift because for some reason, like normally I'd have this bound to 4, which is on my mouse, like all my other skills, but it doesn't really register. It's a bit weird. So yeah, I'd like, I flap up, I dive, and then I press this to go up. I need actually more height to make this work. So yeah, check your mount skill 2 and make sure it's bound to something else. It's a fiddly one. Hang on, let's find it. Mount, so there you go, mount ability 2. For some reason, mount ability 2, I found this with Warclaw as well, so I need to actually bind it to something else. So yeah, I bind mine to left shift. Are yours on V because your fingers are long? Ah, very impressive. Another thing, you read a lot now after the video Arena put out yesterday. People think Arena doesn't have capacity to support all 3 games, but have they not realised they've been doing exactly that for 5 years already? Yeah, exactly. They have been doing just that. They have been actively developing Guild Wars 3 while developing stuff for Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars Reforged as well through, is it 2 weeks, the other studio. Virginia, thank you for the follow. So they've been doing just what they've said they've been doing. Okay. Yeah, all the performance upgrades they're going to do are going to be amazing. So I need plant fiber and dye.
Take care of yourself.
So I think plant fiber and dyes, where are they? I guess the plant fiber can be out here. I can repair these.
It's the 3rd attack today. What's gotten into all the animals?
What's mastery now? I think it's 678, I think. kill the mobs to the right of the waypoint. Oh yeah, killing these mobs, good shout. $686, okay. Yeah, I've still got to get to that. I have to max out my last mastery. I'm personally just happy with a game studio doesn't treat their players like trash. You can meme or doom that content, cadence, volume what we want, but at least they don't show us a giant middle finger with the Guild Wars 3 announcement and let Guild Wars 2 or 1 rot. Yeah, like, that's something to really be aware of and appreciate. I think in today's video game climate, there are so many studios out there that if they're in the same position, they would have like shut down the servers for their original game, or it'd be like, oh yeah, literally no development for our current MMO, we're just going whole hog into the next one, so nothing for you for the next few years, join us when it's released. That would be how a lot of other studios would operate, but ArenaNet hasn't done that. They've done something very different, and they've actually, shown that they care about and respect their players, which is good. Sapling is what I need. And yeah, it's great to see as well that they've just outwardly said, hey, yeah, we've learned from what happened with Guild Wars 1. We're doing something different now. Spot on. Hey, thank you for the inventory clean. So we're in a pretty good spot with it so far. CONS. I saw yesterday a Condi Reaper build seemed fun to try. Condi Reaper is a very cool build. Okay, let's salvage that. And we will sell random junk. There we go.
That's valuable.
That's kind of there now. Any TLDR on what happened to Guild Wars 1? Not familiar. Basically, they announced Guild Wars 2 in 2007. And after that point, they basically ceased all development on Guild Wars 1. And it was 5 years between the launch of Guild Wars 2 and its announcement. So it was announced in 2007, and it launched in 2012. So during that entire time, basically, Guild Wars 1 just went entirely into maintenance mode, and everyone just had to wait for Guild Wars 2. And they've said that, hey, we shouldn't have done that in hindsight. We should have actually kept support for Guild Wars 1, which is what they have, picked back up again, in recent years with Guild Wars Reforged, and even providing content updates to, a 20-year-old game now. Because like, hey, we missed out on, a lot of players really enjoy Guild Wars 1, and maybe those players aren't necessarily here for Guild Wars 2 because Guild Wars 1 is giving them what they want. And they went, hey, we missed out on the chance to, serve those players and give them what they want. Was there a huge drama with that? I wasn't playing Guild Wars 1 at that time, so everything I've sort of just said is from, me researching and asking other people. But yeah, those who are around, feel free to chime in. There was a campaign that was called Utopia that was cancelled for Guild Wars 2, and we got Iron North instead, which was supposed to be Bridge the Gap, and it kind of did, but the gap turned out to be 5 years with nothing. Yeah. So the fact now that they're going, no, we are going to support Guild Wars 2 and give it content updates after the launch of Guild Wars 3 and still support Guild Wars Reforged is amazing. And yeah, there was a big old community backlash. I can imagine there would be. That's not the kind of thing that just sort of skates on by. And any concern with the next game feeling more Korean action MMO-like? Not particularly, because I think ArenaNet is sort of showing they can do a good job, and I'm happy to see the game be fundamentally different from Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1. But I also haven't played any sort of Korean MMOs to sort of be able to properly gauge what you're asking. So what about the Korean MMO feeling do you particularly not like? Do you think Guild Wars 3 with open world PvP like WoW does? I don't know. But I think Guild Wars 2 works very well with sort of its, you know, world versus world and sort of open, you know, world PvP in that sense. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did include something like that. But I feel like it would probably be a separate sort of, you know, game mode or something you have to explicitly enter. I highly doubt they will do the situation where, you know, new player just running around the open world, experienced player comes in, just bops them. I don't think they would get that experience. That's not something that ArenaNet has ever really wanted to do. Oh, sweet, that heart's done. Oh, if I missed... Yeah, I've missed one thing. Oh no, I'm actually on path to do it. Sweet. And Guild Wars 2 sort of inherently fosters that very collaborative spirit. You know, the fact you don't compete for resource nodes, you don't compete for loot, and you are just... You are benefited from helping other people. You know, you jump in, help someone in the event, you get your own loot, they get theirs. Yeah, completion. Nailed it. Didn't miss a beat. That sort of... I know, that kind of F you got mine attitude that can come from, I think, open world PvP is not something that's ever been on ArenaNet's radar. And PvP in just any game in general does tend to breed a certain amount of toxicity. But, you know, if there is PvP in the game, which I would kind of expect there is, there wasn't Guild Wars 2, there wasn't Guild Wars 1, I'd be surprised if it wasn't in Guild Wars 3, it'll be something you go, okay, I'm ready to PvP, let me go to the PvP area. In the same way you have it with Guild Wars 2. Okay. Oh, good, we've got all those. Now, I need 20 of these. And 100 Jade Root Stones. And, is that 21? Yeah, 21. Let's cancel that. Pick up all of that. There we go. Now, what I will do, I'll actually just craft the Gift of Cantha.
You rarely see one of those.
Cool. I need that. Yeah, the World vs. World armor, if you are not heavily invested in the game mode already, takes a real long time. Sort those. I need to craft that back piece. But alright, now we're going to take a break to go stretch our legs and I think stock up on some coffee. So sit tight and enjoy the video. I'll be back in just a smidge. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for 11 years and a question I get asked all the time is, how do I make more gold? Don't worry friends, I've got you. Guild Wars 2 actually has an incredibly stable, well thought out economy. It just takes a little bit of knowledge to know how to take advantage of it to its fullest. Welcome back everyone. It's a very common problem in Guild Wars 2 for new players to struggle to make gold. This is because Guild Wars 2 functions a little differently than other MMOs when it comes to gold making. Other lesser games will simply flood your account with gold whenever you complete content, whereas Guild Wars 2 functions very, very differently. But worry not my friends, if you've been playing Guild Wars 2 for a little while, you are probably richer than you even realize. There is a very real chance that you are sitting on a veritable fortune and not even realizing it. So today we are going to delve into one of the key stores of wealth in Guild Wars 2, your material storage. First up, we'll touch on why the material storage is important. Rather than flooding your account with liquid gold every time you complete an event, Guild Wars 2 will typically reward you with materials, items, and currencies. This adds a few more steps to convert these into raw gold, but trust me, it is a good thing that this is the case. As has happened in many other MMOs in history, simply handing out liquid gold to players often results in hyperinflation. Now, hyperinflation is a catastrophic thing that can happen in any MMO economy. When inflation takes place, your gold becomes worth less and less, and your purchasing power, or the number of things that you can buy with your gold, becomes lower. Effectively, this makes the regular player poorer than when they started. An item that starts out at 50 silver becomes worth 5 gold the next week and 50 gold the next. And before you know it, you are having to start printing trillion-dollar bills in order to make sense of it all. Eventually, gold becomes effectively worthless and the entire game's economy stops functioning. This makes the game less approachable to new players and means returning players come back to all their hard-earned gold being effectively worthless. There's even a notorious example of this with the game Gaia Online. Here, the developers introduced gold generators, items that will create gold for you automatically each day as a means to very quickly increase revenue. The value of gold decreased, with items that were previously worth thousands of gold now costing billions. Old players simply saw their entire savings vanish. Whereas in Guild Wars 2, with the rewards being structured primarily around materials and currencies, we can step around this problem. By rewarding you with materials, you then have to go and list them on the trading post if you want to convert them to gold. And whenever you do this, you are going to incur a 5% listing fee whenever you list an item, and a 10% exchange fee when your item is eventually sold. This is one of the many ways that Guild Wars 2 rips gold out of the economy and counteracts the risk of hyperinflation taking place. In fact, Guild Wars 2 has one of the most stable in-game economies that I have ever seen. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for 11 years now, and the gold that I have on my account is worth a similar amount to what it was worth shortly after the game's launch, at least compared to so many other games out there. And now to make the most gold with the items in your material storage. Now, this will sound very obvious for experienced players, but I run into this question all the time on my streams. Put it simply, sell what you don't need and keep what you do. You need to set aside the need to hoard every material you get in case you might need it later. Guild Wars 2 isn't set up for you to easily farm the specific materials that you need. Instead, you're going to want to sell what you don't need to other players in order to get gold. You will then use that gold to buy materials that you do need. And if you're worried about selling an item with the risk that you may need it later, I'm going to reassure you, do not worry about it. When the time comes around when you actually need that item again, there's a decent chance that you have farmed up multiple of what you need. And worst case, you can simply repeat the process and sell what you don't need and buy what you need again. Avoid the urge to hoard all of your materials. It is only going to make it take longer and longer for you to reach your goals. If you want to quickly see at a glance how much gold is in your material storage, I highly recommend linking your Guild Wars 2 account with Guild Wars 2 Efficiency. Here you can view exactly what is in your material storage at any point and see just how much they're going to sell for. Guild Wars 2 Efficiency is the single greatest website I can recommend if you're looking to increase your gold making in Guild Wars 2, so 100% recommend you do this. I've somewhat recently gone and purged my material storage to fund some extra legendaries, and here I'm still sitting on almost 900 gold worth of materials that I could liquidate right now if I needed. Now, beyond simply selling your materials directly to the trading post, there are ways where you can increase the gold you make from your material storage. Your next step is to use these materials to craft things that other players need and then sell them for a profit. There are so many different items you can craft, and the best ones change depending on what the economy is doing and what items are in demand. However, here are some of the key items that I've been doing recently, and they've made me a significant chunk of gold. So much so, I've been able to fund 2 accounts just by doing this. For quartz crystals, you can convert 25 of these into a charged quartz crystal once a day. You can then use this to craft celestial weapons and armor, which sell for a very tidy sum on the trading post. You can also craft a piece of sky-scale food as well, which is a very consistent way to make some gold. I regularly use black diamonds that have dropped for me to craft Viper's weapons and armor, a very in-demand stat combination, has been for years and will be forevermore. Mithril, silk, and thick leather I use to craft ascended crafting materials, which I then turn into other useful things. One of these being tier 10 Jadebot cores. These use up a lot of materials as well as research notes. But aside from the research note crafting, this is a very easy, consistent way to make some extra gold. I also craft jeweled damask patches, as these can also use up a lot of the Heart of Thorns currencies that you may have piling up. Personally, I've been maxed out on these materials for years, so having a sink for them is incredibly valuable. I'll often craft Cryptus motivations as well, as these are used to juice the rewards that you get from farming your rifts, which makes these rifts even more profitable and speeds up your progress towards open world legendary armor. These are just a selection of the items that I craft, and these will change over time. So always try and be on the lookout for things that you can craft in order to turn a profit. As a general rule, if there is a useful item that has a few steps involved in its crafting, it's going to result in a much better profit than if you just sold the materials outright. Don't worry about trying to find something to craft for every item though, just focus on a handful at a time and then just sell the rest of the materials that you don't need. This is exactly what I do, and I have 56 legendaries to this account, and gold is never an issue. And that, my friends, is where a huge chunk of your gold is going to be tied up. It is going to be hidden from you in your material storage. To have the most fun with this game and push you towards your goals faster, you first need to figure out what you do need and what you don't. You can then see if there are any useful items you can craft for more profit. If not, simply sell your materials and use the gold to buy the things that you actually want. If you do this, you'll achieve your goals so much faster, and if you don't, you're going to find yourself always low on gold and make the game unnecessarily grindier for yourself. And while Guild Wars 2 typically rewards you with materials and not a lot of liquid gold, there are exceptions to this. One of them being Fractals of the Mist, one of the best gold generating activities in the game, and this game mode actually rewards you with items that you can sell directly to a vendor for huge amounts of liquid gold. And if you want to see why you should be doing fractals as part of your regular Guild Wars 2 activities, check out my previous video here where I delve into all the wonderful benefits that Fractals of the Mist can give you. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope that I've been able to alleviate some of your gold making woes, and that you can bask in the unfathomable riches that are now being made available to you. But with that, we'll catch you all next time. Cheers. Have you ever woken up in the middle of the night and thought to yourself, I need to know exactly how much gold I have in my material storage right now? Well, I come with a solution to our shared problem. GW2 Efficiency, in my opinion, is the single greatest website to help you when it comes to Guild Wars 2. You have access to so many different tools, bits of information, and quality of life that makes everything related to Guild Wars 2 so much easier. Whether you're trying to find a specific item on your account, seeing how much gold you can make if you dumped your entire material storage on the trading post, or want a complete itemized breakdown of how to craft every single item in the game, you're going to find it here. I, along with literally hundreds of thousands of people, use this every day, and you're making your life in Guild Wars 2 harder than it needs to be if you don't join us. Do it! So today we're going to get you all set up and show you some of the incredibly cool things that Guild Wars 2 Efficiency can do for you. Also, it's completely free. Now to answer the obligatory question, is this safe to use? Yes. GW2 Efficiency simply reads information from your Guild Wars 2 API key that you can generate from your ArenaNet account page and lays everything out in a clean, easy to understand way. It doesn't interact with your game in any way, and the creators are even partnered with ArenaNet. So you are totally safe. Now for the setup. The first thing you need to do before you can start using GW2 Efficiency is creating an API key for your Guild Wars 2 account. Now I know this sounds daunting, but it's actually super simple to do. Your API key is simply a code you create which allows third-party websites and apps like Efficiency to read certain bits of information about your account. This doesn't allow anyone to change anything about your account, and it won't include anything private like your password, so we're all good there. The API keys section on Efficiency will walk you through how to create your API key, but let's work through it together. Click the link to go to the Guild Wars 2 API key management page. You can also find this by logging into your ArenaNet account and going to the Applications tab. Click here to create a new API key. Name it whatever you want. I'm going to name this one GW2 Efficiency because I'm filled to the brim with creativity. Check all the boxes to give your key all the permissions. This will make it so you can get the most value out of Efficiency. Create your key, copy your key, then paste your key back into Efficiency. Save it, and then we're done. Also, if you're an alt account goblin like me, You can add API keys for each account and swap between them with the drop down in the top right. Now we can get to the fun stuff. The account section is where you'll land whenever you check out efficiency, and it's basically where you can find out almost anything about your account. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. And thank you so much to Jess for making an amazing soup. And she's been hard at work making zucchini bread and these brilliant sourdough crackers as well. These are absolutely amazing. And yeah, she does an amazing job. Thank you so much, Jess, for supporting me through this big week of streams. Oh, you're very welcome there, PK. It's good, yeah, it's good when I have your name on hand, so it's very easy for me to send you your winnings. That's amazing. Thank you, Jess. I got the Alchemist dagger skin. Hell yeah. Very nice.
We should burn the damn jungle to the ground.
Yeah, let's take a look. We should probably do another giveaway. Let's do another vintage Black Lion chest. Those things are always hot. But yeah, Jess, this is absolutely amazing. Thank you. Nice, we've started a giveaway now. Exclamation mark enter in chat for your chance to win the vintage Black Lion weapon box. Arnok, welcome in. You bought the Decade's armor. If you unlock the skin, can you destroy the armor itself? Yes, you can. That is no issue. Welcome in, Sufferer. It's great to have you here. Okie dokies. Now, I need to suss out what else I need, because Guild Wars 2 efficiency has been a bit slow. I might even just restart Guild Wars 2 efficiency in a new tab. So, Aurine's weight, which is the hammer. Staff would have been probably a better shout. But hey, I'll get it eventually, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, thinks I need 116 more gold. Yeah, okay. So we're still holding out on Lamplighter's Badges, Vicious Claws, and Venom Sacks. And I need more Spirit Shards. So there are we do fractals kind of thing. Yeah, I need 53 Spirit Shards. Okay, now I think I have purchased... Let's see what else we can get. I bought all the tomes, so I can't really do that. Do I have a link to my gold making vid? Depends on the video. I will have... Actually, it'll be one of these three. It depends on which one was playing, but yes. You can always check them out over on my YouTube channel there. Okay. So I need to focus on doing some fractals now. So let's see. CNs plus T4. Yeah, let's do this. And /P, sup. Boon heal. So I think it's Despair and Envy are the ones that I need to get on 100 CM. Just go scroll on, make sure I didn't miss any chat. It's love to see everyone entering. How's Sunday going? Sunday's going very well. Yeah, early on today we got around to watching the video they released all about the future of Guild Wars 2, which I'm very, very excited for. So yeah, came out super late for us last night. I waited to watch it with everyone here. Sunday has a distinct lack of Cerus. Yeah, in the coming few weeks we should probably start up. I think we'll probably do Keller CM, I think. And then maybe move on to Wing 8 from there. So many ascended rings to salvage. Okay, so let's swap. We should craft those respective things. It was the same feeling after Sunday and HTCM. Yeah, there's... After we, finally crossed that threshold of having cleared, Cerus' embodiment of sin. It's very much like a... It's like the feeling you get when you finish a TV show or a book series. Like, well, what now?
I want that.
After that video, it's a great day to be a Guild Wars fan. It 100% is. Yeah, I really think they knocked it out the park. And yeah, like the fact they're just straight up supporting all 3 games, like that's perfect. That could not be better. And you're still getting content updates for Guild Wars 2 after the release of Guild Wars 3. Amazing. But yeah, they really did a good job with how they've managed everything. Okay. Does this character have an experience enrichment? No, it doesn't. I should get one. Okay, so I think here... Oh no, I'll run Harry's, because then it's fine when I...
Spirits of the wild welcome you.
It's fine when I run... Silent Surf and I need to kill the mob. You could do that. Gets me 10. Yeah, Guild Wars new content. Guild Wars 1 content tease. Guild Wars 2 support extended for 15 plus years. Yeah. Them just saying, oh yeah, we're going to support Guild Wars 2 for like 15 years and beyond. I'm like, just double the life of Guild Wars 2? That's insane. That's a very impressive thing to say. Meh. There we go. You're most welcome, Megalex. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a great day as well. Yeah, we'll just keep an eye on our shopping list for things we need for our Aurine weapon. So I need some lamplighters. And I'll place a buy order. Transaction that's buying, yep. Then we need over here. How much do I need? So I need 19 vicious claws, so it's 100 of each. I wonder if someone's put the Vindicated Lonely Tower bug to the forums. What is the bug? And 14 of these. Enter, there we go. Plunge my coffee as well. Why? That's weird. That's weird. I don't think I've tried that fight with Vindicator. I'm glad to hear you're hyped, Green. And yeah, I get what you're saying. It's, yeah, tough to imagine what could have happened for Guild Wars 1 all these years. But yeah, it's great that they have admitted that, hey, you know what, should have done something different. And they're doing what they can to, fix that now and approach things differently. A heal, I guess. Oh, a heal. It's all a studio update on the future Guild Wars franchise. That's so good. Really hope they can handle it. They're very talented, excited for what's to come. Yeah, me too. And the fact as well that they have been effectively supporting 3 games for the last few years. Like, they have been doing that. It's not just like, oh, we hope they can do it, but we've never seen them do it before. They've been doing just that.
Energized.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, oh, we should have done it differently. Let's do it differently now. That's wonderful. That is so good. That's exactly how you want to do it. Okay, let's grab this.
I'm still collecting my strength.
There. I'll look for Waiting Sorrow and check on the rest of the Lord.
Interior belongs to no one. They bow to selfish deities for fun.
So despair and envy. And honestly, I'm still learning this fight as well. But I think basically in most groups you'll have certain people assigned to pick up the orbs of a particular flavor. The gluttony person is basically a particular build that will like really sort of dedicate that build for very rapid hits to do omega amounts of lifesteal. And they sort of dictate the fight. Is this practical? Yes. I should actually have arc DPS up. If I pull that up. There, it looks like our Dragon Hunter here is doing like cataclysmic amounts of damage because they are gluttony. So basically the fight's centered around having gluttony get enough stacks so then they can just like burst down everything. Okay, healer usually takes the blue orbs and shoot the highest toughness. Okay, so I should actually change it so I have high toughness. Oh, DH is rage? Okay, good to know. Hey Trace, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome in Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne, and you may also know me from my YouTube channel, where I have a bunch of different Guild Wars 2 guides. What is up? It is great to see you. But, yeah, let's go deal with this champion. And Trace, what did you guys get up to today? Everyone make sure to go check out Trace over on Twitch. Yes, did you guys have a good stream? Have you seen the new update, or the update video about the future of Guild Wars 2? Happy student develop Guild Wars 1 and 2 alongside Guild Wars 3. Yeah, I know. I'm so happy to see that. Yeah, so what should we have done differently here? I'll change this to givers. There we go. Just so I can have enough toughness. Class R Chrono is a fantastic healer, especially good for fractals. It's just all the utility it can bring. Okay, let's go start blasting a bunch of healing on peeps. Zez, what's up, mate? It's wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a great day. try and break the bar. Becky, welcome in. That's starting to sting. Whoop. Okay. Should be a lot more careful there. I'm glad you're having a wonderful day. That's great. Yeah, happy they confirmed they won't leave Guild Wars in the dust. Yeah, I know. That is so good to hear. It's exactly what they needed to say. This is a fractal. Ooh. Ouch. Do I revive Orbit? No, we got it, I guess. Well, the rage activated did it. I should have probably taken more stability. Okay, this is Silent Surf. How do I get more prot uptime?
JC. Don't recognize the exact location. Go look around.
Let's follow the trail below. Grab anything you can find, but survive. Take them out! I'll be over here.
Yeah, do I up my prot uptime? I need Shadow Skill 2. Okay, I need to Shadow Skill 2 more then.
Something in the dark. Arya? How?
What stats am I going for on the chrono? I am doing a mix of givers and harriers. Don't hit the tree. Yeah, new Zaitan fight is amazing. Oh, thank you for the Hydra. I'll do that when it's nice and convenient here. For Chrono Troubadour, it's mostly that I haven't played a lot of Troubadour. Yeah, with Secrets of the Obscure, Mesmers get access to Rifle. Rifle's a fantastic healing weapon. Okay, if I can not get a mechanic. Thunderstorm, thank you for the follow. Should be. Yeah, boons are going to be low here because everyone's moving. Oop, there we go. How's the only becoming a runner? Oh, how do you mean? Like a IRL runner? Because yeah, I've basically been a runner for, you know, as long as I can realistically remember. Do I have a mechanic? Damn it. Way up there. Good, just got that done. Fermi, how's it going? Sidestep all that. Yeah, honestly, on that one, I kind of feel like boons were fine. Quickness was a bit low given how much the boss moves around. Nice, that daily is done. So that was cool.
Rare treasure.
Grab that, daily done. That gives me a spirit shard, does it? No, it doesn't. It gives me a gold though.
But you need to leave. I can't control what happens if you don't. Here. Vital. Leave! I warned you. Protect it.
There we go, big CC. Cool. Yep, my boons are fine. I love this fight and challenge mode. It's like my favourite encounter in the entire game. Thank you so much, Jess. Jess has brought some wonderful tiramisu that our friends made for us. Thank you so much. Yeah, I legitimately think this is the single best fractal design they've ever done. They've never topped it. Product time is pretty solid. Go here, our dodge. Thank you. Stability, there we go. Ocean Troubadour can do some fancy mechanic points here with Distort. I really need to try more Troubadour. It's been one of the specs that I really haven't played that much.
Why are you still here? It'll just get worse.
Don't have that rifle skin yet. Very nice. Support left is usually the direction this goes. Access to a lot of CC right now. Stand right in that. Res. Beautiful. It's a free run now all the way to the end. Nice. Thank you, Jess, for this amazing dinner.
You heard me.
I'm glad we could be here for
But yeah, the spirit shards we get from fractals are immense. Just shift that over there. What do you think is the most fun open world class on Elite Spec currently? I bounce around between open world specs kind of depending on what class I'm playing, but one that's really standing out to me is open world Condi Spectre. That one I think is really, really fun. Even made a specific guide for that just over on my YouTube channel.
I can't determine its origin, but it feels warm. Well,
but yeah, personally I think the most fun... Yeah. Open world Condi Spectre. That one just feels amazing.
I'm picking up a massive Elder Dragon energy signature. It's not real, but I know my senses back.
Wait. Don't leave her behind. She will find out for you. But her voice...
Knockout, thank you for the follow.
Even I could barely hear her down in the dark.
The dragon waits.
Oops, we're still too loud. Yeah, the overall whisper in this encounter is uber loud.
Magic barrier here. It looks like the only way through is... One of you will...
Hey, Ozzy, I really appreciate that, mate.
That'll leave you vulnerable.
Concentrate. Light fire.
Big jump, I'd love to see it.
This fractal should represent a real place, but...
It whispering loudly. It's a whisper screech.
Remember, that's it. There's a full fractal of someone here, and this is their perspective. You must be in their role. So try to
Give like Heal Troubadour a try. Maybe it's a bit less dependent on having like clones up or having a target. Could be quite nice for a change. It looks as though we're getting like Lowland Coden. Target the giant. There you go, product time is nice and solid now. playing for back this game, I think now is a wonderful time to do it.
Go, make for the pass. If only one reaches the others, enough it will be.
Don't poison your bear against. I understand your rage, your fear. I've mourned my own family, my brother. All lost.
There we go. Sweet.
Bring your people to me instead of driving them away. We can build a world without loss, without grief. Oh, know that peace is also we're wanted for.
Don't say her name.
Up. Yep.
Hey, are you still with me?
Keep her name off our minds. She wanted to go home to her family. She wanted to feel the sun again.
Calm before the storm. Glorious combination of skill.
Brilliant. Good CC. There are 2 blade spawns in here as well. Nice.
Glorious combination of skill.
Clean.
Look at this.
Or of sacrifice. You feel no warmth and have none to give.
Oh, now we can try some of that wonderful tiramisu. Marley, welcome in. Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, so here I'm probably going to want to reflect. Need to eat some foods. Oh, man. There we go. Can't see. Oh, someone just died already.
Vital recovery. Center. Total concentration.
71k opening burst. I love it.
Glorious combination of skill.
Yeah, doing alacrity in this section's a bit tough. Because these mobs just keep dying. It's hard to actually latch onto a target.
The dragon waits. Vital recovery.
A quick question. What would be a good role to prep gear for Envoy, Armor, Rage, and more experience with Necro and Ellie? I think grabbing yourself a set of Berserker's gear on Necro, because that will give you a good option as well to run like Boon DPS builds. Like you can run Berserker's gear on like Reaper, you can run Harbinger, and you should be able to run Berserker's gear on like Harbinger as well for quickness, or maybe a bit of extra boon duration gear would get you all the way to quick Ritualist as well. But the more roles you can cover with one set of gear, the better. It just happens a lot of boon builds don't require much, if any, extra concentration to work. Oh, now we'll do the hydrate. Thank you. Generally, QDPS or ADPS power or Condi preferred in these encounters. You'll generally find more slots for QDPS because Alacrity healers are more common, so QDPS is the boon DPS that pairs with that. Power and Condi doesn't really matter. There's some fights that prefer, power damage, or some fights that prefer the playstyle that typically comes with Condi builds. More important is that you're comfortable with the build. Oh. Rip. Yeah, if you have capacity to prepare both. Yeah, honestly, the more builds and roles you cover, the easier time you will have. And healers tend to be more sought after. Yeah, healers and boon DPS. People will normally fill groups with healers and boon DPS first, and then they'll open up the remaining slots to DPS. Yeah, you could probably do one set for 3 different power necro specs. Yeah, that's kind of how I'd approach it in your situation. And yeah, I need to try out some Troubadour, actually. DPS Troubadour possible? Yeah, should be. Just instant burst, I love it. Does that stun? No, it doesn't.
I've seen it all ends, but it never stops. Yes, unmake me.
And yeah, hopefully Guild Wars 3 would have the option to skip dialogue. That is a nice thing, especially if you wanted to blitz through something. And yeah, welcome in, Artifacts. Thank you. Let's bring Mantra of Concentration. Oh. Go. Sorry, thank you for the watch streak.
Are you insane? Harness the chaos of interminable space-time!
Poisoned. Override. Reactor initialization program. Production interrupted.
Many boons.
Reactor initialization program override.
No alternative.
Subject selected for temporal realignment. Hostile. 80% fragments.
Distort.
Stop. The consequences of your... I harness the chaos of
Where is...
interminable space-time!
Oh, cool, he's doing his thing. That was weird. And give people some distortion. I think they've got that.
Stop. The consequences of your actions could be catastrophic. I harness the chaos of interminable space-time!
Calm before the storm.
Enough of this! Your time ends now! EDR! Initiate EDF!
Projectional defense facsimiles online.
I harness the
Got him.
chaos of interminable space-time!
Rare treasure.
Best artifact. Are you excited for all of the Guild Wars 2 news? Well, Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 3, Guild Wars news in general. After we're done with Fractals, we'll draw the winner for our giveaway as well, so make sure you enter for that.
They look angry. Be careful.
Yeah, stability is probably good here.
It's over.
GG. And this set's probably fine.
Stormwood. Don't miss.
Where is the boss? There we go. Good CC. Been bopped around here. Okay, cool. We actually had enough distortion to make that work, or stability to make that work. Thank you, Beanstalk, for the hydrate. And here... Shield here, where's my focus? You know what? I got no idea. Oh wait, there it is. Do I even have a... I've got a scepter there. Yeah, I won't just have a sigil in it, that's fine. Need to at least get like a transference sigil or something in it. And Garfield, you're most welcome, mate. It's great to have you back. Cleave. And now we can hydrate. Oh, we got this one. Let's grab this. Almost grabbing this. Sweet. Customize. Transference. There we go. I really need to get just exotic sigils in that so I don't have to keep swapping legendary stuff. Chrono is actually a good situation where having to send weapons over legendary is quite helpful. Especially in Fractals, where you can get real benefit from swapping between different sets. Did I see the Guild Wars 2 news when it got up? Yeah, we watched it at the start of today's stream. And yeah, I'm incredibly excited for it. Oh, sorry to hear the artifacts. And let's get some CC. Distortion. Very clean. Why are we GGing? Right, that's probably just burnt more time than what we otherwise would have spent.
chamber.
Bounce.
All your delirium.
Try and grab these if I can. There we go.
Suffer and die in terror. Grows by the moment. I am hatred and horror.
Capped out on might. Sweet.
Eternally, vine and serpent.
And I have played some Path of Exile 2 in the past, but no, I'm definitely not ConnorConverse. Did really enjoy it. Bounce, there we go. And boss will probably phase. That's why it didn't phase right there, actually. There you go. Ample stability.
Treasure.
Yeah, we're blitzing through the amount of spirit shards we need, which is great. Oh, thank you, Jeff. Jess has made some wonderful zucchini bread. That smells absolutely amazing. Thank you. Really, really appreciate that. And that tiramisu was great. That's really good. Thank you so much. Off-topic question, are you team iOS or Android? Using an iPhone at the moment because I use a MacBook for video editing, and I like the fact that they integrate so closely together. Historically, I have been Android. I use an Android phone for some random gaming and stuff like that. Oh, with Google's push towards a closed ecosystem isn't much of a difference anymore, sadly. Yeah, honestly, there's really not. But yeah, like the iPhone, I'm using Jess's old iPhone, and it's just been solid. It's been really, really good. And plus, yeah, the MacBook as a laptop in itself, not the biggest fan of Mac OS. It's got some quirks that I don't particularly enjoy. The most annoying ones when you have to actually click into a window in order for your next click to register. It's not like you can just mouse over and then click, you have to click twice, which that's something that gets me every time. But as like a piece of hardware, and you know, the battery life on it is phenomenal. The form factor, build quality is great. Oddly enough, macOS has been incredibly stable. Doesn't really bother me with updates, actually. Is that a 40k mentioned in the background? No, it's not. Are your team Linux? They haven't moved over to yet. I really enjoy Linux as well. Depending on the day, I'll stream Guild Wars 2 either from Windows or from Linux. So right now I'm running into a few like quirks with OBS on Linux that I'm yet to resolve. But yeah, right now I'm running Windows. Got another drive where I can dual boot into Linux. Got a MacBook that I use for editing. And your main daily drive in terms of phone is an iPhone. Except it's going to streamline it. There's a lot going on, not going to lie. Guessing Link's desktop has come a long way in the last few years. Oh, it has, yeah. Especially in just the last few years, it's wild. And would I ever ban someone from the community for disagreeing with me? No, not at all. As long as they're respectful and polite about it, that's fine. And that's true, yeah, very much Windows has gotten worse over the last few years. Like, I've enjoyed my experience on Windows, particularly since I've run the Chris Titus Tech-like utility to really strip out a lot of the unwelcome stuff. So that's been a much more stable experience. But for that, oh. Thames, great to see you, mate. Don't forget about yesterday's giveaway. That is all good. So we've got another giveaway going right now on Twitch. Who won? PK won it, and I think there's someone else who just missed out because they didn't respond before I picked another winner. Missed out by a minute, and I just got them another thing for the giveaway. Dude, Kenny Brett's phenomenal. Must have been you. Brian, welcome in. Good time zone. I'm glad you approve. It's nice to be AFK and win if I know you. Yeah, no, that's very helpful. If I know you, then it's very easy. Even if topic is heated? Yeah, if topic is heated, that's fine as long as anyone's polite. That's all good. Oh, I do miss the Mossman boss. That was a very good time. Okay, 32 more spirit shards before our legendary. We should finish that after, we convert all our fractal stuff. Well of senility. Spirit Onslaught, just instant burst. I love it. Oh, doing boons in this section is going to be cursed. Way back when we had 2 Swampland Fractals, yeah, you'd have it so whenever you'd spawn into Swampland, it would be random whether you'd get one boss or the other. Honestly, I quite enjoyed that. Then remember all the fun spots you could stand to try and cheese Mossman, like stand on top of his hut. Wesley, welcome in. Great to see you, mate. And coming September 1st, we have 25 unique fractals. True, yeah. Target Bloom Hunger now. Also, even now, I think fractals are still drastically improved compared to what they were. I quote that as too past, yes. The aquatic fractal in and of itself is why I think underwater deserves a little bit of a rework. But overall, I think fractals are one of Arena's best systems. Oh, yeah, alacrity on this one's super annoying because all these mobs die. And yeah, most people are over on Twitch right now because of Twitch drops. But I really enjoy Warframe as well. I wouldn't necessarily say it's better than Guild Wars 2, it's a very different niches. And whatever you prefer is just a matter for your own preference. But yeah, I really enjoy Warframe. I think Warframe's great. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3. There we go. But yeah, totally justify if you enjoyed Warframe more than Guild Wars 2. I also really like it. Nice. That is all frackies done. Yeah, so let's draw the winner for our giveaway now. We will exit party. So everyone, last chance, make sure you type !enter, and if you win, let me know you're here and drop your Guild Wars 2 account details in chat, or your account name. Yeah, all good.
Rare treasure.
Weapon chest, please. Dodgemore, nice. Alright, let's close. And let's draw our winner. Where is it? Tea Time! Congratulations, mate. You are the winner. Tea Time, drop your account name in chat. And yes, let me know if you're here and I will send this right through to you. Oh, nice, you're there. Perfect. Hell yeah. Nice and easy. Congratulations. Warframe 2 did Guild Wars 2, you like them both, but dialogue system which you can't skip in Guild Wars 2 gave you trauma. That's fair. Need to get back and play some more Warframe. It is fantastic. It's been about 100-ish hours in it. Some intrigue. Excellent. Let's grab that, and I'll mail this to you right now. Mail. Yep, that is it. Obligatory rig. Yep, it is tradition. It's always rigged. Enjoy. Let's go. Deposit everything. Put my fractal keys up here. Alright, let's go actually deal with this loot now. Yes, let us know what you get as well when you open it. It seems soggy in your screen when you open yours. Nice. Okay, so we can consume all them.
Look at this. So pretty.
Okay, it's a bunch of extra gold, very handy, so we actually have to consume everything now. Over 3,300 hours in Warframe, nice. I don't think you have that much in Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1, probably have most of your hours. I've probably got more than most of the hours you got on Pass of Exile 1. Great choice, great taste in games. Thank you for the stretch. And so you played since release, been able to do T4 fractals for years, but just haven't gotten into it. Reckon I run through T3 first for attempting T4 properly, or just face back to T4? Go straight to T4. T4 is easier than T3s. In Tier 3s, people don't tend to run really optimized team compositions, like with full boon coverage, a healer and all that. They will in T4s, that will make them easier. T3s are notorious for being surprisingly difficult compared to T4s. Yeah, T3 is more than the pain. It's because people who run them tend to be less experienced and they won't run like proper group compositions. Or you're less likely to run into them. So yeah. T4s are easier. I already have that one. I got the Orion hat but didn't get into your account. Got the Heroes one. Know what you should do? Log into your ArenaNet account and go to the Applications tab. There's a button there for check for unclaimed drops. I've got a bunch of gold farming guides there. Don't think any of them should mention mirror farming. Alka, wonderful to see you, mate. Guild Wars 1 felt more like home since your first online RPG. Have you had a chance to play Guild Wars Reforged yet? And what are your thoughts on Guild Wars Reforged getting like more dedicated support nowadays? The mirror farm is still not bad. I made quite a bit of gold from just parking old characters at the mirrors, logging in, doing the mirror challenge, logging out. Did you dual boot your PC to Steam OS and Windows? I dual boot it to Linux and Windows. I have two separate drives, one for Linux, one for Windows. And I have like the same streaming setup set up on both, so particularly if there's ever a bug on one, I can just swap to the other, which I have had to utilize before. And let's switch that. The guild was installed on both? Yes. Like basically it's the same setup, mostly mirrored, a few like application differences. But yeah, my stream setup is like mirrored between them, so, you know, stream layout, overlays, all that good stuff is there. How's Addie? Addie's going very, very well. She's just chilling out with Jess in the other room right now. I really need to... Do I deal with my rings now, or do I deal with it when it gets quite comically large in terms of the number that I have? Got an entire bank tab for rings right now. It's mostly because I can't be bothered actually processing them. Isn't ArenaNet afraid to split its player base between Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 3? I don't think so. And I think what they're somewhat leaning towards is by keeping all three games operational, updated, and developed for, it means that, you know, say if you have a quiet period in one game or you get tired of that, you can go back and play, say, Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars Reforged, Guild Wars 3, depending. So I think it's a very smart thing. And yeah, because each game, like Guild Wars 1, is fundamentally different from Guild Wars 2 and will be different to Guild Wars 3. So having them be different and still being active means that, yeah, if someone does enjoy one, they can enjoy another. Or you can get a different experience on all of them. Ah, I'm glad you found the unclaimed drop stuff useful. Don't you want to go back to it again because you want to get that obsidian armor for your main character? I think you have to check it out sometime now with Reforged. Definitely recommend it. It's looking for Blish HUD on Linux OS where Guild Wars 2 installed. Seems impossible. Oh, you can do it. Hang on, the HUD Linux. There you go. Yeah, you can set up Blish HUD on Linux doing that. So Hannah, thank you. Appreciate the follow. And thank you to everyone who's followed as well. Where are we at? Where are we going? Right. Back to spoon, you can go, you can go. Get rid of those. There we go. Nice and clean inventory. Alright, so I need to go pick up some more stuff for Legendary. Let's get 29 of these. Everything else I should get. I'll get some jugs of water. Oh, I need... It's the sheet of premium paper, isn't it? Yeah, sheet of premium paper. What legendary are you working on? The Aurine's hammer. Let's grab those. That should take care of all of that. Yeah, I'm trying to work on crafting all of the Aurine weapons. So I need more spirit shards. Did I get more water? I don't think I did. I literally just need one. That's probably a part of the sheet of premium paper, so it doesn't matter. And here... I will need 2 more... Oh, actually, hang on. No, I can get more. Get more. Don't worry. Even going for the skins. I'll probably get some of the skins. Don't know if I'll get around to getting all the skins. That will be a very long-term goal. Yeah, there we go. That's all the spirit shards now. This is all just from one round of fractals in terms of spirit shards. I probably got close to 40 spirit shards when you factor in the spirit shards I got. Getting extra skins for the weapons is a lot of work. An individual one, it's not a huge amount of work. It's like a fraction of a legendary, but getting all of them for every weapon, yeah, that's a big one. That will give you the title Fragment of Prismatic and Boundless Light, I believe, and I think according to Guild Wars 2 efficiency, there's something of the order of like 350-ish people in all of Guild Wars 2 that have it. Or Facet, yeah. Yeah, total 96 Gen 3 skins. Yeah, it's a very rare title. Because it's a lot of work. Okay, so I need 100 Mystic Runestones. I need a Bloodstone Shard. I need a Gift of Glory. Gift of War. I need Blessings of the Jade Empress. Goodbye Spirit Shards. Yeah, what are we back down to? Back down to 8 again. See, now I'm going to have to refer back to my most recent YouTube video about how to farm Spirit Shards in order to get back up there. Alright, how are we going here? Jade Cathedral, Jade Empress, Jade Gate. So I need another Jade thing. And if you come back, there's also Raid Quick Play as well, artifacts, where it's a very good way to get into Raid. It's basically an automated random group finder for some of the easier Raid encounters. It's a very good addition. I've got lots of Jade Gates. Oh, it's the Jade Dragon statuette I need. Let's grab that.
Rare treasure.
Let's go outside Central Tyria to Arborstone. Coffee is very nice. Oh, I got to go to Arborstone. I don't think I need to actually go there to buy the hydrocatalytic reagents. I can do it elsewhere. I can turn off Blish HUD as well. I don't need it. Where was I going? I'll see if I can actually buy things at this vendor. No. I'll get that one. The Imperial Favor. Oh, this character doesn't even have access to that Saitung province. Rip. Alright, let's grab another character to do it then. Deposit mats. Okay, just get all legendary crafting thingamabobs and pop them here. Sorry to hear you had a bad experience in quick play. Yep. Whenever, you're dealing with like a mix of experienced and new players, sometimes, tensions can get a little bit high, but yeah, that's unfair. It's 32 million karma for all Gen 3, 9,600 spirit shards. Yeah, let alone for all the legendaries themselves. But awesome. What I'll do now, I've been going for a smidge. I'm going to go take a break, stretch my legs, and then we are going to come back. So sit tight, enjoy video. Everyone keeps talking to me about machines coming to take our jobs. But you know what? I just don't see it. My job is so demanding, so technical, so difficult. There is no way the robots will come for me. Not a chance in hell. Oh. Well, it's time for Heal Mechanist. I, for one, welcome our new Jade Mech overlords. Ever since End of Dragons launched, we've been living in a world ruled by mechanists. We have 2 outstanding DPS builds, a phenomenal Alacrity DPS build, and today we're covering the absolutely incredible Heal Alacrity Mechanist. Here we have a build that has an absolutely trivial time keeping up 100% Alacrity, grants 25 might, and covers off on regen, fury, vigor, and protection. Not only that, you can also give your team stability and Aegis in a pinch. To top things off, you also have insane amounts of barrier and Condi cleanse to carry your team through even the sketchiest encounters. All these things come together to make this one of the premier healing builds for all of Guild Wars 2's endgame content. While some other healing builds need to pick and choose what kind of support they can give their team, Mechanist is a greedy little piglet and can do it all. Once you pick this up, you'll have a spot on essentially every encounter in the game. And with that, let's get cracking. Mechanist is one of the elite specializations for the Engineer, with the others being Scrapper and Hollowsmith. Once you equip the Mechanist trait line, you'll get access to Mace as a main hand weapon, which offers a good amount of condition damage and barrier application. You'll get access to a new set of Signet skills to mess around with as well. We'll be using a few of these in today's build. You'll also replace your typical Engineer toolbelt skills with Mech Command skills. Oh yeah, you'll also get a new swanky AI controlled mech bot to follow you around and aid you in combat. Your trait choices in the Mechanist trait line will let you decide whether your mech is focused on power damage, condition damage, or applying boons. It will also change what mech control skills you have access to at any point. This makes Mechanist a very customizable and very fun trait line to play with. We'll quickly cover off on where your healing on Heal Mechanist actually comes from. Heal Alacrity Mechanist by default runs 3 kits, which gives you access to 5 additional skills each, so you'll be dipping in and out of them often for healing. Medkit is your default heal skill and gets buffed by the trait Health Insurance. Here you have access to Med Blaster, which will spray healing to allies in front of you, Bandage Blast, which will fire bandages ahead of you, heal allies and apply regeneration, Vital Burst, which will provide a single burst of healing around you. You also grant regeneration with Infusion Bomb, with a particularly long base duration of 10 seconds. The 5th skill in Elixir Gun, Super Elixir, will provide a burst of healing and then pulse additional healing for 5 seconds. The 5th skill in Mortar Kit, Elixir Shell, will lay down a water field which you can blast for additional healing, and it will also pulse healing for 5 seconds. You'll also heal allies whenever you use a Mech Command skill due to the trait Soothing Detonation. With the trait Medical Dispersion Field, when you're in combat, you'll store up 33% of the healing you apply to yourself, and every 3 seconds you'll use that to heal nearby allies. You have access to 2 water fields on Cleansing Field in Medkit and Elixir Shell, which you can blast for some extra healing. On top of all this healing, you also apply a ton of barrier on Mechanist, which you can think of as a kind of preemptive healing. Alacrity is the most important boon you'll be providing with Heal Mechanist, and is made possible by a single trait, Channeling Conduits in the Mechanist line. This trait causes you to apply Alacrity to a target when you also grant that target barrier, which you will apply through several traits and skills. For a quick rundown of how you apply barrier, your Mace auto attack chain will apply barrier to allies around you. The trait Barrier Engine causes your mech to apply barrier to nearby allies automatically every 3 seconds. Your Mech Command skill, Barrier Burst, will apply 5 pulses of barrier and Alacrity. When you activate Barrier Signet, you'll again apply 5 pulses of Alacrity. On top of applying Alacrity through barrier, you'll also grant Alacrity via your Mech Command skill, Crisis Zone. All these ways in which you provide Alacrity mean you'll have an absolutely trivial time upkeeping 100% Alacrity. Before we jump into the build proper, we have a balance patch coming up at the end of June, so let's touch on the changes to Mechanist and how they impact this build. Mechanical Genius currently causes your mech to inherit a percentage of your stats, with this being reduced if your mech is standing too far away from you. After this next patch, instead of your mech gaining less stats, your mech command skills will take longer to recharge when it's too far away from you. Just keep your mech close and you won't have to worry about this change either way. The trait Barrier Engine will be receiving a slight nerf in PvE to bring it in line with the PvP and World vs World versions, so expect to see slightly less barrier being applied to your group automatically by your mech. The skill Barrier Burst is having the base barrier that it applies significantly increased in PvE, and it's also going to scale much better with healing power, so look forward to this skill just being way better now. Now let's cover off on our weapons. Fortunately, the weapons on Heal Mech are fairly simple. You'll always want to run Mace and Shield. Mace is the new weapon that you get access to when you become a Mechanist. It outputs a ton of barrier, applies confusion, grants regeneration and vigor, and gives you access to more CC. Mace auto attack will deal some strike damage, inflict confusion, and on the last strike, grant barrier to nearby allies. This is one of the main ways you'll be providing alacrity. Just auto attacking with your mace and having your mech attack a target is enough to upkeep 100% alacrity on your team. Energizing Slam will inflict vulnerability and confusion on your target, as well as grant regeneration and vigor to allies. You'll be wanting to use the skill off cooldown to help upkeep these boons. Rocket Fist Prototype will deal some damage, apply burning, and most importantly for Heal Mechanist, stun nearby enemies. Try and save this skill for when you need some extra break bar damage. Shield is an outstanding defensive weapon, and will make surviving and tanking much easier. It gives you access to a projectile reflect, channel block, and tons of CC. Your shield skills also grant protection to nearby allies thanks to your Overshield trait. Magnetic Shield will create a shield that reflects projectiles for 3 seconds. It can then be released to knock back enemies. Static Shield will grant you a channeled block for 2.5 seconds and stun enemies that attack you while you're blocking. You can then throw your shield to daze enemies when you throw. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay. I think we are very close now to having everything we need. Have everything we need for our Legendary. I think you made a name for the following. And Alcar, the Discretized site, which some of your clips mentioned, can no longer exist. Oh, that's right. They have changed that. Someone's made a cache save site for the augmentation calculator. Okay, that's good to know. Afaro, great to see you. Hope you're having a good day, mate. Ah, so for the augmentations. Okay, so it's the build optimizer no longer there. That's unfortunate. The build optimizer, I think, was the real money section of the site. It's a shame that it's gone. Crank it up, how's it going? Alright, so now I need to head into Arborstone. But yeah, it's a shame that, yeah, their site's no longer available. Yeah, that sucks. I found that so helpful for just making alternative gear sets. Oh, the build optimizer still exists, does it? Hang on. Discretize Guild Wars 2. Oh, sweet. Why'd I open that in the virtual machine? Okay, cool. That still exists. Sweet. Okay, that's great then. And I can hide Blishart. There we go. No, that's good. Hell yeah. It's good. It means I don't need to adjust the video. Maybe I have to check the link. Like maybe update the link or something like that, but still. It's also open source on GitHub. Great. Because yeah, that was an incredibly useful tool. Oh, so I got to get these.
Rare loot.
Nah.
There we go.
I'll see you around.
And I can't swap these for Imperial Favor, can't I? Dang, that would have been nice. Thank you for the standing desk. That would have been really good. Instant couple legendaries worth of Imperial favor.
You rarely see one of those.
Oh no, not these things. I thought I got an ascended one, but no. Yeah, Sven dropped the perma-crafting station. That's amazing. Okay. Process that. Don't know who they're talking to. They're just tut-tutting at each other. Okay, let's go pop these back in the bank. Gotta exchange that. So, okay. I need hydrocatalytic reagents. So with hammers, I'll have to swap onto a hammersmith, weaponsmith. I think at that point, we have everything. Yeah. So I've got to go talk to the Jadebot merchant. Need a bunch of hydrocatalytic reagents. So I need 39 of these. Yeah, I know. I've been saying for a very long time I need to do that. I might see if I can look at doing it after this legendary, because, yeah, it gets annoying. Okay, so it's all Mystic Forge shenanigans now. So from there, if we go to this character, okay. Okay, I got some hammers here I'll be able to convert. Or salvage, which will be nice. Okay. So we need the gift of the Dragon Empire. So I'll do the various gifts first. Then it's all Mystic Forge. I need a Delgamore Steel Hammerhead. But yeah, it's coming together. A legendary I won't sell, which is good. Alright, let's get crafting.
Now this is a find.
There's my record button. There we go. Ready Willy Seagull, welcome in. No, wrong thing. Also, great to see you, mate. How you been? Grover, welcome in.
Now this is a find.
And why is the future bright for Guild Wars 2? Kind of missed the infos about the future. Well, earlier today we went through and watched the video that Arena had released on their YouTube channel, but long story short is they are going to continue supporting Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars Reforge even after the launch of Guild Wars 3. So basically after this expansion that we're currently in Visions of Eternity, they're going to basically go and do huge sort of content and quality of life updates throughout the entire game, starting in Corteria and going in through Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, End of Dragons, basically just circling through the whole game and doing like a big polish of everything. And, you know, fixing like the new player experience and stuff like that. And then they'll be doing yearly updates after Guild Wars 3 releases. And in the meantime, by, I think it's, yeah, towards the end of this year, early next year, can't remember the exact timing, but we will have Hall of Monuments for Guild Wars 2 to get yourself extra bonuses in Guild Wars 3. Our most fun class specialization ever played in Guild Wars 2, shoot. The most fun for me, it's probably a toss-up between Condi Renegade or Power Daredevil. They'll be doing like annual content updates after the after Guild Wars 3 launches. Might not necessarily be called expansions, but they're going to be, yeah, just huge content updates for that. But yeah, so Guild Wars 2 is going to be getting long-term support, and they mentioned, hey, they're going to support Guild Wars 2 for, you know, the next 15 years or more. Yeah, we're not sure what the content updates will look like, whether they might be expansion-esque in nature or more like Living World or something else. But yeah, they're planning to go through and do regular updates, so it's not as though there's going to be no content for Guild Wars 2. They're going to be developing Guild Wars Reforged, Guild Wars 2, and Guild Wars 3 at the same time. So that's big. It's not as though, like a lot of other game studios might do, where they just release new game, drop all the support for the old ones. No, they're actually upping the support. And for the past couple years, they have been supporting 3 games. They've had a team developing Guild Wars 3, they've had a team working on Guild Wars 2, and they have a team working on Guild Wars Reforged. So really, we're just continuing sort of the status quo that we're in. But Guild Wars 3 will be in beta towards the tail end of next year. And yeah, I haven't played... Oh, do you mean like Paragon in Guild Wars 2? Yes. Banger of a heal build. And yeah, we don't know what any of the weapons will be in Guild Wars 3 yet. We'll find that out, I presume, when they announce it. So we've got all those. I'll forge that. Okay. So I need to get a bunch of stuff out the bank. Yeah, we'll only be harpoon rifles. When realistically is Guild Wars 2 going to be released then? Don't know for sure, but given the beta is slated for the end of 2027, I would expect somewhere, no, maybe late 2028 if I was to hazard a guess, but we don't know. And so Gratch said they will start development of the new content soon too, given that yearly expects take around 18 months of dev time. Yeah, so they're still going to be going through and providing content updates for Guild Wars 2, and for Guild Wars 1 for that matter as well. But I'd expect sometime in 2028, but we don't know. Might depend on things like, you know, feedback from the beta and, you know, whatever things they want to tweak and change and all of that good stuff. Did I put the... I think I didn't swap stuff off for character. Alright, back we go. And yeah, we don't know where the story's going to go, but I think a great thing about what they've done with Guild Wars 3 being set in the past, and Guild Wars 2 effectively being set like in the present or the future, but opens the potential so that Guild Wars 2 can be focused on like the future of the Guild Wars universe, whereas Guild Wars 3 can be focused on fleshing out the past. Reply to Arena to get the news yourself. Enjoy your massive NDA, I can imagine. But yeah, we don't know where they're going to take the story, but I think what they're doing, especially with the supporting of all 3 games, is a amazing move. Not just for players, it's fantastic for players, but for ArenaNet as a business as well. You know, it's not hedging all your bets on a new MMO, and it is hard to like release a new MMO nowadays because yeah, MMOs are a very niche game that requires like, huge amounts of development time, and it's competing against, you know, other MMOs, even Guild Wars 2 itself, which has like almost 15 years worth of content. So, you know, having all 3 Guild Wars games be active and supported, you know, while Guild Wars 3 is released and gets more and more content added to it, great move. Did I even move the things? I think I did. Okay, I did. Sweet. Okay, so I need to grab Jade Runestones. That. Need a chunk of pure Jade. So what is that misbound trademark that people were talking about a while ago? Don't know. I don't know, potentially that could be for like a future content update for Guild Wars 2. Could be something for Guild Wars 1. Could be something they set aside, but oh hey, we know what will be great with Guild Wars 3. Could be that. Antique summoning stones, I need that. Ah, here we go, that lives there. Then I need Mystic Clovers. I also need those and those. All of them. Deldrimore steel ingots. Okay, ball of dark energy that can live there. I need my hydrocatalytic reagents. I need all of these. Luck that can live in the bank. Everything else, I've probably missed like one thing. Oh, sheet of premium paper. What am I doing? Okay. Yeah, people seem to forget they've been developing the two games simultaneously for 5+ years now already, and Guild Wars 1's been handled by 2 weeks. Yeah, like they've already been working on the 3 games. It's just that now we're going to transition to Guild Wars 3 launching. I think what they're doing is exceptional. I think it's really, really good. And they're also going to go through and do a whole bunch of like performance tweaks and system updates to Guild Wars 2 as well, which is very exciting. A whole bunch of like, you know, technical rendering and physics-based things is going to make it easier for them to develop. Essentially, they just talked about what they have been doing. They will continue. Yeah, I think that's really, really smart what they've done. Okay. So I need to do Deldrimore Steel Hammerhead. And I need a cube of stabilized dark energy. Then we're just left with Mystic Forge stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, look at the Mystic Forge, look at the Attendant, get mad about all the extra stuff that they have cost me over the years, and then I'll open up my Mystic Forge conduit. So we will get our Jade Runestones, Ancient Ambergris, Pure Jade, Jade Empress Blessings, Forge, that creates a gift of the Dragon Empire. Now I will grab Bloodstone Shard, Antique Summoning Stones, Gift of Cantha, Gift of the Dragon Empire, Forge, creates a Gift of Jade Mastery. Anthony, high experience players in chat, you want to ask, should you invest your gems to buy more character slots because you have 5 or 6 at the moment? Yeah, that's a very good thing to do. Having enough character slots for one of each class is a great thing. Being able to play everything is awesome. You won't regret that. Okay, now let's grab Amalgamated Draconic Lodestones, Gift of Condensed Magic, Gift of Condensed Might, and Mystic Clovers. Creates a Draconic Tribute. Give money to ArenaNet? 100%. After what ArenaNet have announced with them releasing Guild Wars 3 and still supporting Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1 with content updates, you should give your money to ArenaNet. How many characters do you have that has max bag slots? I have 1. I'll usually only have like 1 character that has max bags, everything else will tend to have the minimum. Maybe like some might have a little bit extra if I've had extra bag expansions floating around. So I've got the Hammerhead, so now we need to create a poem on hammers. So we get the Hammerhead, sheet of premium paper. Oh, now I need the Tales of Adventures. But I've max bank slot. Max bank slot's really, really good to have. I don't have that yet. Like I could probably get close to doing it very soon if I need it. But I kind of have what I need. Okay, so now, Tales of Adventure, Deldrimore Steel Hammerhead, Sheet of Premium Paper, Lamplighter's Badge, Poem on Hammers. Then I will need Hydrocatalytic Reagents. And can I consolidate? No, I've got to compact these, don't I? Yeah, Hydrocatalytic Reagents, Thermocatalytic Reagents, and a stack of luck. Yep, we'll forge that. That creates a Gift of Research. I've done the Cube of Stabilized Dark Energy, so now I will do Gift of Glory, Gift of War, Gift of Battle, and the Cube of Stabilized Energy. Forge, that's a Gift of the Mist, done. Then I'll do Gift of Aurine's Weight. So it's Poem on Hammers, Gift of Research, Gift of the Mist, 100 Mystic Runestones. Thank you, Esri, for the follow. That's the Gift of Aurine's Weight. Now I should be able to craft straight up Aurine's Weight. Okay. Let's do it. Let's go Dragon's Weight. Gift of Aurine's Weight. Draconic Tribute. Gift of Jade Mastery. Got the skin of Dragon's Weight. Nice. Next Aurine Legendary. Done and dusted. See how much it goes for on the trading post. We're not going to sell. We're going to keep this one. Oleg, thank you so much for the follow, mate. Nice. A cheeky 2,000 gold. Let's deposit everything in compact. Okay, and let's make it all nice and small. Oh, I've got the River Otter here. Sweet. That's cool. Okay. Add to Legendary Armory in 3, 2, 1... Aurine's Weight. Even inside the shell of my little egg, I could feel them, the stranger. Their soul smelled of pain and ached, yet somehow I knew. I knew that I was safe in their care. Great. That is, I think, it's our 5th of 6 Aurine Legendary, done and dusted. Looks like I've done double up on a sword, so I think I need another 12 more. But that's another one done, which means we get to go through on every character that has hammers, and we get to replace them all now. Alright, let's take a look. Conductive Banana, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, let's look. We're going to go... Hang on. Let's see if I go over to display. We're going to check to see where any of our ascended hammers are. We want weapons and... hammers. Okay. I actually don't have that many ascended hammers. It probably wasn't the most efficient one for me to craft, but still. Another one bites the dust. So this character has one. Doesn't have one equipped, but we can replace it. Okay. Yeah. Yep, there it is. Nice. Okay. Oh, we can salvage it, though, for... Yeah, we can salvage it for... What's the word? Magnetite shards. That's it. I'm glad you appreciate the chill vibes. That's great. I actually need many magnetite shards. So we'll salvage that. Nice. Now, I'll actually consolidate the agony infusions here, because I know I probably will need them on other characters. I've definitely... let some characters slip. Now, we've got an engineer who lives here. And cool, so we've done this hero point. So here is the hammer. That's the Zoja's Warhammer. I don't really get too much from dealing with that. Scorp, what's up, mate? Great to see you. Force and Impact. Drag it here. No, I think it's Berserkers. Force. Impact. And what I can do now... Oh, sweet, I can somehow just do it from there. I didn't expect I could do that. Cool. There it is. Aurine's hammer. Gold Shrimp, welcome in. Can I like interact with this, please? Oh, because I've already done this one today, probably. There it is. Another Aurine Legendary done. Okay, and then we have Herald of Harold. He has a hammer. Okay, so where's that hammer live? Oh, it's just here. I can just... Will I need another hammer? Probably not. Can't even really sell that. Alright, let's just go put that in the bank. You can get added to our list of ascended weapons. Got like 2 of them right there. Nice. Okay. Let's use that.
That looks valuable.
Got a bunch of extra gold. Nice, I know, tide that later. That's you done. Only if I really do not have that many hammers. Then we go to the new Veil Jumper, which is this one. Bird. Take a seat now. Hey, thank you, Alcar, for the hydrate. Much appreciated, my friend. Okay. Now, do you have a hammer equipped, or is it in the inventory? Oh, hello, hammer in the inventory. Well, it's making it very easy to sub these out. What is that? White Mantle Sledge. That's good, which means I can salvage it. Any raid one is worth it for me to salvage for the Magnetite alone, because the Magnetite's an incredibly useful currency for me to buy Mystic Clovers with weekly. I love the Janthia music.
Too much treasure.
Okay, so that's done. And then we have another engineer. Did you get the new raid gizmo? What's the benefit of the raid gizmo? Oh, it functions like a portable trader. Okay, that's cool. People, more characters. I have so many, though. Living Water Hammer. Okay. Just tossing up. I'll make gold if I salvage that, because I can sell the Sigil of Force and the Sigil of Impact, so that's a good thing for me to do. Angelica, welcome in. Thanks for content, being lurking for a few hours now. Very chill, positive vibe. Thank you. Just getting back in the game after a year break. That took me a moment to read. Rerolled your Ranger, been having a blast. You have a level 80 Necro already. That's awesome. Yeah, Ranger was my very first class in Guild Wars 2 all those years ago, so great choice. Okay, so now I need a salvage kit. Can I even buy one? Yep. Okay. So then here we salvage that.
Statistically speaking, this
salvage
is
croissants. I'll sell that. I can make the gold back from it by doing that at least. And then we have the Sigil of Impact, which is worth a bit. So yeah, that was a good play. Yeah, Sigil of Force is so cheap now. Anything that has a Hunter Ranger vibe, you're all for it. That was literally my exact thought when I made my very first Ranger. And Kimura, genuine question here. What's your take on Guild Wars 3 happening 1,000 years before Guild Wars 2? It's 1,000 years before Guild Wars 1, but I think it's good. I think it's a very good idea because, yeah, we can have they're going to keep supporting Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. So Guild Wars 2, I think, can be positioned to focus on the future of Tyria, whereas Guild Wars 3 can be focused all on fleshing out the past. And it happens so far in the past that, you know, everything's wide open in terms of telling stories. So I think that's really clever. I think it's really smart. Yeah, ReNet have positioned themselves really well in keeping all 3 games running. I'll sell that at this vendor. Yes. Cool, the Aurine's hammer is now done. Now, there is also... I did actually contact ArenaNet support about us getting Twice Told Legend. I've got some things that I need to try before I submit an in-game bug report. Let's try that. Because, yeah, they agree that this should work with Aurine legendaries. But let's work our way through the list of things that they have sent us, so then we can deal with this. For anyone who doesn't know, a while back I accidentally crafted a second Aurine sword because I didn't read. Instead of crafting Aurine's claw, I crafted Aurine's fang. I just switched them in my head, so I accidentally crafted a second sword, which I can make use of. Yeah, I literally didn't notice until I went to equip it, and then went, wait, why is that not a dagger? I need a dagger. I was very confused. It doesn't help that the recipes are basically exactly the same. So I can make use of it, because my main class is Revenant and uses 2 swords, so it's not the worst, but... We tried to get Twice Told Legend, because hey, you know, if we did a giant fuck up like that, I may as well actually get a fancy title out of it. But it was bugged. I go talk to this person. Doesn't do it. Okay, so, what I must do. Please try equipping Aurine Fangs on your main hand and offhand weapon, or one in weapon 1 main hand and one in your other main hand weapon. Ensure you've equipped the physical item, not just the skin applied to another weapon. Yeah, you could have mailed Guild Wars 2 support about the mistake. Guild Wars support's very kind. Yeah, and that's what I've gone through and done. It's mostly because I've finally gotten around to doing it. So. And thank you so much, Vanguard, for the sub, mate. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm tossing up if I do it on this character or if I go on a character that doesn't have them, because all my swords are going to be spread across different sets of build templates. So I might actually, instead of doing it on this one, I might go into a character I know doesn't have it. Which I feel like could be this one. This character doesn't have it. You have 2 Frozen Acts but don't have that achievement too? Okay, well if what I'm doing now solves it, then hopefully it can help you as well. Guild Wars 3 Southeast Asian servers, I would be very happy if it had that. I would love to experience good ping. But I prefer to think of it as, you know, Australians having to live with 200, 250 ping, just like keeps our power level in check. It's the equivalent of Piccolo's weighted outfit from Dragon Ball Z. Okay. So if I look on any of this, I don't have... I've got dagger, axe, dagger here. Also, bird. Yeah, let's mess with this set. Okay, so... Unequip. 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 Yeah, you need to actively go to the NPC. Yeah. So, now what should I do? Equip Aurine's Fang in your main hand weapon and offhand weapon. Let's try and talk to her. Okay, so that doesn't do it. Let's go here. Okay, and then let's do this. Yep, so that doesn't work. Also, please ensure you put the physical item, not just the skin, applied to another weapon. Yep, unfortunately that doesn't work. So let's maybe try just giving it some stats. Apothecary stats. And, hang on. Where is the most random set? Oh, Nomad stats. Yeah, there we go. Loving the other. Thank you. It's great. Yep, so that's not working. Okay, so that's going to have to be submit an actual like bug report. Hang on. Unequip. But good, we've tried that. Have I got the bear head? Oh, I do have the bear head. Yes, I do. Hang on, wardrobe. No. I do. do have the... Why is that somehow even funnier? It's horrifying. I suppose they're not setting the game in any kind of direction as an RPG player. Not really, because yeah, we haven't really gotten much in terms of, or haven't really gotten anything in terms of gameplay, so I expect it will be some sort of, action RPG style game, because, Korean does seem to specialize in RPGs of various descript. But yeah, honestly, I would hope that it would be quite different from Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1. I draw inspiration from them both and draw like all the best things, but I want them to be different games. Because they're all going to be running at the same time. I don't want two different versions of the same game. Okay, so we still can't get the title. So yeah, we must submit another bug report. That's okay. We've got everything in process now, or in progress now with ArenaNet support. Oh, it's quite funny with those wings, actually. Little angelic blue teddy bear. Yeah, the term action RPG is very broad. It is, like, that could be basically any type of third-person action game with a, sort of character building aspect. As soon as you add that in, bam, it's an RPG. Almost made your range at Asura but went Norn. Don't have an Asura, human and Norn now, but you also like the outfit even more now. That's good. You used to play Guild Wars 2 in the first expansion launch. You mostly play World vs. World stuff with Staff Guardian. Want to start over for Hall of Monuments 2 and you're lost where to go? Well, first, I think just, reinstall Guild Wars 2 and get in and start having a bit of a play and tinker around, just sort of take stock of where all your characters are. You'll have a bunch of birthday gifts to come back to, so that's really, really exciting. So you've got that to look forward to. But, for people coming back to Guild Wars 2, say you're in World vs. World, like, honestly, just find a good World vs. World build from probably something like GW2 Miss or Snow Crows or something like that. Throw it on your character and get blasted in your World vs. World and you'll pick it up again in no time. But, if you're keen on doing a bit of the story, I think working through the story in the chronological order is a great way to ease yourself back into it, especially because doing the story gives you a bunch of mastery points, which helps you progress your account post level 80. So I think that's a very good and very smart thing to do as well. But yeah, I think just reinstalling the game, jumping in, and sort of accepting for the first little bit, you might be a little bit lost. Especially coming back to an MMO, it's hard to be like, okay, what was I doing all those years ago and where do I go now? I think just go in and start having a bit of a play. Like especially World vs. World, you've got the pre-existing game mode where you can just dive into. And just sort of see where it goes from there. Darkbringer, welcome in. Oh, you're partially out of context. Oh, excellent. Thank you for popping in. Hang on, I'll pop back on this character. You're partially out of context of this, but your guess is the one-handed aspect of 2 or 4 slots is blocking it in some way. Definitely add 2 or 3 snapshots with legendary weapons in each of those forms, and hovering, that is the physical legendary. Excellent, I will do just that. And let's go grab those screenshots now. I'll do... Oh, thank you, Gossek. I will, take screenshots of that right now, so let's do this. Okay, so first, we've got this. We'll grab a screenshot of that. That's saved, okay. And let's go here. So let's go there, there.
Greetings and
Okay, so we have
salutations.
that. That's a good screenshot. And that. And that. Then let's go here. That. And then that. Cool. We've got a screenshot of that. Excellent. Thanks for pointing that out. So yeah, I'll go through and grab... Well, once I go on a break, I'll go through and update the support ticket with all that. So then you can get that sorted. Look at that fashion. It's very much on point. Oh, hello, Gossek. Good to see you. Oh, one question. Once at level 80, should you buy exotic trinkets from the TP or go for Ascended right away? I think, especially as a stopgap, just get yourself some exotic ones straight up. It'll cost you a little bit of gold, but that gold can easily be made back. It's not too expensive. Because, yeah, the easiest way to get trinkets, I've got... where is the button for my gearing guide? There it is. I've made a guide all about gearing on Guild Wars 2. It can take... Like, Ascended trinkets are quite easy to get, but you're sort of going to have to go through different areas of the game to get them. So I think just starting out with some exotic ones is a good shout. And then just swap them out for Ascended as you get them. Yeah, there we go, cool. So, let's go. There was something else I was going to do, but I've since forgotten what it was. Oh yeah, World vs. World, if you have any of that currency, is a really good place to get gear as well. Pretty sure it's Ecto Gambling. Oh, hush your face off. Trying to trick me into Ecto Gambling, especially when I've actually got gold to my name. I have plans to get rid of that gold myself. Where do you park your alt character to mirror spots? I have parked them at mirror spots before. Most of my alt characters now are parked at Griffin Adventures because they are fantastic for spirit shards, which is the main thing stopping me getting legendaries. I got a few characters. I got one character sitting at an End of Dragon's hero point because that seemed reasonable. But a lot of them kind of also aren't parked right now. Because, yeah, I've used them for various things. Oh, what's your favourite legendary? Hope. Oh, I'll log back in, Gossek, so you can show me what you got. But yeah, my latest YouTube video, it's all about how to farm spirit shards in particular. But yeah, Hope, the Gen 2 pistol, that's my favourite. That's absolute god tier legendary. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, whoever designed Hope, give them the biggest raise ever. Oh, you DM me? Hang on, let me take a look. Oh, Twice Told Legend, you've got it now. Nice, good. Well done, that's great. I'm glad you got it. And thank you everyone for the follows. Ah, no, I think I remember what I was going to do. I was going to... Yes. Oh, I need more experience boosters. That's an unacceptable amount of experience boost. We were going to go and farm up enough experience to max out our next mastery, because I've been meaning to do it for some time. Candy corn. How much of that boost do I have? 2 hours. That is enough. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. And thank you everyone for all of the follows. I played the objectively correct choice on Condi Ren, which is Mace, Axe, and Shortbow. I think I'm actually running Spear here, but I do enjoy that old set. Still, that set of Mace, Axe, and Shortbow is the set I got closest ever to a benchmark on. Yeah, I got within like 2.5% of a benchmark, and that was even with Australian ping. I was quite proud of myself. Would you focus on sigils first as ranger or pet skill? I'd actually, for your first skills, if you're picking to unlock some, I'd probably go traps, just because traps can give you a huge amount of burst damage, which will burst through things in Corteria way quicker, I would think. You'll unlock everything by the time you reach level 80 anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but if I had to pick, I'd probably go traps. I'd put like Frost Trap and Flame Trap on there. I unequip both and go talk to NPC. Yeah, I've already tried that. Thanks for pointing it out, the Gossek. I think might be an issue with Gen 3 ones in particular. But that's alright. Once I go on a break, I'll update support with those screenshots I took.
She'd probably appreciate it.
And Foster, welcome in. You started the game a few days ago and want to ask where you can find a longbow build. Getting confused, you're level 50. Awesome. Well, what class are you playing in particular? Because some classes can use longbow and some cannot. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah, there it is. Just pushing the thought through our neurons. Okay. Yeah, I was going to go consume all this candy corn to get many experience buffs. There we go. Good, 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 good. And Legend, thank you so much for the follow. Now, next step is I also want to swap over to Power Herald. Oh, your Ranger? Oh, perfect. No, that actually works out really, really well. I will grab one for you. Let's say open world. Let's go Ranger. If you go... here we go. Gale Shot's a really good one. That's a very good longbow build, actually. But if you just started out... Hang on, let's go. Oh, actually, hang on. I'll go one step better. We'll start with this, and then we'll go and we'll make the change for it. That's probably like the go-to sort of longbow build right now for Ranger. Requires an elite spec from Visions of Eternity, but hang on, I'll make a change to that so we can do it using Core Ranger. And actually for that, download the game now, I hope it's fun. Oh, I think you will have a wonderful time. I only bought the first 2 DLCs into the game. Okay, so that is Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire. Okay, I don't want to make you go back there, but when you have time, try having the other 4 slots filled with legendary access, 4 slots with legendary. It's fully possible that all the extra ones... Let the extra ones handle match checks of finding slots null or empty, then returning regardless of one correct match. Okay. So fill the remaining slots with legendaries. Okay, I'll do that in a bit. I'll sort out the core Ranger longbow build first, and then we'll go and do that. Good tip, thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. What's that? That's just sort of taking stock of where everything is. Okay, let's unequip that. Ignore the stats. The stats just put like full berserker on everything. Got a longbow on there. We're very happy about it. Do I have a... Oh no, let's just take this. Okay. Let's go... Copy the build template just so I can paste it here. Okay, that gives us Gale Shot, which is going to give us a lot of the good longbow traits. But then we will yeet this, and we'll probably go for, I imagine it will be Beast Mastery is usually the one. Yeah, Beast Mastery. That's always a good, like, DPS spec. Oh, can you get access for Gale Shot? It's Visions of Eternity. That is the one, so yeah, I'll take this skill, Strength of the Pack, Omega Damage. Thank you for the stretch. But yeah, it's probably actually... It's one of the most fun specs from Visions of Eternity, I think. I really, really love it. Yeah, follow the story in order, take your time, there's no rush. Yeah, it's a good chat, I always recommend that. Okay. In terms of heal, good one to take as always. We heal as 1. I like putting sigils or signets in that slot. Suits my brain. Then here I'd take Frost Trap. Quickening Zephyr for quickness. And then here, let's see. B-Skills Taunt. Cast lesser Quickening Zephyr when you swap pets, that's a good one. When you strike an enemy with the Beast ability, which is that. Cast Sick'em on the enemy. That's pretty cool, actually. Either that or that. I might go with this, because you already have quickness. Gale Shot's the most fun spec you've had in the game since released. Oh, I think it's really, really good. Yeah, I'm a huge, like, Gale Shot stan. And Galvo, after a 2-year break, want to come back to the game. You played for about 400 hours before and have multiple level 80s. Solid. But you seem to forget everything about the game. What should you start doing to get acclimated to the game? 100% I'd recommend working your way through the story. Either start it from scratch or pick it up from where you left off. Story is like great content to gently ease you into the game. It reintroduces you to the world slowly, get you access to new maps, more mastery points. Mastery points the main progression system after level 80. So yeah, story I think is the perfect way to reintroduce yourself. The OC is fire. Oh yeah, it's the Timey's Game soundtrack, I'm pretty sure. Okay, here. You and your pet gain ferocity. That's a good one. That's good damage. And I think commands copy boons from you to your pet. Is that you like... What do commands count as? Resounding timber. Is that you commanding your pet to do something? Hang on, I'll wiki that. Resounding timber. Oh, it's that. Okay. Yeah, that's that. So that's that skill slot there. Which you could also do, instead of Quickening Zephyr or instead of Signal Wild, you could run Sick'em. That could be quite nice. But yeah, do that. Yeah, run like this build. Those traits. Grab yourself a longbow with force and accuracy. Make it all berserkers. And then, yeah, go and start blasting. That will be a really good sort of longbow build to play around with. Just checking left to start Janthir Wilds. Guess you're following the story from then on. Yeah, I think that's a smart thing to do. They'll just get you used to the game. Okay, now, back again to sorting out. Tossing up, I can have a dagger, hammer. I was trying to remember what legendaries I have. That was Ranger. We were just setting up a core Ranger longbow build. I'm just contemplating what legendaries I have and what can fill all slots. I wanted to start the game a few years ago, but not being able to change spells locations on your hotbar when swapping weapons made you never take the step. Okay. That, I think, can definitely be helped by having... maybe it's like slightly tweaked keybinds as well. Hang on, I'll actually type in the command for that. It would be nice if you could swap the order, but the next best step for that would be swapping your keybinds, and I've got a guide on how to... what I think are really good ways to set up your keybinds in Guild Wars 2. Necro is actually probably the one who could do this best. Okay, so... let's find Darkbring's message. When you go back there, having 4 slots filled with legendary axes, 4 slots filled with legendaries. Fully possible that all the extra one-handed match checks are finding slots null empty, then returning regardless of the correct match. Okay. So I basically got to fill the remaining slots. Oh, so I could do Scepter and Dagger. Yeah, so now I have Aurine legendaries in every slot and 2... yeah, this works. This utilizes what I have well. Okay.
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
And I got to go Commons Waypoint. Oh, it's close enough. Oh, they also added so you can switch from different keybinds on characters. Did they? So sweet. And yeah, definitely finding your own keybinds for Guild Wars 2. It's a bit of a process. You got to find what works well for you. It can take a bit of time. A free-to-play farm for Blackline chess keys, that would be most efficient. Either blasting out map comp or creating a key farm character to do the level 10 story every week. Okay.
Truth and knowledge are too different.
Still nothing. Let's unequip everything. Okay, so let's try... I don't know, popping that there. Let's shuffle things around. Nah, still no luck.
Knowledge is the greatest treasure.
Okay, so let's...
History never lies. Historians...
That's alright, I'll take a screen grab of that. Yeah, I imagine this is a fairly niche issue. There's not too many cases where this particular thing pops up. Yep, then we'll just take a screen grab of that. What are you trying to do? We're trying to unlock the Twice Told Legend title, where if you have two of the exact same legendary, in my case, 2 Aurine swords, because again, a while ago I accidentally crafted another Aurine sword instead of a dagger, you should be able to get the title Twice Told Legend. It should work for Gen 3s, but there's a bug here where it's not, so we're just collecting stuff for that and we can add it to our bug report. It should work. Now all those weapon sets are odd. Hang on, what were they? Okay, no, I remember now. It was sword, and greatsword. Boink. There we go. Okay. I think it's force and accuracy for this friendo. Customize. Berserkers, I think. Yeah, I know it works for Gen 1s because I did it with incinerators on my NA account. Hooray! Okay, that is done. Cool, you are now correct. As a Space Dungeons & Dragons, you went to almost every single Guild 2 streamer, and not everyone's doing anything but standing around with menu open, no combat. Don't worry, we're getting some combat right now. We just crafted a new legendary weapon, so we went through and replaced any existing hammers with our legendary hammer. So I know there are ways to do different character keybinds with add-ons, particularly the unofficial extras add-on. Never come across it like in-game. Yeah, just go with the Frozen Axe. Yeah, with Gen 1s it seems to work just fine. Also different keybinds per character. Because I know they made it so you can import different sets of keybinds. So if you go like down here, yeah, like you can import them. Apparently it's a known bug. It was with Gen 2 also. They fixed it. Guess it's Aurines too. That's alright. We will figure it out. It can also have different ones. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. That's a good way to do it. Is this max graphic settings? It's high mid. Hang on, let's go F11. Those are our graphic settings. Mostly everything's on high, but reflections and shadows I normally turn off or on low, because those are big, like, FPS hogs. I will clean our inventory in a moment once I destroy that, because I've already got the skin now. Cool, we'll give people boons and get credit. And let's patrol that. I'll deal with that later. Yeah, particularly the higher tier, like, shadows options. They added new, like, shadow graphics, like how it's being processed for, like, high and above. I can't quite remember. But they look very pretty, but they are very, very taxing. Dragon's Breath button's nice. Is this Power Herald? Yeah, it's Power Quickness Herald. I'm mostly just doing it so I can pulse boons to people while I do this to maximize my experience. Okay, and this way. It's good, yeah. Tier 1 Rift farms are one of the best experience farms in the entire game. Also, I can use the currency to convert to End of Dragons like currencies. Now, where are we going? No. Soul pastries are good stuff. No, koi cakes. Hey, thank you, I appreciate it. I'll hold on to the luck. Tonic. Hey, we're bigger now. Should also consume the Chatoyant tonic, I think. That will give me like 20% experience. How am I doing? Ah! Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I can definitely get more experience. Inventory is like growing around us because we're getting so much loot. Deposit. Okay, I won't leave the cleaning there. Ah, gots to get the Chatoyant tonic. 20% experience from kills at the cost of hearing cats everywhere. Yeah, there we go. Now we get many experience. Where is this one? It's up to there. Might be easy just to port here. Oh. How much do we need? Like another 1.2 million. So we're running as many experience boosters as possible, so the act of killing these mobs gives us like, it's approaching like 4k experience per. And then we get experience from completing this event, and then we get experience from completing the next event. That's why this is such a good experience farm. Oh wow, that's like approaching 6k now once the kill streak bonus really kicks in. Depending on the mob as well, I think. Certain mobs yield more experience, particularly mobs that haven't been killed for a certain period of time, they give a bunch of bonus experience. That's why running around and killing like these random yellow mobs is actually a very good experience farm. Guild Wars 3 not to 2030. They are doing the first beta tail end of 2027. So it'll be sometime after that. Like I have no idea when it would be, but you know, I'd expect sometime in 2028 would be, you know, reasonable, but you know, that's the kind of thing we'll find out over time. But one of the amazing things is the fact that Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars Reforged are still getting supported like well beyond the release of Guild Wars 3 as well. So you have Guild Wars Reforged to play and Guild Wars 2 to play in the meantime, and after Guild Wars 3 is launched as well, so Arena have really nailed it, I think. But I think Arena have legitimately done exceptionally in terms of them announcing Guild Wars 3, especially coupled with the commitment towards Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1. Even in the video they did today talking about the future of the Guild Wars franchise, they explicitly said, you know, they're planning to support, you know, Guild Wars 2 for the next 15 plus years. Which that's longer than the existing lifetime of Guild Wars 2. Which is, you know, amazing. Oh, you can go in Sandswept Isles with Power Deadeye, fully zooted and booster and one-shot mobs around the map. Yeah, that would be a really good farm, you're not wrong. Especially once you get all like the karmic boosters and stuff like that. But also, yeah, I need to be in these maps right now for maxing out my mastery. Seems like we didn't care about the products. Yeah, like, they could have gone the route of, just shutting down, Guild Wars 1 service and eventually Guild Wars 2, but no, they said, no, we're going to keep them all running. Which I think is really, really smart. Like, not just from it's an amazing for the player's perspective, but also from the business perspective as well. There's so many online games now, once a few years go by, population dwindles, oh, sorry, servers shut down. The fact that the Guild Wars 1 servers are still running is like an absolute testament to that. Straight up, that is just looking after your players. So I think it's not just, kind to the players, it's a really smart thing business-wise. And where do we need to go for this one? Rift farming's really, really good in the Mistburn Barrens map. Because, yeah, the 2 tier 1 rift spawns are uber close together. I need to get back on the convergence train, because, yeah, I do this occasionally for farming experience, which is great for that, but if I could also up the amount of rift essence I get, that also speeds up my Aurine legendary acquisition. Do you need home farm? Oh, thanks, guys. Like, I think I'm good, though, but thank you. The resurgence of FF11 suggests there's a demand for. Oh, is FF11 like the old Final Fantasy MMO? But yeah, like, there's still, an active player base for Guild Wars 1, even before Arena really amped up their support of that with Guild Wars Reforged. So, like, there's an appetite for those older style MMOs or the old school RPG experience. And it's good as well that Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1, and presumably Guild Wars 3 will all be very different games, because they can, serve different needs and, attract different players and different audiences. And also, Guild Wars 3 being released on consoles, I think is a brilliant play. Because the vast majority of people will play on console. And if you can get them invested in the Guild Wars universe, all the better. And yeah, like, I was a bit nervous about the release of a new MMO, because, yeah, releasing a new MMO is hard, and, games like New World have shut down, there's the whole Ashes of Creation debacle going around. That's a different thing entirely, but, the MMO space is tricky. But, after this announcement, I'm all on board. I'm like, yeah, done everything right as far as I'm concerned. And ArenaNet has, like, a huge record of, supporting their games as well. Guild Wars 1, still being supported 20 years. Guild Wars 2, we're approaching 14 years now. I'm all good, Goss, so thank you for offering, though. I appreciate that. Guild Wars going to be action combat, anyone knows? I think it's going to be an action combat style. They've said they're leaning towards a more sort of action-oriented style. We don't know, like, the details of what the full combat looks like, but yeah, lean towards the action, since it's what it appears to be. Which I think that works very well as well for a console release. Those type of games go very, very well on console. And it's one that translates well to PC as well, and they've said they're gonna, focus on both controller and keyboard support. So we're getting the best of both worlds. Oh, and how so? In terms of, like, are you afraid there's too many, or are you afraid there's too few?
It has been too long. Allow me to act.
That looks done.
open world versus instance. Yeah, we're not sure what it's going to look like in terms of how open world will it be, like will they have separate instances. But Guild Wars 2, I think one thing it does so many things it does exceptionally well, is a reason I played it all these years. But it deals with, you know, sharding and having different instances, even just in open world. Like, you know, you can have a max number of players in a map, and then the servers spin up a new map once they need more. So I feel like Arena has demonstrated they can handle that really, really well. RJ, welcome in. You like to think it was a no class system, but more like it was one skill collection system. This is where had humans still developing and learning how things work. They did explicitly mention like the term skill collection in their like announcement of it as well. So I would, you know, probably expect to see some sort of you going out and collecting skills. I think there's one thing that's really cool about Guild Wars 1. It's something that Guild Wars 2 does differently. Guild Wars 2 very much sort of you unlock your elite specialization or your, you know, you reach level 80, you get access to all your skills. There's not really much skill collection. It's just sort of they are given to you, which really helps in its approachability. But I think it's a balancing act, you know, between getting someone invested in their character and feeling that sense of progression, like say in Guild Wars 1, where you want an elite skill, you go out, you equip a Sign of Capture, find the specific mob that gives you that skill, defeat it, use Sign of Capture, get the skill. A very rewarding system, but does make it less approachable in terms of building up your character, so it's a bit of a balancing act and they serve different things. I think they all have their own benefits. But they have explicitly mentioned like skill collection. I think that would be a cool system, because it gives you a sense of progression and, you know, growth for your character, which helps keep you invested. So it'll be interesting to see how that looks. Hi Marine, thank you for the follow. And yeah, we're almost going to be at max mastery level very soon. Which, that is exciting. Oh, I just completely overshot. I'm coming, team, save some for me. Can Guild Wars 2 inherited? Not sure what you mean by that, Winpool. Oh, we're almost maxed. Yeah, that really didn't take long. There's really a couple riffs and we did like half the bar. Thank you for the follow, Vlad and Rudy as well. What would be cool, say, for skill collection is to get an elite skill, you have to say, unlock a certain number of minor skills and go challenge a mini-boss for your elite on top of normal rewards like a weapon or something. I think that would be really cool. Will we get dwarves in Guild Wars 3? Don't know. Wouldn't be surprised if we did. That's around sort of that time. Is it still pretty easy to get into the endgame loop in Guild Wars 2? Haven't played since the game first came out? Yes, overall I'd say it is. Now I'd say reaching level 80 and then getting yourself some endgame ready gear is as easy, if not easier, than it ever has been. And yeah, once you're in a set of exotic gear, appropriate in your stats and all that stuff, like you're set for endgame. But there's a lot of different, ways you can approach. Endgame could be farming things in open world, doing meta trains, could be doing raids, could be doing fractals, world vs world, PvP. soloing things in open world if you're Lord Hyzen. There's so many different things you can do, but overall, like getting your, starting the game, getting max level, getting endgame ready gear, that part, yeah, very quick. The raids and well as well should make focus. Then yeah, I think so. Especially with Raid Quick Play as well now, which is an automated, group finder where it will pair you with 9 other people and take you through some of the easier raid encounters. Like that's a great way to sort of dive into endgame and really sort of get your feet wet. And also they have the daily raid bounty system now, so if I go down here, these for raid bosses, you get extra rewards for doing, today, and it cycles every day. So there's always like a population doing raids because everyone wants to get the dailies done. Is it fair to say Exotic covers near everything, ascended for absolute max and legendary for looks and pleasure swapping stats? Broadly, yes. Does this game have FOMO? No. I'd say Guild Wars 2 really doesn't have FOMO. No sub fee, so you don't have to worry about that. No vertical gear treadmill, so you don't have to worry about being power crept if you take a break, so Guild Wars 2 does that very well, very much respects your time. To answer the question, is Exotic fine? Exotic's fine for almost everything. The only thing you really start needing Ascended for is Fractals the Miss. As you get higher and higher, you need more and more Agony resistance. You can see I've got Agony infusion slots in between my stats and my rune. Ascended gear has slots for that, particularly like trinkets, that's got 3 slots. You need more and more Agony resistance the higher in Fractals you go, up to a maximum needing of 150. So as you start climbing Fractals, you need to start slotting in more and more Ascended gear, but it also helps. Fractals are a great way of getting Ascended gear. But for everything else, Raids, Exotic is fine. World vs. World, Exotic is fine. Open World, Exotic is totally fine. But yeah, Ascended do give you slightly more stats. Might be like a, I don't know, 5 to 10% difference. Kind of depends on the piece of gear you're looking at. And yeah, eventually getting to like stat cap, Ascended is it. But even getting full Ascended gear, especially now, is easier than ever. And I've made an entire guide on gearing in Guild Wars 2. Goes through what are still the best ways to get gear across the entire game. And yeah, someone who's geared up many characters, Guild Wars 2 was quite approachable for it. Okay, so I think we're actually now maxed out on our mastery experience. So there, we can fully max out our mastery level now. Oh, that's rude. It's also fair to say you can get like full exotic for like 50-60 gold during bold events. It quickly builds up. Yeah, and especially I've made a guide on specifically new players making gold to sort of get your first set of gear. Use the Wizard's Vault. For a couple hours of work doing the weekly, you will get, if you buy the worthwhile things and sell them from the Wizard's Vault, you'll get like somewhere in the realm of 150 gold for a couple hours work. It's crazy. There we go. Max mastery level. Max mastery level 686. Working on Lion's Arch Terminator to get a mastery point. Oh, definitely recommend checking out Blishhud as well, which I've got a guide for. You can install like marker packs for that, particularly like it will show all of the locations for those little carcass that you're presumably getting for Lion's Arch Exterminator. Welcome to the max team. No, it feels good now. I've been meaning to do that for a bit. Now if I do stuff in these maps, I can farm spirit shards. Ain't gonna go. Yep. Ricky, thank you for the follow. Hey Starkles, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome in Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne, and you may also know me from my YouTube channel where we do all sorts of Guild Wars 2 guides. Hey everyone, make sure you go check out Starkles over on Twitch. Starkles, what did you guys get up to today? What did you do in Guild Wars 2? And have you seen the new video talking about the future of Guild Wars 2? What are your thoughts on Guild Wars 3 and everything? Install Blishhud based on your video and use the path for all little critters. Phenomenal, yeah, he'll be done in no time. Yes, everyone make sure you go check out Starkles over on Twitch. How you going, mate? I think you found that metas can move fast, and making sure you have gear to cover what's best, but less important in PvE than PvP. Yeah, and like PvP has its own separate gearing system, so you don't have to worry about collecting gear. But you know, the Afaro, thank you for the sub, mate. 14 months, I appreciate that. Thank you. But you know, for power builds, it's basically always going to be Berserker's gear. For condition builds, it's mostly Vipers. For heal builds, it's Harrier. For, you know, Jack of all trades, it's Celestial. Gear has become very sort of, not like locked in, but you know, it's very sort of stable in Guild Wars 2. I think, yeah, we're especially in the days where, yeah, changes to builds become less and less like drastic in terms of, you know, I need an entirely new set of gear to make my build work now. This Sapphire is a pretty cool dude. Yeah, can vouch. They are very cool. I imagine they wear sunglasses at night. That's how cool they are. Oh, we had decent chill vibes and combos, did weeklies and some of your favourite metas. Nice! Only saw the trailer for Guild Wars 3. Didn't do deep dive into all the announcements yet. Nice! But yes, are you excited for Guild Wars 3? And that sounds like an amazing stream. But yeah, I think it's very exciting times to be a Guild Wars 2 enjoyer. Yeah, the fact they've committed to supporting Guild Wars Reforged and Guild Wars 2, you know, well beyond the launch of Guild Wars 3 and still delivering updates, I think that's cool. Anyone know of an easy Laurels to Gold conversion just by whatever matters highest at the time? Basically, yeah. It's usually either the medium or light crafting bags is the most profitable. I'll often buy the heavy ones though, because they're often the ones I need more of, the legendaries. But yeah, buying whichever crafting bag's most profitable. Who's bring such blasphemy? Which is the truth though. Yeah, one of our achievements will be in Hall of Monuments 2.0 and what you need to do. Yeah, I'm very excited to see that. I understood that reference. Hit that? Oh, we can. Love the changes to Skimmer. Vocalizer, thank you so much for the follow. Surprised they never mentioned Hall of Monuments for Reforged Guild Wars 3. I mean, who knows? Like, that could be a thing. I personally think that would be a really cool idea. That would really help drive more players to Guild Wars Reforged. I think that would be super cool. They wouldn't have expected it outright. Like 100% the link from Guild Wars 2 to 3 makes sense. But yeah, I'd personally like to see the link from Reforged to 3 as well. I think that'd be really cool. Go the whole hog and make it so doing stuff in each game gives you more stuff in the other. So have a link from 2 to Reforged, from 3 to Reforged, from Reforged to 3 and 2. All of that. Do all the combos. Infinite content generating loop. How many spirit shards am I on now? 11. Yeah. If I actually connect Reforged 3, you're eating broom. There's no way. Wouldn't be so hasty to suggest the consumption of a broom. Don't necessarily expect it, but you know, I could see that being a thing. But yeah, thank you so much, Dark Halls, for the raid. And if you need to raid and run and go look after yourself, I totally understand that. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't necessarily expect it, but I feel like that could be a really cool idea. Yeah, just 11. Yeah, it's the joys of me crafting another legendary. You can listen in the background, we'll go eat soon. That is all good. Enjoy your food. Addy, what's up, sweetie? Oh, you finished your dessert. But rifts are very good for experienced phantoms. I'll finish off this rift and then take a break. There we go, another spirit shard. Hooray! I'll have to check how much I need for my next legendary. Because again, we have like all the resources aside from Imperial Favor and Spirit Shards. You know, the two most important for Ender Dragon's legendary. I also need, I think, another Gifted Battle. That'd be a good time to jump into World vs. World, actually. He's very pleased that she's finished off her looking mat. Okay, let's go park our character just somewhere up. No, it's going to take a quick break now, go stretch our legs. We'll see everyone in a few minutes. Sit tight, everyone. Or using any blade song skills or utility skills, things like Phantasmal Disenchanter, Rain of Swords, and Mantra of Pain. But also remember things like Mantra of Pain and Thousand Cuts are instant cast, so you can use them while casting other skills. I find a very helpful way to practice this build is simply to avoid using any utility skills for damage outside of Phantasmal Disenchanter. This is going to simplify your rotation greatly and allow you to focus on using your weapon skills and getting the order of these correct. Then once you're comfortable with that, add in your utility skills and you're good to go. Overall, this is only a very slight DPS loss, and depending on your skill level, you may even have higher damage if you avoid using these utility skills, because if you use them at incorrect times, they can be a DPS loss. Less buttons to press makes a build simpler to execute, which may also lead you to have higher DPS on actual encounters. This is why on things like Harvest Temple Challenge mode, where you'll likely have two Portal Virtuosos, which are virtuosos which only have one offensive skill in Phantasmal Disenchanter, sitting towards the top of the DPS charts. And there we go, everything you need to get set up with what I think is the best overall power DPS build in Guild Wars 2 right now, Power Virtuoso. With this build you are rocking insane levels of burst damage, the option to play a fully ranged DPS build, insane levels of utility for only a very slight DPS loss, and just overall one of the most consistently amazing DPS builds in Guild Wars 2. If you have any questions about this build, let me know in the comments below. And if you are interested in its sibling Condi Virtuoso, check out my previous build guide for that as well. But with that, I'll catch you all next time. Cheers. Guild Wars 2 is a game that showers you with all kinds of loot. And inventory management is one of the biggest banes of existence for so many players out there. So today we are going to go and clean my inventory, the messiest inventory you have ever seen. We're going to talk about my process, the best ways to process your loot, what you should keep and what you shouldn't, and how to make your inventory management issues just wash away.
This is the moment that got away from me, man.
Welcome back everyone, I've been playing my main Revenant for a few weeks now, and I've let the loot build up, and build up to the point where you can see now my inventory is completely full. So today we are going to go through and take care of this. Right here we have 424 bag slots, all completely full, all manner of loot. As a ballpark number, this took around about a week and a half of me playing somewhat casually on this character to fill, and now we're going to go through, tidy it up, get it back to its pristine state that I normally like to have it at. This has been very triggering for me to play with for the last couple of weeks, so I hope you all appreciate the sacrifice that I've made. Personally, I am someone who likes to have a very clean inventory. I have 23 characters, varying levels of bag slots on each. On one end we have the extreme 424 slots on my Revenant here, and on a lot of my other characters I'll just have the base level of bag slots filled up with 18 slot bags, which I think are one of the most cost-effective ways for you to go through and kit out a character. The process that I'm going to be using today can go through and be applied to any level of bag slots. It's just that the more bag slots you have, the less often you have to go through and do this, and you can let your bags fill up over time. But with that out of the way, let's get into tidying this monstrosity. The first thing you need to do when your inventory is full is give yourself a little bit of space to work with. Now first up, right up here in your top corner, you will have the Deposit All Materials button, which will send any crafting materials you have straight to your bank. So let's go ahead and check that. Bam, we have so much more space ready to go through and work with. Outstanding, we love to see it. And now, because this is still quite messy and is honestly a little bit triggering for me, I'm going to go through and use the Compact button. There we go, everything is all set up nicely there. We do have some rares sitting here at the bottom of our inventory here. But that's because we have the 20 slot fractal rare equipment box there, so any rares that end up in our inventory will fill up this bag slot first. I just grabbed this because it was a very cheap way for me to get some extra inventory space after I purchased some extra bag slots on this character. Excellent, now that we have some space to work with, the next thing I'm going to go through and do is figure out what items I can go through and consume.
Whoa, man, what are you doing in here? That's my ramen. It's better this way.
Because there are a lot of different loot bags here, and those bags will contain more things for us to process. So we need to deal with those, get that out of the way before we can move on to some other things. Now, a very useful trick that I like to use, if you come up to the search bar at the top and then you start to type in CONS, now that is going to go through and apply a filter to your inventory, so now you can just see the things that you can consume, which simplifies things greatly. We can just go through and click on everything here, open it, so let's go ahead and do that. Now editing Josh, cue up the fast forward. Excellent, that should all be taken care of, at least for the time being. So let's go through and clear this filter. There we go, our inventory is now slightly messier than it was before, but let's go through, deposit all our materials again. Compact it once more, and bam, we have a bit more space to work with. Now we have a whole bunch of rares here, so we can go through and salvage those. But first we're going to go through and open up our bags of unidentified rare gear. So let's go through and do that. Excellent. So now we're going to go through and salvage these for the ectoplasms. So we are going to use our silver-fed salvage-o-matic here. You can go through and use a mystic salvage kit or the equivalent that you can purchase from the vendor. So let's go through and salvage all of our rares. So bam, a whole bunch of ectos, some extra skins unlocked. Perfect, we love to see it. Gonna go through and deposit all our materials and compact again. Perfect, bit more room to work. Now this has come together already much more manageable. Now you see we actually have quite a lot of unidentified gear here, so we're gonna go through and start processing that now. We have enough space in our inventory to go through and actually open these and salvage them, so we're gonna do that. If you don't have a lot of inventory space, you can typically just go and sell these on the trading post. Might be a little bit less profit, but honestly, for the sheer convenience it saves you, this is a very good way to process it. But for now, let's open up our common gear. Excellent, now that's all done, so let's go through and salvage all of our fine gear. We don't want to touch our masterwork gear at the moment, because that will then start salvaging our masterwork pieces of identified gear, which we want to go through and open for the chance for them to turn into items of higher rarity, just a way to squeeze out a bit of extra gold. So let's go through and tee that up. Salvage all our fine gear. Excellent, bit more space to work. Let's go through and deposit everything and compact again. Now we actually have such a huge amount of green unidentified gear, so we're going to have to go through and process this slightly differently. First things first, I'm just going to drag this 250 stack of green gear out of my inventory so it won't be touched, and then we're going to go through and open up this smaller one. We've just separated that so we don't fill up our inventory. A full inventory is a hard inventory to manage. So let's go through now, grab our Runecrafter's salvage kit, because this is typically the best thing to go through and salvage some green gear with, because you can then get a chance for some extra materials. Let's go through and salvage. I'll go through and include a link in the description to the fast farming website, which will show you what the best thing to do is for your bags of unidentified gear. Which salvage kit should you use? Should you sell them? What exactly should you do? So then, depending on what salvage kits you have access to, you can figure out what the best thing is to do for your materials. Excellent, marginally cleaner. We're just going to do the traditional deposit all our materials and compact. Now, let's bring in our 250 bags of unidentified gear. This should work out just fine. I think we have enough inventory space to manage it, but let's find out together. And beautiful, we just had enough space. I was a little bit worried there, I couldn't do the head math quick enough. But now let's go through and use our Runecrafter's kit to salvage that again. Now you'll see as we go, we've actually gotten quite a few of these little symbols and charms. Now these are components that you use when crafting runes and sigils. The main reason we are using the Runecrafter's salvage kit here is because it gives us the chance to salvage these items from the gear, which will give us a little bit extra gold compared to if we just use our regular copper-fed salvage kit. But excellent, that should be all the unidentified gear taken care of in our inventory. So let's go through. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much, Blonde Bomber, for the sub as well. That's so kind of you. Thank you, my friend. Okay, so we have crafted an Aurine legendary weapon. What I will also do now, we need many Aurine legendary weapons. So we can tick one off our list. Tick off Aurine's weight. I think we might do an axe next. An axe will be a really good idea. So, yeah, there we go. Aurine's rending, I'm pretty sure, is our next one. So let's grab that. We're going to go Guild Wars 2 efficiency. Pop it over to display so you can see. Crafting. Sufferance, welcome in. It's great to see you. And thank you for the streak. Aurine's rending. Now Guild Wars 3 is announced. It's time to start demanding Guild Wars 4. Oh, that sounds unhinged. Any benefits to the different lounges, Royal Captain's Airship Pass, etc.? Yeah. They are very, very convenient access to like important hub zones. So this is going to be 1,000 gold. I'll show you in just a moment. I've probably got a few of them floating around. 324 spirit shards. That's going to take us a bit, and I need a bunch of Imperial favor. I might even just place a buy order. Yeah, I'd recommend getting the Mistlock. If you're a PvE enjoyer, the Mistlock one I think is probs the best. Let's place a buy order. That. Okay, just to demonstrate, I'll activate it. What do you think about Guild Wars 3? You're worried about monetizing? I'm very excited for Guild Wars 3, and I think among many things that ArenaNet has done right, their monetization of their games has been, you know, absolute top form. I love the fact that the games do not have sub fees, and yeah, Guild Wars 3 won't either. And yeah, how they just approach monetization in general is very player friendly, so I expect them fully just to continue that. Yeah, they're both buy play with no sub fee. Probably expect the same for Guild Wars 3. Yeah, I believe it was in an interview with IGN where they said it wouldn't have a sub fee. He loves the gem to gold, gold to gem process. That's a great system as well. But yeah, to answer your question about are the hub areas worth it? Yeah, so basically that's just giving me access to this area here. There's, you know, bank, trading post, merchants, a guild bank back there. There's all the crafting spots, Mystic Forge, there's a raid portal, fractal portal, which is why I really like this one. Oh, Lily of the Elon is your home. Yeah, Lily of the Elon is cool as well. I've got that one. I'll see if I can find it. That's right, I've just been the last place I look. Hang on. Oh, there it is. So I'll use that. This is another hub one. Yeah, 1000 Seas is a good one as well. This is also a very good one to get access to the Path of Fire maps really quickly. Because it ports you into basic Crystal Oasis. So yeah, see, same sort of deal. You got, you know, lots of, like, you got the trading post, got all your Jade bot stuff, like... There's many stuff that I could probably go in this thing up here, teleport upstairs. Yeah, there you go, got all the crafting stations here. So, yeah, they're very valuable. And then, like, once you double activate it again... Hang on. Oh, I guess in the case of the fractal one, it puts you back where you start. It doesn't really do it with Lily of the Elon, though, but still. Oh, hang on, maybe it does if I... Let's just port to a different map and then go back. So I ported from the Mistlock Sanctuary to here, so it might be a bit weird. Yeah, my personal favourite is the Mistlock, that's mine. And Chris, haven't played since beta. If you get the Elder Dragon Saga, what would be the best healer specialisation? Also dish out good damage during solo play. Well, if you're looking for something that deals damage in solo play, your best bet's probably to have like a DPS build and a healer build, because you can flick between them super easily in Guild Wars 2. But every class can really do what you want. Like Ranger can do it fantastically, like Untamed is great in open world, Soul Beast is great in open world, Druid's a fantastic healer, Heal Untamed is also good. Mesmer's fantastic because yeah, you have Oh, Virtuoso and Condi Virtuoso, great DPS for open world. Mirage is great in open world. Chronomaster is an amazing healer. So honestly, it's really just whatever class you like. There will be a heal build, there will be an open world build. Guardian's great as well. Like, this one does do it, I believe. Yeah, fair. So if I click on Live Elon again, each have their own benefits, but all of them are a good purchase. If you're a PvE player, I'd recommend Mistlock or the End of Dragons one. Or as well, do the Armistice Bastion. Let's see. Yeah, so that one doesn't do it. It won't port you back to your existing spot. Yeah, you basically just choose a DPS you want and they will have a heal build anyways. Yeah, that's it. Every class can fill every role in Guild Wars 2. It's been a great change they've implemented over the years. So really just play the class that you enjoy and it's gonna be fine. This live? Yes. Yes, this is indeed live. Open up all that. Okay, so one legendary down. Need more spirit shards. Okay, might pop into World vs. World for a smidge. Because yeah, with the bonus, we're going to get some Omega reward track gain. Oh, the teleport NPC takes you back. A lounge passing is the #1 thing to get first from the gem store. Yeah, I'd recommend them. They are great. But you also have the permanent salvage kits. They're also really good. Extra character slots are great. Bank space is good. It's all good stuff. But like, basically everything that's in the gem store is on sale right now. It's a good time. But your perma salvage kits, insane value. Recommend those. Bag slot expansion's good. Character slots on sale. Where are the passes? There we go. There's like some. Could get like 1000 Seas Pavilion. Just wonder what the Armistice Bastion one looks like. Contemplate it. EBG's like completely full. Let's queue up for that. Jetta, thank you for the follow. Alright, now while we're waiting to load into that map, let's go and flip some stuff. You are rocking enough experience boosters to sedate a bull. Prince, thank you for the 10-month sub. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, mate. Enjoy your complete lack of ads and your wonderful ad emotes. Thank you, Jess, for making them. I think it's actually Commander in this map. I think they might just be vibing. Oh, do we get swiftness? I think I do, because you're one of my traits. Oh. Yeah, Lounge Pass, Perma Salvaging Tool, and Perma Harvesting Tools are a must buy. Yeah, completely agree. Miss, thank you for the follow. I should turn off Snap Target. Don't want that in World vs. World if I can avoid it. Oh, friend. Oh, you're back in Guild Wars 2 and doing weeklies on your ult? That is awesome. Welcome back. Do I have gathering tools? I do. Hooray. Ow. It's mean. You'd recommend any newbie to buy the copper and silver salvages for a lounge pass? I tend to lean that way as well. I think a lounge pass is like quite a high priority in terms of gem store access, but yeah, I tend to go, yeah, silver, at least copper fed, I think. And then I kind of feel like you can put silver fed on the same tier as a lounge pass. Tech Dino, welcome back. And yeah, I do remember you won the giveaway box on yesterday's stream. You pulled the Winter's Warhorn skin. Nice. Thank you for sharing that. Oh. There you go. And congratulations on winning that giveaway. What's that going down? 7 seconds. I should actually load up on supply as well. So where are we at in terms of... Okay, so I haven't done any World vs. World yet. Must have had like the reset recently. Where are we in terms of our tracks? 13, 14. Nice. Okay. Commander's just chilling over there. We've captured... Oh, we're red, so we've captured that. Got someone over there. Let's check what legend am I starting in. Shiro's a good one. How's the comm moving? Comm's moving. Beam Fireman, thank you for the follow. As well as you, Elor. Yeah, pretty exciting stuff. It 100% is, I agree. I'll do the stretch just a moment. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Just now picking up Guild Wars 2 and starting Elementalist. Keep hearing it's hard to play. Would it be a bad idea to start as that? No, like Elementalist is fine. It kind of depends on the build you are playing as an Elementalist. You know, there are some like more complicated builds, but Elementalist also has some real simple ones as well. Like Tempest, I find, is quite simple to play. Certain Weaver builds are also surprisingly simple, so it depends a bit on your build. You really sort of have to get used to cycling between your attunements and learning what skills are really good for you to use in that attunement, which you sort of just pick up over time and by, you know, researching guides and stuff like that. One thing that's difficult for you is knowing what to do with all your loot. That can be a little bit overwhelming as well. Fortunately, I have made an entire guide on inventory management in Guild Wars 2, so I can sort of cover how I personally deal with everything and how I keep my inventory squeaky clean. But yeah, that is also something you sort of do pick up over time as well. And what you can also do, like when in doubt, say if I want to know what are Imperial fragments, I can shift click on, I can type in, actually chat, I'll go into this chat box /wiki space and then shift click Imperial fragments. That will just open up the wiki page for Imperial fragments, and it will tell me everything about it. So you can do that for any item at all in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, do /wiki and then the item name. That will just tell you, like, hey, here's exactly what you need to do. And Monty, thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you as well. Okay, so maybe we join on com? Yeah, got a small group going, yeah. And like super helpful thing to do as well. Let's go into inventory, want to figure out what you can consume. You can type CONS. It'll show you things you can consume. You can consume them to free up space. The old deposit materials and compact trick is really, really nice. But yeah, most items in Guild Wars 2 are quite easy to re-obtain as well. Actually talking about like precursors and stuff, but then you can just like look up something's value on the trading post and that will give you the information of like, you know, oh, this thing's worth 100 gold and it says can be used in the crafting of a legendary, you should probably hold on to it. After consumables, you type in your search bar CONS for consumables. But that's always like the first step I do when I'm tidying my inventory. Okay, have a separate bank character. Yeah, good thing to do. But I use that all the time. Dang, we didn't get credit. That's alright. Yeah, you'd have to put stuff in the bank. Can't mail items to yourself as far as I know. It's credit for capturing the camp there. I was like a few seconds too late. Oh, I need to eat some more food in a moment. I'll do that maybe once we get up here. That's all good. Enjoy, Lurk. I appreciate that. Bye, Soul. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for the sub as well. That's so kind of you. Thank you, mate. Credit, so then I will also just deposit some food on the ground. Oh, hang on, we got this. Heal off. Oh, we've got everyone coming in now. I might have almost got them. Oh, we're getting a bit wrecked now. Oh, yeah, we're gone. I really appreciate that, Fire. It's so kind of you. Yeah, I do wonder if Guild Wars 3 would have World vs. World. I think it's like a big successful component of Guild Wars 2. Okay, border waypoint. Let's go down here. And Brad, it's great to see you. Thank you for the lurk. I can actually consume some utility now. Are you working on the final drop now? Nice, Astro. Welcome in, mate. It also wouldn't surprise me if like it didn't have World vs. World and then Guild Wars 2 becomes like the de facto place for World vs. World enjoyers. That could be like a big differentiating factor because they do want to keep all three games running at the same time. Osmo, welcome in. Wonderful to see you, mate. How have you been? Everyone, make sure to go check out Wonderful. Osmo plays over on Twitch. How you been, my friend? And are you all caught up with all of the Guild Wars happenings? Yeah, they're already making a new Borderlands, so they're intensifying support for World vs. World. I've not played in a while. Yeah, that's fair enough. But yes, Guild Wars 3 is real. Beta, tail end of next year. And Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars Reforged getting developed and supported at the same time. And Guild Wars 2 is going to be getting like annual content updates even after Guild Wars 3 is launched. Loves the water boiling. Yes, all just underwater. It could also be, there could be a gesture to show that your Wildverse world's important for them as well. But either way, I think they're making 100% the right call to support all three games at the same time. And yeah, like I'm sure we'll find out, in the coming weeks and months whether Guild Wars 3 will have World vs. World. I'm excited to see what they have. But if you are in the situation, if you are a World vs. World enjoyer, Guild Wars 2 will still be here. Yeah, supporting Guild Wars 2 will help Guild Wars 3 as well. Does it ever wait for content patches, enthusiastic people can grind Hall of Monuments? Yeah. I 100% agree. And same thing with Guild Wars Reforged. Actively developing all games at the same time, like especially if they start, staggering content releases where like every month there's something to do in every game. Like, that's fantastic. Okay, I'm going very, very well. It's a massive week for like Guild Wars 2 news. We just crafted another Orion Legendary tonight. It's been wonderful. Is anyone in there? No. Wait, what have you been up to, Osmo? Thank you so much for popping in. Lots of people here. Yeah, it's been a massive weekend of gaming news. Yeah, 448 reward track points. Oh, there's no more supply. Oh, we'll travel now. Oh, I've got two comms in here. Hello. Alright, what's one comm doing? Havoc clouding. Yes, let's just go away. Hang on. Leave. It'd be interesting to see how quiet Guild Wars 2 is after the first weeks of Guild Wars 3. I think that would definitely be expected. Brand new game in the Guild Wars universe. I would expect a lot of people would be excited to try it out. But I think Guild Wars 2 is still going to have a very dedicated player base as well. I think those who enjoy Guild Wars 3 will probably also enjoy Guild Wars 2. I took some time out looking for a gaming fix now. Ah, nice. I've heard, do you have any sort of games that you're eyeing off that you want to spend your time with? Thank you all for the follows as well. Questions to people saying Guild Wars 2 is going to be dead. Was Guild Wars 1 dead before Reforged? Yeah, even before Reforged, there was still like a dedicated player base for it. And Guild Wars 2 is much bigger than Guild Wars 1. Let's go build these flame ramps. And you expect certain people to look at the gameplay and be like, nah, not for me, and stay with Guild Wars 2. I think Arena as well are aware of that as well. Even said in their video saying, hey, some people might just like Guild Wars 2 better and they might stay there. Excited about the recent Arena news? Yeah, I think they've really knocked out the park. Saying that, yeah, we're going to be releasing Guild Wars 3, but we're also going to support Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars Reforged. I think they kind of nailed it. Well, I do actually need some World vs. World Zerg footage. Not immediately, but I will need it at some point. Okay, we got blues coming in. Okay, we've got lots of blues filtering in now. Really should have swapped to like... Oh, that's... We should swap to like Heal Vindicator. Do we know how long this is going to be? Unsure. Okay, let's go target some of these blues. Yeah, there we go. I'm just wandering a bit too eagerly. A bit of an eager beaver there. I'm going to pop down some stability. Get the reses. And thank you so much, Capo, for the sub. I really appreciate that, mate. Enjoy. No more ads and your wonderful ad emos. Thank you so much to Jess for making those. Oh, weekly stone mist. Sweet. What are your feelings on the Riot MMO releasing ETA 2030? Do you think that will impact Guild Wars 3? Don't know. I haven't really looked into the Riot MMO, but my 2030's a long way away. And yeah, with the Guild Wars 3 beta coming out in late 2027 and maybe release in 2028, like, that's still a long window for that. And even then, like, more MMOs in the space is a good thing. It's more competition and more choice for players. Yeah, Reforged on mobile's fantastic. Oh, you got the pants from doing the adventures on your second attempt? Nice. And even with Dungeons and Guild Wars 2, if you put a group up, people will join. But yeah, given they're going to be going through and doing a revamp, basically a pass over all areas of Guild Wars 2 over the coming 18 months to, you know, improve quality of life, rebalance things, I could 100% see Dungeons getting a rework. I think that would be incredible. And hopefully the Riot MMO does well. I haven't, you know, looked into it, and I've never played any of Riot's games, but no. Another MMO is a good thing for players.
You're in my sights.
Yeah, they're fixing Zaitan. That's great.
Buster.
Oh, Mr. Clover, sweet. That was a bold choice. I respect it. And yeah, it will be interesting to see, what kind of open world that, Guild Wars 3 has. But I do like that they have said, you can play by yourself or with a group. I think it's one of the great things that Guild Wars 2 does, where, you can just come in as a solo player and either join in existing groups or play by yourself. Guild Wars 2 does the parallel play concept really, really well. And I think nowadays, it's a better thing for a game to at least give the option for like solo players to enjoy, basically all content to varying degrees, and not make it require, having a dedicated group, because that's just like a really big, it's a really big barrier for new players to get across. On the same World vs. World team. Are we? Sweet. Oh, we've got Big Zerg coming in.
None may harm you while I am here. Kill them all. Endurance drain.
Hey, thanks for inventory clean. We'll deal with it just after this Zerg. Hey, thank you so much to Miss for the sub. I super appreciate that, mate. Enjoy. No more as in wonderful adios, and thank you for kicking off our hype train. The res, there we go. Oh boy. Oh. Now we can do a bit of inventory cleaning. We'll do the old CONS trick. Can't use the item right now, hang on. Comms back here. Let's go back this way. Going back to armor, I think Exotic is soulbound and Ascendant's account bound, so other reason to go for a plus the max stats. Yeah, the fact that you can just swap the gear between characters freely, just move it into your bank onto a new character is very, very handy. So it's another one of the reasons to go for Ascended gear. Oh, thank you for the stretch. We'll do that as soon as we sort of just find out where we're going here. Okay, cool. They're wandering this way. Hey, Will, thank you for the follow. Struggling with the envoy arm achievements. Group usually don't want to bother with the extra stuff it requires, and skip the escort stuff that nobody wants to do. You can always make your own groups as well, and if you're in a group, just say, hey, is there any chance we could, say, do the envoy heart achievements or something? Or, hey, I need the envoy heart. Can someone, explode Rigum on the group? As long as you ask for it, I think a sizable number of groups will straight up just say, yeah, okay. The worst case, If you create your own group going for it, there'll be other people that need it. I think Siren's Reef might be a really good one for the ore stuff. Events should spawn quite frequently there. Ripple Splash, thank you for the follow. Yep. Nice.
You are all weak.
Looking forward to the World vs. World Rush. Isn't just 5 events? No, yeah, it's just 5 events, so it's not going to be particularly long. Yeah, nice. Oh, we got that Elementalist there. Oh, we got a group coming in. Oh boy. And then we'll be Avenger, sweet. Yeah, the current discounts are very good. So like if you're looking to purchase the expansions, I 100% recommend you do it now. And if you do so through my affiliate link there, at no extra cost to you, it helps support the stream. Oh nice, the whole group adjusted, Phil, to get you the achievements you needed. That's awesome. Ooh, Addie says hello, everyone. Oop. Let's back it up a bit. I'll catch you later, Naya. It's wonderful to see you. Your res. So thank you, Fame. I appreciate you. Where is the comm going? Oh, they're going out this way. Okay, we're gonna probably have a bit to catch up to them. And that's right, I expected we go down. I didn't really have an easy way to get out. But thank you for the follow. To sort of, yeah, let's go find someone to pew pew.
Setting up. Okay. I'll try and maybe target down this one. Let's go retreat back in here. Yeah, you have to get like 10 clears of Cerus CM in order to get all of Monument stuff. That would be great. Okay. I'm gonna go and snipe people out the edges. Yeah, to get all like God of World versus World titles and the like. Yeah, that would be sweet. What are you doing, Sparse? Are you doing content? Yeah, we've got a PP. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, God of War sort of takes years. I'll join us in the old suffering. Yep, I will join you. I trimmed my beard, was it yesterday? Noticed significantly more grey in it than it was the last time. That was cool. Can we get this one? Yeah, just got credit. Constantly being summoned. No, we got the credit for the camp. We did it. Success. I enjoy your t-shirt. Very nice, mate. Can progress on it. It's good, yeah. We need another gift of battle for... Oh, hang on, let's see how many gifts of battle I have. I think I'm down to 1. Yeah, I'm just down to 1. I need... Well, need many for immediate future. I need another 1. After that, we're probably touching on the other accounts to claim them. Good. I think we are going to be heal Vindying. Oh, thanks, Apara, for the hydrate. Just after we settle the score here. Oh, we're gonna get... yep, there we go. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate. That's right, back we go. Oh, when you can, thank you. Okay, let's go back this way.
That looks valuable.
And a bunch of keys as well, that's sweet. Yeah, always need more testimonies. We now stayed on carbonara for a few months. Nice, good hands, decent guanciale. Made carbonara several times this week. Hell yeah. We've never reached the point where too much worry to continue. You've reached peak carbonara then. That's a truly divine state of being. Oh, turn around. What are we doing? just run straight through the group. Nice. No, really getting focused down a lot there. Also, you didn't mess up the source once? Great. I'm going to swap up my glider there. Yeah, Renet's video definitely did avoid all possibility of that. Oh, hang on, I don't have enough experience boosters. No, that's not okay. Yeah, that's unacceptable. Is there a trading post here? Oh, sweet, there is. There we go. Let's go load up on some supply. Menace, thank you for the follow. I'm so happy we don't need World vs. World map completion for Gen 1 Legendaries anymore. Okay, let's see where this squad is going. Sure you don't need map comp anymore? Oh, I still need a bunch of End of Dragons ones. That I'm going to need for the foreseeable future. Let's go Skritzberg Hill. I would need to do all legendaries for Hall of Monument, so Hyzen's ahead. True. Okay. Also, you're trying to get the Kitty Command achievement back when you're full World as well. That's fine for control of that section. Truly strange times. Won't be long and this account will actually be ahead of my NA account into World vs. World rank. So that will be cool. Have to see what rank that account is. And I want to build.
Strong.
hang on, it's gonna hurt. Let's get them up. Can we? No, not happening. Did you make all Gen 1 legendaries? That's why you don't need the Gift of Exploration. Oh, like as in you don't need world versus world for the Gift of Exploration anymore. I will probably need more Corteria map comp at some point, or welcome in, mate. It's great to see you. It's everyone, make sure you go check out Board over on Twitch as well. But no, I've made... don't have any Gen 1s bound on this account. I've made them to sell. Ah, there we go. Big reward points.
Suffer to ensure your allies' survival.
I think we're about to get murked here. Yep, down we go. We try. Ranked up though. Yeah, I would really not expect you to need to get all legendaries in Guild Wars 2 in order to max out Hall of Monuments. I expect it would be some, like you need some amount of legendaries to do it. Oh, Heavy Loot Base got quite a few. So where are we at now for that? 21? We're close to finishing wood. Okay, we've got at least if we can finish wood. How are we doing on shards now? Still need many. That's what it means. We'll have the chance to farm more and more gold by the time we get around to more spirit shards. And yeah, I need to do a bunch of End of Dragons metas again. Probably 3 rounds of them I think would probably get us enough. Oh, okay, let's go in here. Nice, we were able to fend that off.
Focused. Concentration.
Let's try and repair now. Bone Strike, thank you for the follow. We capture this. Not for a bit. Okay, so where's com ported back to? Back here. Okay, that's what we can pick up or do in the meantime here. Thomas, thank you for the follow. Oh, no, thanks for popping in. It's great to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're getting a bunch more memories of battle. They really just become us purchasing them for gold, though, so it's not really a problem. But yeah, we're finally max mastery level again now. That has happened, which is cool. That wall is gradually going down.
Attack my target.
Cool, so we no longer have any supply. Grab that. Just only use one world versus world. We'll have it though. What does that do? World XP gained. Cool. And 5% to all experience. Sweet. I got one supply. Nice. Alright, cool. That's almost captured, and we can capture this now. That's a bit of a tricky one to get through, but there we go. Shift H, there we go. Shift B, we can hide that. Yeah, I was wondering why things were taking a hot minute. Yeah, can't quite see right now, but yeah, we're on like 1.2k ping. Hoping Guild Wars 3 skins get consumed on use without just type name to delete. Yeah, I agree. Oh, 4k ping. It's a big number. Good, I've actually got underwater skills. Yep. Not going to be much use here. And Bit, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I've got like a bajillion ping right now. I can't even swap legends. So I'll probably like instantly die as soon as all the hits register. Thank you all for the follows, that's so kind. Yeah, I can't. Oh, there we go. Yep, everything just registered. There we go. Now that we're dead, it's down to like 241. Saria, thank you as well. Yeah, happens sometimes. World versus world. Yeah, not too much we can do about that. Ooh, more experience boosters. With a lot of the, you know, sort of under the hood and performance improvements they're proposing over the next 18 months, I wonder if, you know, like, you know, there could be anything to reduce the significant, like, performance issues you get in things like World vs. World. Like, then we've reached peak Guild Wars 2. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, 439 reward points each time is sweet. I'll actually bring that down just a bit. There we go, so everyone else can actually see what my ping is. And Blood, welcome in. New to Guild Wars and from Australia. Has there ever been a conversation on Oceanic servers? A conversation that we would all love one, but no, they won't ever do one for Guild Wars 2 in particular. I would love to see them in Guild Wars 3, but we don't know that yet. But Guild Wars 2 is a game that actually handles high ping really, really well, better than basically any other game that I've seen. And yeah, as someone who plays in Australia regularly on like 250 ping, it's actually fine. So I seem to show one's ping in game. I'm using it with Arc DPS to bring up the metrics tab, which is what you're seeing there, so you can see my ping at any point. But yeah, if you bring up the options menu, you can actually see your ping. NA, I'm on EU right now. For me, I get very similar ping between NA and EU due to my position in Australia, in South Australia. NA is slightly better, but EU is usually a better time zone in terms of when I play. If there are Oceanic servers in Guild Wars 3, would your main account be there or be on EU still? Depends if I'd be able to like swap servers regularly. I think because yeah, like so much of our community is on EU, I'd probably like if it is structured in any way like it would be in Guild Wars 2 for sort of like your one-to-one experience in terms of servers, I would probably spend most of my time on EU still. But I know if there's a different instance where, you know, there's like more easily approachable crossplay and stuff like that, where it's just a matter of, you know, whose ping is better for different areas of the game. Like, you know, EU peeps could play with AU peeps or something like that. If they implemented something like that, then I'd go where the better ping is. But, you know, it's a matter of, you know, I can't play with people on EU if I'm on Oceanic servers, then I'd probably go to EU. Or I'd swap depending on what I needed. Because, yeah, it's one of the best things about, you know, originally creating this account for EU is the fact we could play with, you know, so many, you know, friends and viewers from EU. But I've been mainly structuring it around, you know, what's the best, you know, time zone and, you know, what's the best, you know, thing to, you know, be able to play with members of the audience. Because, like, if I wanted to get, you know, the best experience ping-wise, I'd be on NA. But, you know, for the times that I play, there's not that many people on on NA typically, and so much of our audience is on EU, so it makes sense for me to be on EU. There's so many wonderful people over there, it's just a complete no-brainer. Yeah, physically relocate to EU, problem solved. True. And Reddish, welcome in, mate. It's wonderful to see you. Everyone, make sure to duck over to Reddish's channel and go check them out. How you been, mate? I'm seeing if I can learn to type. There we go. Yeah, it would be great if the partner system extends to Guild Wars 3. Yeah, it will. So because we are, like, we're not Guild Wars 2 partners, we're ArenaNet partners, so yes, we will be like partners for Guild Wars 3 as well. But it'd be interesting to see, you know, how they would actually manage servers. Hey, good, thanks. Super exhausted over a week of theorizing Guild Wars 3. That's a complete luxury problem. Oh, it does sound like a uber luxury problem, but yeah, it's exhausting nonetheless. So what are your thoughts on everything that's been revealed? Like, we've gone through and we've covered the launch trailer. We took a look at the Future of Guild Wars 2 video today. I'm very, very hopeful and excited for everything we have in store. Loving the fact they are continuing to support Guild Wars 2. The fact they even mentioned, like, for another 15 plus years in the video today, that was just wild. Be great if they copied the system from Guild Wars 1, where just switching districts you play with different group of players. That would be cool, yeah. And I think as well, if they could... how they deal with ping in Guild Wars 2, if it could at least be that for Guild Wars 3, or, you know, improved, like, then I think we've got a winning formula. Too much to fit in a chat message between Asura and Main to very interested to try Furious. I imagine you're probably quite happy as an Asura main there. Sly, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's a bit hard to keep track of where the com's going, but that's fine. Yeah, rip Sylvari and Tra. Yeah, I do really... like, Sylvari was my first ever character in Guild Wars 2, and my main character on EU is the Char, but, like, I will survive. As long as I get to play Guild Wars 3, I know I'll stay alive. Dwarves could be cool as well. Howling Dream, thank you for the follow. Yeah, just follow the human female method all as well. Yeah, the fashion wars meta. You go get some supply. Just notice the purple magic on the feet looks like the purple magic on the feet of Jumping Warclaw in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, and especially the mount as well. I was feeling like that was very Guild Wars, like Guild Wars 2 Warclaw coded. And the vibe I've been getting, you know, the sort of flying creature that seems to be accompanying us, it seems to me to be a mix of Skyscale and Skimmer, and sort of what I've been thinking is that, you know, everything they've been implementing, Secrets of the Obscure, focusing on Skyscale, Visions of Eternity, focusing on Skimmer, Janthea Wilds, focusing on Warclaw, it seems to be sort of, you know, preparing for what they might do in Guild Wars 3. Guild Wars 2 mounts are near perfect, so why change it? Yeah, if anything, just expand on it. But yeah, I feel like the consolidation of mounts would be a good idea, because, like, obviously Warclaw, Skimmer, and Skyscale are the mounts that most people tend to use day to day, because a lot of, you know, features have just been consolidated. So throw Griffin in there for good measure, because Griffin's great. Yeah, could certainly be testing some waters on mounts for Guild Wars 2, just use it for Guild Wars 3 to see if it works. Yeah, I think so. That makes sense to me. This lightsaber is giant. But yeah, you know how you have Raptor supplanted by Warclaw, Springer supplanted by Skyscale. I feel like consolidating it down makes sense, and just focusing on, you know, the core handful of mounts. But yeah, I'm especially excited to see the polish for existing Guild Wars 2 systems being like a key focus for the next year and a bit. I think that's really cool. I really hope they won't have flying mounts focusing on the joy of movement. I could see that. There's much more of a focus on, you know, player movement. It's giving very much Warframe vibes, which I approve of. So ITAN CM went, oh, that would be so cool. Yes, yes, I'm sold. Oh, I'm knocked out. Quick play for dungeons, I could 100% see that. And revamping core dungeons, I think would be a very smart move. It's like a system of Guild Wars 2 that very much hasn't been touched for years. I think that would be smart. Oh wait, no, I gotta go through here. How's this going? This is not going well. Not going well, I must say. And thank you all for the follows, I really appreciate it. Right, Guild Wars 2 does mounts exceptionally well. And if they can extend, you know, that little joy of movement into, you know, your player itself, I think that's a great call.
That looks valuable.
Yeah, if they introduce a momentum wall running and then combined with evolved glide, it wouldn't really need more than one mount that can do the rest. Very true. I think flying mounts in a future expansion thing. We know gliding's coming in trailer. Yes, we did see that. So ground and mounts plus glide is a good start. Yeah, I think that's a good call. And yeah, like mounts are an expansion selling feature in and of themselves. This is fun. I don't often get to use arrow carts. Should do it more. Big numbers. What's that one do? Oh, it does bleeding. That's cool. Arrow cart expertise. Yes, give me those achievements. How far out can we go? You can tell I haven't used Siege much. Arrow cart rotation 2 and 3 off cooldown, 1 otherwise. Good to know, thank you. Let's wait until they come back. I get why people do this now. Let's swap back to Conduit. So I can go like chase people down around here. Just about to craft the infinite arrow cart blueprint. Yeah, that would be a pivot, wouldn't it? Go from all Aurine legendaries, barely set in foot in world vs. world. Infinite arrow cart blueprint. Oh, and it did have a target cap of 50. Oh. Felt that in my bones. That sounds cool. Okay, let's go follow up from behind. Up. Let's go. Go through here. Come up from behind. There we go. It was nice to say arrow cart scaled power incorrectly. Massacre. And it was lovely to be the one using it. Oh, that sounds so good. know what I missed that I didn't really get to take part in? That the druid bug, where you'd keep summoning your juvenile burn hounds and you'd keep on healing them, and as long as they didn't die, you could keep summoning them infinitely, and then you could solo boss fights like Gorseable just entirely with burn hounds. I wish I got to partake in that. That was cool. Oh yeah, what are your thoughts, Redditch, on the announcement of a new World vs. World Borderland? Where are we at? Getting there. Getting there indeed. Oh, number gone up. Very nice. Already gave me a wish. Building it in public with the community is the biggest requirement if ever were to make a new Borderland. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I like what they've done with the creation of the push game mode and the new map there. And yeah, having that iterative approach, incorporating community feedback. I love as well they've made new sections of the forums being like, hey, what would you like to see fixed in Guild Wars 2? Solo, because there's so many things. Like even just yesterday, I was doing events in Ore to finish up the Summer Game Fest achievements, and was doing underwater events in Straits of Devastation because, I don't know, it can be a little bit strange sometimes. But yeah, so many of them just like bugged, and sitting there couldn't really do anything. Which, yeah, the underwater events in Straits of Devastation, I think I might have been the only person in a few years to go and do those events, but still. So many little things like that, and I think they could really touch on. Oh, it was in Edge of the Mist and Desert Borderland. Oh, you were in the betas there. Almost no feedback from before release. It was pretty bad. Ah, okay. I think a great thing about ArenaNet's announcement, they've clearly learned from their various lessons on various fronts, like not just pivoting away from your current game when your new game's in development, keeping all games running, incorporating player feedback. Them saying like, hey, we really wish we kept development going on Guild Wars 1 because like so many people love it, and as soon as we started doing stuff for it, we're like, oh damn, people actually love Guild Wars 1 and people want to keep playing it. I think they've made the right call. Oh, you just finished Lion's Arch Exterminator, which lets you get auto loot. Hell yeah, your life is gonna be changed, Raven. That's like uber top tier, most important mastery in the game, bar none. I'm pretty confident. Was it code 26? Made progress. We're on like 11, I think, earlier.
You can never have too much treasure.
Need a bunch of those as well. Especially if I do Corteria map comp in the future, which I will do at some point. But prob's not for a little bit. The Borderlands features good balance between confined spaces for roamers and great staircases with ledges to jump off. Usually makes for fun fights when you can use the environment. I think that sounds like a great idea. And yeah, implementing a bit of a dedicated space for roamers I think is a good touch. As opposed to sort of what you have now where you find people sort of just fighting out in the open and then people getting mad when you interrupt the fights. So I think having some dedicated space for that I think could be really cool. always so happy when I see a Spirit Shard drop. So again, it's our main gauge for legendaries. Especially the rate we're crafting them. Oh, we can get that random daily done. Sweet. Oh, that was the walkless skill. What was that ping? Very sad on 6 pips per tick. Yeah, I wish they could find something to make Edge of the Mist useful, aside from GVGs in the arena. Yeah, like that map really needs some love to give people a purpose to go there. I remember Karma farming back in that map way back in the day, but yeah, 100% it's just a complete sort of dead zone at the moment. But yeah, like they are going through and, you know, revamping rewards and scoring and sort of the reasoning behind world versus world. So, like, I could see them doing that. I feel like anything's basically on the cards now. Yeah, the new accessory requires you to go to Edge of this. Yeah, I did hear that. I remember people in our chat were going in and getting in Edge of the Mist to try and get that particular thing and keeping us updated on their progress. Won't be able to chase them down. Also very excited for any potential performance and improvements for Guild Wars 2. That would just be incredible. Guild Wars 2 is an old game, it should not require a big rig to run. And obviously, like, basically anything can run it, but as soon as you run into really, you know, populated areas, that's when you start getting the FPS hit. Anything could rectify that. Ooh, that's going to be big. They recently upgraded from a 3900X plus 3080 to a 9800X3D 57 Ti, massive upgrade. Ooh, yeah, especially the X3D CPU. Yeah, those are notoriously good. Yeah, I'm still rocking a 5600X CPU and a 6700 XT, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, I was looking at the minimum specs for Guild Wars 3 and I'm like, I am closer to that than I would like. Yeah, console support's a good sign for optimization though. Pretty fixed hardware that needs to be supported. Yeah, agreed, yeah. There's a lot of reasons I'm excited for console support. Yeah, optimization's one. Innate controller support's another. Yeah, I think targeting PS5, brilliant call. What have we got here? Got an Evoker here. Let's go. Oh, no. Let's at least go get in here and get some hits on the Lord. Oh, they're coming in. Coming in hot. Oh, hang on. Stabilities. Stability road. Look at how helpful we're being. Big stabilities. Oh, I cannot see a thing. Hang on, I'm gonna just skedaddle a bit out here. Now run through. Should have committed to the run. Do you get icked by the FPS drop? I'm sort of used to it, like it's a known thing in Guild Wars 2 when you're in big areas like that. It's the type of thing that I would love to see fixed. And Wraithful, welcome in. Hi, everyone, thank you for the follow. Does anyone know if you buy Guild Wars Reforged on ArenaNet and Steam today? Can you log in with your ArenaNet account on your Steam deck? You want to play on deck, but you travel select to get the Hall of Monuments for your Guild Wars 2 account. Oh, thank you for that, PK. No, I appreciate that, Harlequin. Thank you for popping in. Very good, yeah, thanks for sharing that. That should hopefully answer all your questions there, because I'm not sure about the specifics. Now, it can be a little bit fiddly between ArenaNet and Steam account and linking your Guild Wars 2 account and stuff like that. There's like some tricks with it. Slippery Dog, thank you for the follow. So yeah, hopefully that page there covers you. Even a flowchart bomb page. Oh, hell yeah, great. Once again, ArenaNet's coming in hot. Where are we at? I will finish off wood on this next one at least. Again, yeah, like we spend a bit of time World vs. World, then oh look, we're tantalizingly close to another gifted battle. Oh, you also got an ultra-wide OLED monitor. Can't wait to see Guild Wars 3 on it. Damn, that is a solid setup. Yeah, 9800 X3D and a 5080. Yep, you are absolutely bowling right now. Oh, I should have picked up some supply. Silly me. I might go get some. You'd love a larger main monitor, but you feel like 3x27 is plenty at the moment. That's a really solid amount. And yeah, I think 27 is like a really solid solution. Yeah, I've got two 27s, one landscape, one portrait over there, and then I've got a portrait monitor down in front of me as a third monitor. That's like a... you look to be about 15-inch. But that's really just so I can have OBS up on it. I had a break from Guild Wars for 5 years, now you're hyped again for Guild Wars 3. That is awesome. I tell you what, it's so helpful, especially because like my wife Jess and I will use it whenever we're filming like other videos as well, because we just like plug the camera in it and use it to monitor. But yeah, it's super helpful. Oh, you have two 27s and a 24-inch vertical? Nice. I'm a big proponent of having like at least one monitor vertical. I've had like both landscape before, and I found myself just having to like turn my head a bit too much to look at, you know, everything on the left side of the other one. Whereas the vertical one, I've got it split, so I've got like 3 sections where I snap windows to. So I find that works super well. No, hang on. Surprise. Oh, look, we got subs now. Yeah, I love World vs. World in Guild Wars 3. I think that would be great. Used to do TIE Fighter. Oh, I love that setup. But 27-inch just got too tall somehow, you felt. I could see that, yeah. Because, yeah, the very top of the screen is a bit high up. But I think I probably also have things down pushed a little bit lower. But, yeah, you got to figure out what ergonomics work for you. Not even just AFK for a few minutes. But awesome. Now we're going to go take a quick break to go stretch my legs. We'll see everyone in a few minutes. So I think you just wait for the follow. Now there is a time for complicated and sweaty DPS rotations, and then there is a time for sitting back and pressing 3. So let's dive in with one of the most relaxing DPS builds in Guild Wars 2, Pistol Thief. Welcome back everyone. Pistol Thief is one of the easiest to play DPS builds in all of Guild Wars 2, and despite the need to press hardly any buttons, it actually does a surprising amount of DPS. Now most full DPS builds in Guild Wars 2 will do somewhere over 40k at their absolute maximum. We're not going to be reaching that, but getting above 30k is easily achievable, and that is enough for you to clear almost all areas of Guild Wars 2 endgame. And another unexpected benefit, the fact that this build is so easy to play, means that it's very hard to mess up. There have even been times where I've found myself at the very top of the DPS charts, all while playing a build where I can literally spin around on my chair while I play. But there is more that you can do with this build, so I'm going to be covering all the different versions of this build, one where you can press literally 0 buttons, one where you can support your team with boons, and another where you can get surprisingly competitive DPS, all while spamming 1 skill. So let's dive in. Now for Pistol Thief, we must first equip 2 pistols. Now the entire build functions while spamming 1 skill. That is Pistol 3 Unload. Now the way thief weapon skills work is that instead of having skill cooldowns like you would on other classes, you instead have initiative, these little diamonds above your skill bar. Now each skill will cost a set amount of initiative, so a lot of different thief builds actually boil down to just spamming the highest damaging skill per initiative as much as possible, filling time and then spamming again. We're going to be taking that to the extreme here with Unload, which is going to cost us 3 initiative, and if all of your attacks hit, you are going to regain another 2 initiative. Now this combined with your inherent initiative regeneration rate means that you can spam Unload indefinitely, provided that all of your attacks hit. Now one of the first things you're going to want to do is change your auto attack from Vital Shot to Unload. To do that, you can simply hold Control and right click on Unload. And with that, your auto attack icon is now changed, and that is honestly the main skill you need to know about on Pistol. It completely replaces your auto attack, so there's no need to worry about Vital Shot. Bowler Shot is good for a little bit of immobilize, but because we don't have any condition duration baked into this build, the immobilized duration is not particularly long. Headshot is an incredibly useful CC skill, so make sure you at least are aware of what it does. That 2-second daze is quite handy, even if it does cost 4 initiative. And Black Powder is going to create a smoke field which can blind nearby mobs, but because we are a fully ranged build and this is quite expensive in terms of initiative, you'll find yourself very rarely making use of this. Now when it comes to the builds and the different options we have available, I'm going to start with the traits that are consistent across each of the different builds, and then we're going to go into some of the specifics. First up, with Deadly Arts, we're going to take Dagger Training because even though we're not wielding daggers, we're going to get extra power for free. Reveal Training is once again going to give us extra power. The main reason this is here though is that extra 80 power. Expose Weakness will cause you to deal 2% increased damage per unique condition on your target, so while it won't be hugely relevant for you when you're by yourself, when you're with a group of people and the boss has all conditions on it, that's going to be a significant damage increase. Executioner is one of your big damage modifiers, and it's going to cause you to deal 20% extra damage to any target below 50% health. That's a big old modifier. And then Critical Strikes, Keen Observer is going to give you 10% extra critical chance, as well as an extra 5% critical chance when our health is above 50%, so a potential 15% extra crit chance, very handy for reaching crit cap. Twin Fangs is going to cause us to deal 5% increased critical damage, and if we're above 50% health, we're going to deal an extra 2% critical damage, so 7% total. And we're also going to get increased critical hit chance when we are hitting a foe from behind or the sides, if we're flanking them, or if they are defiant. So we're talking any boss above a champion. This is a 7% critical strike increase, and it's very important for us to reach 100% crit chance as a power build. An important deviation from the regular power thief builds is taking the Deadly Aim trait, which is going to cause our pistol attacks to pierce enemies and deal 10% extra damage. So this you can actually cheese by targeting an enemy that's towards the back of a group, attack them, and then hit everything between you and them for a whole bunch of extra cleave damage. So keep that in mind. Ferocious Strikes is some extra critical damage when targets are above 50% health. So power build damage modifiers are always a good thing. No Quarter is going to make it so that when you land a critical hit when you have Fury, it's going to extend the duration of your Fury. So upkeeping 100% Fury on yourself is very, very easy. On top of that, we're also getting 250 Ferocity, which is a significant damage increase. Now, Deadeye is the elite specialization that you typically would associate with Pistol Thief, so we'll cover this one first. For the purposes of this build, the main thing you need to know about Deadeye is that your steel is replaced by Deadeye's Mark, which, thanks to the trait Iron Sight, will make you deal 10% extra damage to your mark target and take 15% less damage from that target. So it helps with your damage and your survivability. The trait One in the Chamber is going to make it so that whenever you cast a cantrip, which is one of your Deadeye specific skills, you're going to get a new stolen skill, and these stolen skills deal 25% more damage. Now, your stolen skills in Deadeye will typically provide boons and deal some damage, so they're nice things to slot in, and this is a nice little free bit of extra damage. Renewing Gaze is an important trait to be aware of, or at least just know how it interacts with your build. So Deadeye's Mark will recharge whenever your marked target is defeated. So you'll mark a target, defeat it, and then as soon as it's gone, you can mark a new target. Make sure you're always marking a target. It gives you a whole bunch of benefits. Premeditation will cause you to deal increased strike damage from each boon that you have. This is a little bit of extra damage when you are by yourself, and you get some extra concentration, so boon duration. This is a nice little bit of extra damage on yourself when you're solo, but when you're in a full group and you have all the boons on you, this can be a huge damage increase. Like we mentioned before, Iron Sight is going to make it so you deal 10% extra damage to your marked target, and you're going to take 15% reduced damage from them. Be Quick or Be Killed will grant you a few seconds of quickness whenever you mark a foe, and you get an extra 200 power and 200 precision whenever you have a target marked. So once again, we're always going to want to be marking a target. Now, a very handy variant of this build that you can run to actually help your team out with providing boons, and it's also quite good for running open world, because running around in open world with quickness is amazing, is swapping out the trait Be Quick or Be Killed for Fire for effect. So this is going to make it whenever you mark a target, instead of getting a random stolen skill, you will always get the stolen skill Steal Time, which will grant you a few seconds of quickness, and Fire of Effect will also make it so Steal Time will give you 8 stacks of Might and Fury as well. Now, if you want a version of this build that doesn't use an elite specialization because either you don't have an elite specialization unlocked, or if you want to shock your team and bring in a core build that actually does quite decent damage, you can run Trickery instead of Deadeye. Now, the main reason for taking Trickery is the trait Lead Attacks, which whenever you use a skill that costs initiative, you're going to rack up more and more stacks of lead attacks, which causes you to deal more damage up to a maximum of 15%. Because you're constantly going to be spamming unload, this is going to be capped out at all times, so it's a free damage increase more or less. Now, traits we take are going to be all about buffing up our steel, so we can make that as useful as possible. Throw the Crime is going to grant you and your allies some might, fury, and swiftness, which being able to provide some extra boons for your team for free is just nice. Bountiful Theft will cause your steel to grant you and all nearby allies vigor, and it's also going to rip boons from your target as well. So if there's a boss where you do need some boon rip, this is actually quite a useful skill to have, and if your target doesn't have boons, you're going to get some might as well. There's not many useful traits to take in the Grandmaster slot of Trickery, so we're going to take Sleight of Hand, which will make our steel deal a slight daze to the target, and it's also going to reduce the recharge of steel, so we can use it more often, grant more boons, get more cool effects. It's all good stuff. The fun fact about this build is that you don't really have to press any buttons at all. You can simply set your Pistol 3 to auto cast and you're off to the races. It's nice to press steel occasionally to grant boons, but there's no Deadeye's Mark to worry about. This is as simple as it can get. Now we come to the Daredevil version of this build. Now this build actually does deal quite decent damage, much more than the Deadeye and Core Thief version of this build, and that's entirely down to the sheer number of damage modifiers that the Daredevil trait line actually gives us. Now Marauder's Resilience will give you some extra health based on your power, and you're going to take reduced damage from enemies in melee range. Just a nice little quality of life trait. Weakening Strikes will make it so that after you dodge, you're going to inflict weakness on targets. Weakened targets will deal reduced damage to you, so it's good for survivability, and you'll deal more damage to them. Important thing about Daredevil is that dodging is part of your DPS rotation, so that's actually where the little bit of a step up in difficulty comes, but it's worth it. Havoc Specialist, you're going to deal more damage when your endurance is not full, so important, make sure your endurance isn't full for 15% extra damage. Endurance Thief will grant you 50 endurance whenever you steal a target, so it will fill one of your 3 endurance bars that you can see above your health bar. Super useful when attacks coming in and you need some clutch endurance because you burn all your dodges as part of your DPS burst rotation. Now the way Daredevil works is that as soon as you take a Grandmaster trait, your dodge is going to be replaced by one of 3 different types of dodges. For this, we're going to be taking the power damage version, Bounding Dodger. So your dodge is replaced by Bound. It's going to deal damage whenever you land your dodge, and for 6 seconds after, you're going to deal 15% extra damage. So one, we're going to want to try and land our dodge on our target to deal a good burst of damage to them, and we're going to want to dodge often enough so we can keep up this Bounding Dodger buff as much as possible. This is where all the difficulty comes in with this build, and I'm using the term difficulty very, very loosely. Part you have to be aware of is just moving around your target and just...
And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. And thank you so much, Leniana, for the sub. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. You're an absolute legend. Let's go. We've got to go rebuild some participation now. Jan Weaver, thank you for the follow. Thank you to everyone who followed as well. Super appreciate that. Double Lucky, thank you for the sub. That's really, really kind. Thank you, my friend. You're watching the guide? Well, you can always go and check it out over on my YouTube channel there. Thank you. And thanks for hanging out here, British. It's great to have you here. Let's make sure I don't die to full damage. I have been known to do that before. Okay. You see World vs. World you like? Yeah, I do enjoy spending a bit of time World vs. World. Definitely not my main game mode, but when I go in, especially since I've got some dedicated World vs. World builds set up. Yes, thank you once again to Double Lucky for the sub. I really appreciate that. Well, let's run through with our Jalis hammers. Oh. Can I do this and not die? Nice. T6 participation back up. Love it. Hydraulic Panic, thank you for the follow. Oh, nice. About to rank up again. We are getting there. Yeah, we might even just ride it out until we get our next skip to battle. Oh, that's a wall. We're back up to our participation now. Switch grip to Skyscale. Now the hardest part is how do you die it so it looks good. Wow, that is a big accomplishment. Well done. I do need to go and get the grip to Skyscale at some point. Oh, not the spirit. Sweet. Okay, squad's getting bigger. Well, we grab some more of that amazing zucchini bread as well that Jess made tonight. It is so good. It's the first time she's made zucchini bread and we're both like, damn, we needed to get on this sooner. Yeah, that is unbelievably good. That must have closed as well. I need many of those now.
Now let's build. Thanks for the hydrate. This someone just asked for heal food, so I just threw some down. Make that zucchini bread. Incredible. Love it. Let's load up on supply. Make sure I actually harvest that properly. This EU or NA? We're on EU right now. Thank you, Astro. Let's build everything we can. Okay, welcome in. What's on the menu? Right now we're focusing on a bit of world versus world to close out another gift of battle. But yeah, we're sort of doing everything and anything we can to really push us towards getting our next End of Dragon Legendary. We crafted one tonight, we crafted Aurine's Hammer. But we have many more still on the list. And thank you, Kobe, for the follow. What have you been up to, Coco? Okay, let's see where we're at. 33 of 40. So we're getting closer. Then I'll be good for the next little bit, at least for my immediate crafting. So we're going to have to do a lot more. time I went from 2 to 3 supply. Can't really pull people down on this build. Oh, I was gonna say, jumping down right here. Hey, thanks, bud. I appreciate that.
Kill them all. Aggression.
I need line of sight for that. But that's going down. Cheeky port. Hang on, if we just wait. There we go. So we can go in now. Got your drop. Nice. Get a cleanse. Yeah. Let's just regroup. Okay, let's see. Who do I want to target? Someone towards the back there. Get a rally potentially. Get up, there we go. Some longbow ranger action would be quite fun. That's right, we'll make the run back. Should have danced around the group a bit more there. Oh, I thought that wall was gone, but no, it's still there. Let's change our glider skin while we're at it. Got the electromagnetic one, that's pretty nifty. Bloodstone one's cool. Wild magic one's just always nice. I don't know if I love the leaf glider. We've got the Greer one. Then we got Sorcerer's Cape floating around. Oh yeah, I got more up there. There we got that. Sorcerer's Cape is a fun one, yeah. Oh, it looks like the squad ported back here. Yeah, that's fun. I like it. Woken up, Addy. He's trying to get more comfortable, if that's at all possible. Oh, she's seen the camera. And plonk. Like I'm being watched. Catch you later, Astro. Have a good one, mate.
I have returned to find it inside. Nice swimming.
Oh, nice. Bronze 1 is done. 5 now, not bad. No supply, nothing to gather. Going back at 27. Doing okay. Do you have any more information over Guild Wars 3? Nothing over what everyone else already knows. So everything that's been announced, that's what I'm aware of. Where did I actually put the partner logo? Oh, no, I know where it is. It's under... Hang on. Ah, yeah, cool. It's under that one. Just needs to be moved. Rosie Rocks, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Enjoy no more ads and your wonderful addy emotes. Yes, let's actually fix that now. Here we go. Hey, little bud, what are you most excited for about Guild Wars 3? I'll make sure we actually sup up. We haven't done that for a bit. I appreciate that, Rosie. Enjoy your emotes. Oh, we've got someone here. Let's go, just get a few shots in. Nice, just have to get credit. Ethereal, thank you for the follow. No, we're going for Stone Mist. Let's make it happen. Well, speaking of the castle, I do indeed. It's a requirement. Let's throw down some ascended food as well. No, I don't want to use though. I don't even know if I have the upgrades to be able to do it properly. Okay. Yeah, we definitely do not. No, Catapult Master should be pretty solid. Oh, we got some greens in here. Feel disappointed that completing King Castle achievement has not been updated to give you a throne chair in addition to the King Maiden title. Yes, that should do that. That would be a real nice touch. Okay. And let's try and chase them down there. Oh, getting there. There we go. Got that one down. Got them taken care of. Oh, this is looking like a bit of a massacre. I can't use chairs and water spots, probably why. Yeah, that would make sense. Metricos, welcome in. How's it going, mate? So close. Wasn't planning on like finishing a full one tonight. I don't know, Reggie, now what would you use like badges of honor for if you've got like no other use for them? Or do they just accumulate endlessly? Oh, thank you for that, Nike. Fortunately, only VIPs can post links, but it's good to know that they've done an interview with Colin, so yeah, it'll be good for me to take a look at. We'll take a look at that probably after we are done with our Gift of Battle, which should be relatively soon. A good over here, getting the day started, PC maintenance, plant maintenance, and Guild Wars. Nice! What's on the list today for PC maintenance in particular? I think for the Hydrate. Do I get issues logging in with the ReNet? Nah, mine's fine. If you're having issues, I'm sorry, but yeah, it could be like an ISP thing, or maybe a network routing thing. Mine's okay for now. In-game wallet says 168k, so I think we're in accumulate territory, but it's nice to buy almost best in slot foods. Oh yeah, those ones from the provisioner. Yeah, that's a good shout, actually. That would be a good use for them. How legendary's coming? They're coming along well. I have crafted Aurine's hammer tonight. So yeah, I want to get another Gift of Battle, because I've only got one on hand at the moment. But yeah, we're limited by Spirit Shards and... Limited by Spirit Shards and what do you call them? Imperial Favor. So I have to do a bunch of End of Dragons metas. Which I always could do anyway, they're like super profitable to do. And yeah, just like general gameplay. But yeah, like we made... Probably in the realm of making 100 Spirit Shards today, just roughly. The infinite supply of food. That's good. That's probably something for me to keep in mind. Because yeah, I do have in my bank, like this first tab here is used to store various foods, so yeah. Slotting in like, I don't know, a stack of some almost best in slot foods would be pretty cool. A fresh install of Windows in your partner's PC. Oh, that's always a satisfying experience. General cleanup. His PC is in need of some TLC. Physical clean, storage clean. Good shout. Yeah, that sounds really nice. We're in the almost single-digit frames territory now. comms down. Yeah, throw the provisioner shares. I should get that. Yeah, so where do I get that? Let's check. Thank you for the hydrate. But doing a fresh install of any OS is always a fun experience, I find. They're from Outfitter? Ah, yeah. Speaking of, I could actually do with another shared slot, actually. Oh. Such achievement to write then. The joys of having this be my third account is that you get all manner of like random achievements done. Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, getting that food is solid. Ooh, doesn't give the experience though. Still, good. I appreciate that. Like that is, I have used this stuff before, but yeah, I actually tend to use food more for the fact it gives experience boost. Third account 3K mod conclusion. We have made and sold quite a few legendaries. This has since become our main account that we play on. Just my other account is 10k hours in, or maybe 11k now, I'm not quite sure. Finley, thank you for the follow. And that one's basically full legendary, so we decided to go over and do it all again on EU. Also, take stock of what Guild Wars 2 content he actually owns and get the rest while sales on. Oh yeah, now's a really good time to stock up on those Guild Wars 2 sales. But yeah, that's cool. Oh, I like that actually. That's nice. What can't you find any squad doing convergence any patch? I mean, a lot of people are probably doing the public ones. If you're looking for like coordinated CM ones, you might be needing to check out some discords. It's great to see you, Mia. How you going? I don't know. Let's get some. What's good? Like the steak and asparagus. There's like some good power and ferocity stuff. Guild Wars 3 is coming, still couldn't choose main class of Guild Wars 2. Oh, just be like me and play basically everything. Which is a great one. Yeah, like create a group for CMs. That sounds solid. Just gonna might on kill, steak and asparagus dinner. Let's try and find what the good sort of power and ferocity food is. Add any legendary into IBS this year? I don't know. I wouldn't really expect so, but who knows? We're in a wild world for Guild Wars 2 now. But yeah, the IBS maps, like, they will push you towards the legendary amulet. So much smaller. Oh, we're getting super close now. Yeah, I'll just Google like food. Guild Wars 2 food. Then I can filter it by like power and ferocity and see if there's anything good. Power and ferocity. Okay, not really. So it might be the steak asparagus dinner. That's actually not bad. I'll keep that in mind. That'll be good stuff for open world, actually. We're buying Guild Wars 1 this year. Let's have a new patch Guild Wars 2. I'm playing Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars Reforged is a fantastic call. Do you have any beginner video? No, I don't, but I should make some stuff for Guild Wars Reforged. Yeah, let's get the steak and asparagus dinner. And Brian, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you can play completely solo as well. Especially with heroes and mercenaries. Darkbringer, welcome back. Yeah, we have blasted through the next gift of battle that we need, which is cool. Also been learning what good food is in the provision. I should have like picked it up way sooner. Really neglected it on this account. Just picked up another shared inventory slot. So yeah, another useful thing. But yeah, we are super close to that. And you definitely want to check out the interview that Colin did with ArenaNet as well. Roland, welcome in. Wonderful to see you. Let's go add that to the section in my bank where food goes to die. There it is. Why are you there? Oh, you should be down there. There's a system. Doesn't look like it, but there is a system. Okay, we've already got these, so let's add to account wardrobe. So I'm going to go X, actually destroy that now. Let's do some delete. Love that trick. Yeah, system, everything placed at random. Yeah, everything placed at random, but I know exactly where everything is. Oh, they're all in a line. It's very, very aesthetically pleasing. What happened to Infinite Blueprint and World vs. World? Nobody care about them today. I mean, I imagine those who are like really invested in World vs. World probably care. They're probably working towards it. Oh, I should swap to, yeah, we'll swap to heal Vindy now. Liz! No! Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. Wait. Oh, great. Now I've got Curse build. Who knows what I even... I think I'm on Conduit with Minstrel's gear now. Oh, well, we got Jealous Road. Glorious Road. Yep, I got my Minstrel's gear. There's the Monk relic popping. Oh, this is going well. Maybe that was a secret play. Power DPS Conduit with Minstrel's gear. The meta strats they don't want you to know. Oopsie, Monk Guardian in Guild Wars 3. What class would you love to see? I mean, a Revenant main, I'd love to see that. I don't expect it would, though. That wouldn't make any sense lore-wise. I don't know, yeah, I hope we see some sort of, like, Ranger spec. And very expensive because of recycled siege going up in price? Ah, okay. Oop. Let's see if we end up rallying. I don't think so. No. That's cool. Good, now I can actually have the correct stuff on. Oh, that's a lot of loot there. Okay, let's run the proper stuff now. But I guess it would be good to give, you know, the long-time World vs. World players something to work towards, and something especially to burn all your currency on. That's why I was totally fine with, you know, the new PvE ring, I believe it was, or the new legendary that came out requiring like insane levels of karma. It was like 7 million of karma or something. But yeah, if you haven't been crafting a lot of legendaries, been playing Guild Wars 2 for a long time, you probably have literal millions upon millions of karma. Even I quite regularly consume mine for obsidian shards. Like I just bought a couple stacks of them and spent like 4 million karma. I'm on like 3 million again. So having a massive sink like that, I think is a good thing. Ooh. Could stockpile these and use them all at once, but I can also do this. And Rose, you're excited to jump back in with you. Oh, nice. Oh, we just looked in. You have 11 years of birthday gifts. Oh, how many characters do you have? That is cool. I'm here for it. I just played the OG story. Wow, yeah, you've got so much to enjoy to catch up on. But yeah, getting the infinite, you know, birthday cake food is great. Yeah, this is a much younger account, so it's going to be a while before I get that, but they did commit to keeping Guild Wars 2 running for 15 plus years. Keyword there being the plus, so yeah, I will eventually get it. I haven't actually crafted the Infinite Siege. Actually want to make a guide one day. Yeah, that's the tricky thing about, you know, things like that. If you want to make, you know, guides on it, you kind of have to put off doing it until you're ready to make said guide. But however the mats, including the recycled siege, went up from a few thousand gold to 20k overnight. Good lord. Didn't sell as other things in life in gold. And that's true, like gold is a made up currency. That's what I say to make myself feel better when I invariably do something unhinged with all my gold, like listing a legendary, getting undercut, instantly delisting it, then insta-selling it, like just setting fire to a few hundred gold, been known to do that on occasion. And rather, you've been away from Guild Wars 2 for a while, used to raid, and that's when Guild Wars 3 got you to come back to do the story. Awesome, that's great, I love to hear that. Exclusive, thank you for the follow. So 9, yep, should be next tick, we will get it. Yeah, the player delectable birthday cakes. They're the 8th birthday food. Can't quite remember, but yeah, it's a birthday that's quite far into the game. Super handy. Infinite food. And it's decent as well. Not best in slot, but it will do. It won't be long and this third account will have overtaken my original account in World Best World rank. Does anyone remember core Guild Wars 2 days of like leveling your characters in World vs. World? What an unhinged time. And yeah, I know ArenaNet has very good experience creating games with distinct art styles, so I'm very keen to see what Guild Wars 3 looks like when it launches, especially in the beta as well. Leveling ults by following the blob in Edge of the Mist? Yes. A simpler time. I think there's a lot that they could do with Guild Wars 3 UI as well. Like, I like to see in a bit more of a customizable UI, similar to what we have in Guild Wars 1, where you can sort of like reposition things as you please. I think that would be super cool. It also kind of depends on the exact style of game as well. Like, if it's more of a, you know, direct sort of action RPG, if it takes more from that than does from like the MMO, you know, number of skills and stuff like that, then a customizable UI becomes less and less of a concern. But still, I think it'll be a nice feature. Oh sweet, that should be Gift of Battle. Fatal Fangs, what is that? Oh, nice. Gift of Battle, sweet. I do need to play like Throne of Liberty and Crimson Desert as well, especially just so I can have a bit more context in, you know, any potential comparisons. Might go until we die. And then we'll go check out that interview with Connor. PS3 ain't dead, thank you for the follow. Love and respect the username. I don't know if I still got or PS3 in the other room. That's a very cool console. A weekly camp capture, sweet, and a big old rank up. Oh yeah, like I was the main PS3 guy back in the day. Where are they porting to? Oh, that's satisfying. That was a very successful endeavor. Satisfying when that pans out in particular. I don't think I have any more keys. Is this a raid? No, this is world versus world, so large scale open world PvP. So running around in a giant squad. So running around capturing objectives and facing other teams of people. Identify gears building up again. Is it just with random people? I'm doing it just with random people right now, but there are, like, you know, entire world versus world guilds who specialize in it. You can join up with groups of people, you can get a group of friends together and do it as well. But it's just with all different people playing Guild Wars 2 right now. There might be groups that are like Uber coordinator and voice comms and the like, and, you know, really, you know, take it seriously and optimize squad composition and stuff like that, and it might be groups that you just like run around with and capture things. No mounts, no gliding, just travelers' runes and find a banner warrior to be best friends with. Nice. Hey, Dropbot, thank you so much for the sub, my friend. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Super kind of you. Enjoy no more ads. And your wonderful addy emotes. Are you trying to get into Guild Wars 2? You're stuck on connection error retry screen. Tried almost everything except VPN. Is there an issue? Maybe try it with the VPN, or there might be, if you Google like Guild Wars 2 connection issues, there might be a page on their support specifically about things to try. You might need to open a few ports on your router potentially, but I wouldn't really expect so nowadays. It's not really a thing I think you have to deal with. But yeah, maybe try a VPN. If not, it could be an ISP thing. Make sure your internet connection itself is working. But yeah, that can be really hard to diagnose. Also, if you're able to like reaching out to ReadNet support as well, like they are very responsive. They'd probably give you a bunch of tips to help out with. But yeah, there shouldn't be any connection issues to Guild Wars 2 that I'm aware of right now. And it can also depend on where you are in the world. Like maybe your particular region is having, you know, internet connection issues. Nice. Nice and modest. Go. Oh, hang on. I should probably not just stand there while I'm in the process of getting nuked. I raise a silly question. Recommend to move through the X-Packs in order or jump to a specific living world or X-Pack first? Oh, nice. Got that title. Untitle, the achievement. It depends on what you want. Like, if you want the most sort of traditional Guild Wars 2 experience, going through things in order I think is the right shout. But if you're looking to, you know, maximize your quality of life, then it can be, you know, the case of like maybe you jump to, say, End of Dragons or Heart of Thorns to get gliding, or you go to Path of Fire to get some mounts quickly to start that early on, go into Secrets of the Cure to unlock Sky Scale, but, you know, it kind of depends. Generally, like, I recommend going through things in order, especially for new players, because, you know, the story's going to make a lot more sense. But if you're looking for, you know, ultimate quality of life, maybe going into Path of Fire and getting, like, the first 4 mounts, which you can get relatively early on, or at least unlocking Raptor, which will be, like, you know, the first story step or so. Getting the permanent mount is really, really nice, and you could always jump back and go through things in order. Then AoEs to make your healers work hard is a long-held World tradition. Yeah, got to keep them on their toes. Logging into a levelated character no memory plane has been interesting. Oh, I imagine it would be, and don't worry, like that feeling of not being exactly sure what to do, that is incredibly normal. Like, it's not just with Guild Wars 2. I feel like any game that has a huge amount of depth and potential complexity as well, and so many different things to do, yeah, it's very much like, you know what was I doing? Why am I doing this? Why is Guild Wars 2? But if you're coming back, I do recommend you just following along with the story. Because yeah, that's going to introduce you to the game in a much more relaxed and controlled manner. And then from there you can branch out and be like, okay, maybe I want to dive into some World vs. World, or people are doing this cool meta event, let me tag along, or maybe I want to try some raids or fractals or something like that. It's funny, as soon as I get my gifted battle and the squad starts like popping off. Yep. Barbarian, welcome in. Yep. Oh, nope. Oh, about face triggered afterwards. No. Oh, the IG interview is interesting. That's good, because yeah, I was just about, now that I've actually died in World vs. World, it's a very good point for me to go check out said interview. Alright, hang on, go TY. TY for lead. Cool, so let's go park this character here. Okay, so it's 1200 years for Guild Wars 1, not 1000. Okay, let's go take a look. Guild Wars 3 IGN interview, Colin. 39 minutes ago. Okay, there we go. So make sure Guild Wars 2 gets muted in the background. It's been so long, took a break, but obviously Hyper dragged you back. Now I think is a wonderful time. Okay, let's go mute that. Like this here. Toggle over to minimal display. Okay, so is this a... Oh, nice. It's a video interview, so let's go. Okay. Let's get that going.
Thanks, everybody. Oh. So, to kick things off, just can you give us
Okay. Let's bring this back to the start. We can just pause that, bring it back. Okay, so now we'll check out the interview that Colin has just done with IGN. So very keen to see what this says, and I've heard we've got some more tidbits about the placement of Guild Wars 3 in the timeline of Guild Wars 2. So some more details about that. We've got a 10-minute interview. Let's dive in. Let's make this full screen and let's blast.
It has been a long time coming, but we now know that it's really real. Guild Wars 3 was just revealed, the next MMORPG from ArenaNet, and here to talk with us as much as we can about it is studio head Colin Johansson. How you doing, sir? I'm great, thank you. It has been
Colin looks so thrilled to be there. I love it.
Yeah, make some noise! Guild Wars 3! Thanks, everybody. Oh. So, to kick things off, just can you give us a top-level overview? What are some of the big new ideas driving Guild Wars 3?
Yeah, you know, we've announced that we're going to go into beta at the end of next year.
End of next year for the beta.
A lot of time between now and then that we're going to reveal most of the big ideas behind the game and kind of work our way through that. The two things so far that we've set out as core pillars for the game that we've announced, one of them is joy of movement. I think one of the things that the Guild Wars franchise is known for, coming out of Guild Wars 2 in particular, is offering this really spectacular form of movement in an MMO experience. And we're really trying to push that even further with Guild Wars 3 and asking the question, can we take some of the elements that you would traditionally find in action games and bring those into multiplayer MMO experiences to create incredible new forms of joy of movement? And a lot of that is powered by momentum, which is a thing you don't see in...
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that because, yeah, the movement system, especially considering mounts in Guild Wars 2, is absolutely incredible. They've smashed that. Like, the Guild Wars 2 mounts, I think, are the best in the industry, so keen to see how they transfer that to the actual player character as well.
MMOs, and so a lot of the movement in Guild Wars 3, your momentum transfers between all of the different things you do, which allows you to really express joy of movement in a unique way in an MMO. And then the other one that we've talked just a tiny...
Okay, so that sort of give me the sense that, you know, whenever you, say, if you move along with your mount, then yeah, that momentum will carry through to you know, dismounting and then maybe getting a bit of a propel forward or something like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how you can actually chain all your movement skills together.
Bit about, and I'm going to leave it at that today, is our combat system. And I think that MMOs often are viewed as very specific types of combat. And we really wanted to look at, especially with this game now coming to both console for the first time and trying to create a new era of MMOs, we really wanted to ask, how could we take some of the elements that you would find in action multiplayer combat games, or even just action RPGs, and bring those into the MMO space and extend them? And so our combat system is really something very unique that extends out on some of those ideas as well.
I'd be really interested to know what kind of action games Arena has taken inspiration from here. So I imagine we'll, as we get more and more reveals, we'll start to probably be able to gleam a bit more from that. But yeah, I've mentioned before, you know, particularly the movement, that screaming Warframe to me, which, hey, there are far worse games you could take inspiration from than Warframe. So I think that is awesome. So I'm keen to see what we can sort of expect in terms of the combat.
That's as much as I'm going to say right now.
A little bit of a tease.
Keeping it tight-lipped.
So we got the trailer kind of looping here. Can you walk us through what we're seeing in the trailer and what were some of the things that you wanted to convey with this trailer?
Yeah, so one of the big things that you'll see there is we're depicting the land of Ur, which is an incredible historical place in the history of Guild Wars. The very first Guild Wars took place there. The gods that originated in our world We've told many stories in our lore about them existing in ore and then disappearing and leaving the world. And we're setting this game 1,200 years before Guild Wars 1.
There we go, 1,200 years before Guild Wars 1. So that's what, almost 1,500 years before Guild Wars 2. So we are very far removed from the, the lore and the events of both 1 and 2. And also I'm so keen to see the, all the lore being expanded on about the human gods in particular. So keen for that. All of the lore around them I've always found like massively interesting, especially back in like my early Guild Wars days.
Just before the first Guild War breaks out, just after one of the gods has been deposed, and we see this as a really incredible opportunity to go back to a place in our world. Before the first Guild War. First Guild Wars took place there. The gods that originated in our world, we've told many stories in our lore about them existing in ore and then disappearing and leaving the world. And we're setting this game 1,200 years before Guild Wars 1, just before the first Guild War breaks out, just after one of the gods has been deposed. And
so just after one of the gods have been deposed, so would that be Balthazar deposing Menzies potentially?
But what there is incredibly interesting. And there are a huge amount of the mysteries and the stories behind the entire concept of Guild Wars.
Oh, Abaddon, okay.
From this timeline. The other reason that we picked it is we think all of those reasons are awesome for our existing fans and a reason for them to engage. But we're inviting an entire new audience to join this game and to join the Guild Wars franchise.
So is this the time when... So yeah, Abaddon, he gave the humans magic. The other gods got very mad about that. So it was taking place after that point. So one of the questions that people had is, are we so far back that humans don't have access to magic yet? Because yeah, Abaddon gave the humans magic. So is this the point where that has already taken place? So Abaddon has given humans magic.
Franchise for the first time. We're inviting players on PlayStation to come join us and play, and console gamers have never been able to play a Guild Wars game before. We didn't ship Guild Wars 3
targeting consoles, great move. Could also mean Doom falling, true, yeah. Because we did see both Abaddon and Doom on the canvas.
Out to everyone that this is a game for everyone to come play Guild Wars right now. And you don't have to have played 20 years of this franchise to understand what's going on in Guild Wars 3.
I think it's also another very smart thing about them releasing this game or placing this game, now 1,200 years before Guild Wars 1, because then you don't necessarily need this massive backlog of lore to fully get up to speed, because that can be the real tricky thing about releasing sequels to games. So I think that's a very good touch. Also works very well with pushing it to an entirely new audience on console and expanding the Guild Wars player base, because MMOs are an incredibly niche genre of game, so doing everything they can to push that out further, also with the release of Guild Wars Reforged on mobile, I think that's a very smart move.
Everybody is coming in on relative equal footing. There is just a small amount of recorded history about this timeline, and so all of our new players and all of our existing fans all get to discover the lore and the timeline and the stories all together. And because there's very little that's actually recorded, even though it is set 1,000 plus years in the past, there's an incredible amount of stuff for people to discover and find out, and mysteries to unravel that we think is going to be compelling for everybody. And so you're seeing some little pieces here of ore and some of the spirits that live in ore, the gods that live in ore, and those are just some little teases for more stories to come later.
All right. Very excited to hear about the lore.
So you guys are announcing an open beta in 2027. I know that's a long ways off, but are there any details you can share about your...
It's also way closer than the launch of Guild Wars 2 was from its initial announcement, so very smart move. Love it. Yeah, lore implications are for veterans, not for the mass audience. Yeah, I agree. Having that depth of lore, I think, is a very important thing to have to make the game universe feel lived in, alive, and vibrant.
Approach to the gameplay this time around, in anticipation for that open beta.
I appreciate that. I think I'll take that a little more high level and say one of the really unique things about ArenaNet is we have a very unique approach to making new games. And at most studios, when they start making a new game, they think about what is the gameplay that we want to have, what's the story we want to tell, what technology or cool feature do we want to base this game on. And especially in the case when you're making like part 2 or part 3 of a series, oftentimes the question is, what are all the things we're going to carry forward, and then the new feature we'll add to make it cool. And ArenaNet has never viewed making games that way. we start with player problems. And, you know, we make MMORPGs, so we start by asking, what are all the player problems and frustrations in the genre at this time? And back when we were making Guild Wars 1, one of the big ones was that every online game had a subscription fee. So we set out to make a game that would have no subscription fees, that anyone could...
That's really good to hear sort of their decision-making process around that, and that's good to know sort of how they came to the solution situation where the Guild Wars franchise doesn't have a subscription fee, because yeah, so many other MMOs out there do, and that's a huge selling point, and one of the main reasons why I play Guild Wars 2 as much as I do. So looking forward to seeing that carry through to Guild Wars 3.
Play as much or as little as they want, and they could always play with their friends. When we set out to make Guild Wars 2, we wanted to make a giant open world MMO, the scale of all these other games that were out at the time, and solve for the problems that existed in those types of games. And so we made a world where players don't get put in conflict with one another, where it's easy to play with other players, and other players actually make the game more fun. And
That's also another huge selling point of Guild Wars 2, and one of the things that really drew me to it way back, like in its early launch days, I think they actually brought me to Guild Wars 2, was the original Angry Joe review about that. If anyone remembers that, it's a massive throwback. That was a brilliant video. But yeah, the fact that in Guild Wars 2 you aren't competing with everyone, you're not competing for loot, you're not having to contend for that, you don't get mad if you see someone gather a mining node in front of you because you were going for it, you can go get it as well. I think it's a great system.
Starting with those player problems as our core means every one of our games is very, very different. They take place in Tyria, they draw from the same like core lore, but they're on different timelines and they're very different game experiences because they solve for different problems in the era of game that we're making it in. And we feel like right now, the genre that we make our game in the MMO genre, and we've consistently heard this from all of you too, that you feel like this genre is ready for something new, that it is stagnated, that we've all been playing the same games for the most part for over a decade.
I think that's very true. There has not been a huge amount of evolution in the MMO space in absolute years at this point, so keen to see what they can bring. And it's honestly really nice to see just ArenaNet's focus on the player, and especially with them maintaining Guild Wars Reforged, Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 going forward. Yeah, so I'm saying, hey, let's think about what's actually good for the players. I think that is brilliant compared to so many other studios where you might see them just shut down a game server once it's a few years, you know, past the release of the next game. So I think that is phenomenal.
And I think this is when ArenaNet's at its best, when we challenge ourselves and say, let's go solve for the problems and innovate. And it's risky, it's a challenging thing to do. We could trip and fall flat on our face by trying to invent new ideas and then wrap our game around those. But I don't think game genres move forward unless people are willing to do that. And so we are going to fearlessly charge forward and try a bunch of new ideas. And we really hope people love them, and we're going to find out over the next couple of years.
I fully agree. Now I want to go back to that the no subscription model point. But first, we actually have some exclusive artwork that came through.
Exclusive artwork, let's go.
If you can just kind of walk us through what's happening here.
I can. So first off, kudos to Kekai.
Okay, so we've got someone wielding a bow here. It's almost giving sort of, no, we're not going to have Revenants at this point in the timeline, but that sort of armor style was given very much like Revenant, or obviously a heavy armor class. And we've got some sort of, let's say, like, you know, rogue style class or thief style class here.
One of our incredible concept artists who made this piece early on in development. And this is really an inspiration piece going back to what are we trying to do with combat in this game. And you know, I mentioned earlier one of our goals is to take elements you would traditionally find more in action games and to try to figure out which of those can make their way into an MMO experience.
I think as well with that image in particular, the fact that they have, you know, I've used this as inspiration when they have, you know, different players, one here, and one here, all standing around this giant target, or this giant enemy fighting it, compared to Guild Wars 2, where very much the idea is you stack together, get boons, blast the target down. This looks like they're going for a much more different combat system, and something that a lot of people in Guild Wars 2 have wanted for quite some time, so I'm looking forward to seeing that.
I mentioned earlier one of our goals is to take elements you would traditionally find more in action games and to try to figure out which of those can make their way into an MMO experience.
No, I could see elementals as well.
From the very beginning, having this game be playable both on a controller and mouse and keyboard, and challenged ourselves, can we make a combat system that feels awesome on both?
Yeah, Garfield, the fact that it's looking like you need to attack specific points of the enemy, maybe actual gameplay, yeah, I think that's a very good point. Yeah, you having to target specific weak points of the enemy or something, or maybe someone engages the enemy from one side and distracts them and everyone else comes around the other side. That looks interesting. It looks much more positional, which would be cool. Yeah, I think that would be a good differentiator from Guild Wars 2 as well. Because I love Guild Wars 2's combat system, but seeing this be different gives a different experience. I think it's good.
Which is generally not the case for MMOs. They tend to start as mouse and keyboard and then get ported to a controller later. And a lot of the great inspirations that we could find are single-player RPGs or multiplayer RPGs, but not MMOs so much in that space. And so this concept art piece really is aspirational for us. So this is the type of experience we want to chase after. Can we make more action combat in a way that you wouldn't have seen in an MMO?
I'm really keen to see what games they may have drawn inspiration from.
That subscription model, the first Guild Wars was notable for being, one of the only, if not the only, MMOs out there that didn't require a subscription. You're continuing that with Guild Wars 3, and I wonder, how does that influence how you build and design the game?
Yeah, so straight up there, they are continuing the lack of a sub fee into Guild Wars 3. Perfect. That's exactly what I want to hear. That's one of their biggest selling points. I think it would be crazy to change that now.
It's a great question. I think you have to think about questions like that fundamentally from the very beginning as you construct your game. And I think we have a very long history at ArenaNet. Again, when you start with solving for player problems and making games for players first, it forces us to ask a lot of these questions. How do we make a game that players can play as much or as little as they want? I think there's a lot of challenges with the MMO space right now where there's a perception for players, and I'm sure many of you have felt this, of like, hey, somebody tries to tell you to go play this next great MMO, and your first reaction is, I don't have time for that. It's like a second job, and you have to basically give up a chunk of your life to engage with many MMOs. And I think that perception and solving for that perception is something that we've always wanted to continue to solve for at ArenaNet. We started it with no subscription fees. Our concept of horizontal progression, where you can play our game for a while, take a break, go play other games, that's okay.
Yeah, so many aspects of just Guild Wars in general, with the fact you can jump in, jump out. You don't have to invest huge amounts of time in order to get started. You see this with gearing up new characters and getting them fresh for endgame and ready for endgame. Does not take particularly long. It's good. I think it's a good system, especially because, yeah, MMOs, you don't want to avoid the situation of, oh, you have to play 100 hours of this MMO before it gets good. No, you want to avoid that, I think, like the plague, especially in today's day and age.
We don't have anything that's holding you hostage to keep playing and then come back when you see something cool you want to play again. All of that inspiration and concept is being applied to Guild Wars 3 as well. And I think, I will note, I think there's become a modern version of the subscription that we've seen evolve over the last few years and even longer than that in battle passes and paid battle passes, where it's basically a subscription kind of hidden and wrapped with other stuff around it. And I think we've challenged ourselves to ask the same question. Can we make a game like this that doesn't have a subscription fee and doesn't have a battle pass fee buried in?
Great news as well. No subscription fee and no battle pass fee as well, which, yeah, very true. It's just a subscription by another name. If it's a recurring purchase, that has to happen all the time, then it is basically a subscription. So interesting that they are even going away from battle pass in general.
As well, because we think players are sick of those two. And so this will be a game you can buy it, you can play it as much or as little as you want. We will respect our players' time, and if they love it, we'll have other stuff that they can buy from us in the future, but we're not going to hold their time hostage, and we want them to be able to go play other games. And hopefully, I would highly recommend they should go check out Guild.
Interesting point as well, saying, hey, we want you to go play other games. I don't think many game studios would openly admit that, especially MMOs. MMOs typically want to be all-consuming with your time, so it's good to see a different perspective.
Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1, because we just announced this weekend that we're going to keep supporting those far into the future as well.
Supporting both far into the future, perfect.
Many questions, but unfortunately, that's all the time we have. So thank you so much to Colin for joining us here at IGN Live to talk all about Guild Wars 3. You can wish list it now for Steam, PlayStation 5, and register at guildwars3.com for a chance to start playing as soon as the beta begins in fall 2027. We have so much more happening here around the summer of gaming, including interviews with the director of Control Resident. So stay tuned to IGN Live.
Well done, Colin. I think you smashed that out the park. Yes, to get Colin to do more media appearances, I think. And also another little, just unrelated, somewhat related note, the fact that ArenaNet is going to, big outlets like IGN, doing sit-down interviews, very clearly explaining, the future of the Guild Wars universe. I think brilliant marketing. Seems to be very much on point now. So, yeah, you can play other games. Yeah, Guild Wars 2. Well, it's one of the great things about their keeping Guild Wars 1 and 2 operational far into the future. I think that's great. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. So yeah, well done, Colin. A lot of good stuff there. So Guild Wars 3, taking place 1,200 years prior to Guild Wars 1. Confirmed, no sub fee, no battle pass. Yeah, there's a lot to love there. So well done, Colin. Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. That is awesome. Okay. Oh, were they live stream? That was an interview with IGN. Claps for Colin. Thanks for letting us know about the IGN interview. Yeah, thank you so much, Nicholas, for sharing that as well. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Colin's getting more and more boosted for reading it. Yeah, like they've done exceptionally well there. Okay, let's do that. Nice, we'll close up this inventory here. And Zeb, I appreciate that. Now, that was really fun. Thank you all for sharing. Okay, let's go add this. There we go. I do need to tidy this up. It's gotten a little bit out of hand. See, luck shouldn't be there. Food should be there. That's fine. Something was meant to be there, but now it is gone. I'm very confused. Let's put that there. There we go. Oh, it's just Addie Cam a bit there. There she is. Addie's absolutely zonked. Okay. Just slowly catching up on what our inventory looks like. Do that. Sold all our junk. That was a game where we've been played twice? Oh, it is, yeah. Hang on. There we go, yeah. That's better. Actually, hang on. I'll go back to this display. Minimal display, and then I will nuke the game audio, because that should not be there. Cool. We won't run into that problem in the future. Oh, also, I need to actually adjust the position of the overlay. Hang on, there we go. Oh, hang on. Oh, I've somehow flipped that. How did I even do that? Fix, excellent. There we go, cool. That's mostly in the same position, more or less. And let's make it so that doesn't mute itself in the background now. There we go. Process that, and that. But yeah, certainly if any other media or interviews pop up, feel free to ping me, because I would absolutely love to cover that on stream with everyone. Yeah, we'll sell that, sell the spoon. Cool, it's coming together. 26 of those in bank. Yeah, I should set aside... What can I use the emblems of the Avenger for? I'm pretty sure, can I buy infusions with those? I've got 19 of those in the bank. I've got to consume all that. Deposit. Let's go get a big sell. Oh, Chesney? Ah, thank you for that, mate. Good, yeah, because I tend to use a lot of them, although some of them are sort of set up here now. Dugan Well Sport. Okay, good to know. I should go see if I can buy certain things from Dugan as well. Yeah, let's go take a quick looky-loo at that. Good thing I was in World vs. World before, because yeah, that queue's just getting bigger. It's popping off right now. I notice you can see the enemy instead of a glowing beacon on Fusion's ability effects. Yeah, I think that would be a good thing as well. A buy to play with no sub, no battle pass, how is this a unique bonus? That should be the norm. I agree, it should be the norm. That's why you always be a reading customer. Yeah, for video games in particular, like the buy once, play it forever type of model, I think that is the best model they could do. And they've done that for so long now. I think, yeah, that would be crazy for them to change that now. So very happy to see that. Yep, no, we know that works. We know that's one of our big selling points. They're not saying, okay, let's nickel and dime our players, because that's another easy thing for studios to do, is just go, okay, so how hard can we push our players to try and extract as much money? Whereas they're like, no, let's try and solve the players' problems, and then if they like it, they will give us money. Great. Okay, yeah, so here I can buy... Oh, it's only like one each. I mean, still, that's cool. Or is that... Emblem of the Conqueror, you can get multiple, but Emblem of the Avenger, you can get that. Cool. I'll keep that in mind if I ever do need to buy some more, because I presumably will at some point. I won't get the pip here, will I? Well, that will be quite nice. It's a lifesaver? Yeah, that is really solid. The players notice when a game wants money out of them really quickly. It's just unattractive. Yeah, absolutely. You can tell. Yeah, won't get... Yeah, didn't think I'd get the pip. That's fine. Okay, so we'll go park this character back in our homestead. So I parked it in there so we can get the big experience and World vs. World reward track gain. As new player to Guild Wars 2, should you keep playing or just waiting now for Guild Wars 3, even though it's going to be a while for it to come out? I think you should play Guild Wars 2 now, because Guild Wars 2 is going to be well supported beyond the launch of Guild Wars 3 as well. They've stated that they're going to be releasing annual content updates for Guild Wars 2 after Guild Wars 3 launches, and they're doing a Hall of Monuments system where basically they did this with Guild Wars 1, where you do things and achievements in Guild Wars 1. And then it'll give you bonuses, extra titles, and cosmetics in Guild Wars 2. So a lot of people still go back and play Guild Wars 1 to get those bonuses for Guild Wars 2. And they're doing a similar thing with Guild Wars 2 to Guild Wars 3 as well. So you playing Guild Wars 2 now benefits you in Guild Wars 3. And yeah, they said they're going to do like 15 plus years. And they said we're going to continue supporting Guild Wars 2 for the next 15 plus years. So yeah, they're going to have a very, very long life in Guild Wars 2. So I think you should jump in now. In fact, you notice that buying gem cards in Australia has become harder. Yeah, I've never seen gem cards in Australia. If I'm getting gems, like, then for me personally, I'll just convert like gold to gems and things like that. And horizontal progression and the gem store, there's quality of life for cosmetics, which separates Arena from every other MMO. Yeah, the fact it isn't a pay-to-win style game. Because yeah, honestly, like, if a game is pay-to-win, then I am not likely to invest any significant time in it. That's just my personal preference. But yeah, the fact that, you have this gem store where, everything here is quality of life. You can get account upgrades that you don't necessarily need, but are nice to have. All different, cosmetics and things like that, different utility things. And the fact that you can convert gold to gems as well. So, I want 2,000 gems to buy something, 900 gold, let's go. Or you could do IRL money as well, if you wanted. But having that option, so I was like, okay, you could just play Guild Wars 2 and then buy everything you want from the gem store. You don't need to spend IRL money. That's great. And yeah, like, huge changes to the Guild Wars 2 engine coming this year as well. That is huge. It's not one of those, like, uber flashy things that you can, market an expansion around, but it's one of those things where it's like, hey, we are making the game run and perform better and making it easier for us to develop for. That's great. Yeah, they made Guild Wars fans and even newcomers happy. Yeah, I think they really learned from so many, issues they found in the past, particularly the launch of Guild Wars 2 from Guild Wars 1, all the challenges they had around that. And yeah, they really kind of know what makes players tick, so they've done a phenomenal job. Does buying gems ever go on sale? No, gems typically won't go on sale. And you heard PBR and you're like, that's big. Yeah, I'll have to look into more about what, PBR actually means. But yeah, everything they've described about, being able to implement like new uses of physics and making it easier to develop for. Because that's one of the big, tricky things with Guild Wars 2. The Guild Wars 2 is based off the Guild Wars 1 engine. It's a modified version of that. So that engine itself is, ostensibly like 20 years old. And there's so much, the term like spaghetti code gets thrown around a lot, where there's so much just technical debt that's built up because you introduce a new skin on the gem store, then all of a sudden boss in dungeon breaks or something like that. There's all these like weird interactions that Arena has to work around, so actually addressing the core foundation of the game is really, really good. Oh, you technically get a discount by buying the Ultimate Editions of the expansions? Yeah, that's true, yeah. Just spill a bit, that's fine. Samuel, welcome in. Great to see you. Our physically based rendering, it will make their whole design implementation flow much easier to work with other software, along with probably being able to tweak materials much easier. Imagine actually shiny metal swords. That is amazing. I'd love to hear that. But awesome. What I'm going to do now is take a quick break to go and stretch our legs. We've been going for a bit, need to stock up on some water, and I'll see everyone in a few minutes. Sit tight. Quickness Deadeye is a build that is surprisingly easy to play, easily covers permanent quickness for your group, and pumps out enough DPS to make everyone else in your squad exceedingly nervous. So sit back and let's get cracking with the highest damage of any boon provider in Guild Wars 2, and keep every other DPS player on their toes. Quickness Deadeye has returned from the Shadow Realm and is easily the highest damaging boon provider that Guild Wars 2 has to offer. But damage isn't the only thing you bring. Baked into your build for free, you have immense levels of CC to carry break bars all by yourself. You can more or less pick and choose whatever weapons you prefer to suit your refined taste. And if you can stomach a small DPS loss, you can load up this build with so much self-healing you won't even notice when your healer's pizza delivery arrives and they need to go AFK to answer the door. So with all the wonderful things ahead of us, let's dive in. First up, Deadeye is the elite specialization for Thief that came out with Path of Fire. The biggest change you'll see once you become a Deadeye is that your Steal skill is now replaced by Deadeye's Mark, which will grant you new stolen skills, and when you use a skill that uses initiative, you'll generate Malice, these orbs sitting above your health bar. You'll either gain 1 Malice when your initiative skill hits your marked target, or 2 if the skill crits. So critting all the time is going to be super important for us. Malice interacts with a lot of Deadeye's traits and skills, but the main impact on today's build is that when you use a stolen skill, when capped at 5 Malice, you'll enter stealth. This will actually be very important when it comes to our rotation later. Aside from that, you'll be able to use the new cantrips, which we'll be making great use of, and rifle as a new weapon, which is a great ranged DPS option. With our trait choices today, we're going to be focusing on using our stolen skills as much as possible, which will end up providing quickness to ourselves and our allies. That's all we need to know to get started, so let's jump on into the gear. For our gear, we're going to be rocking Berserker's gear with an Assassin's back piece. Ideally, you'd also add in 5 precision infusions to perfectly optimize your build, and then fill out the remaining slots with power infusions. I've included a version of the gear that doesn't need any infusions in the description below. You'll add in Assassin shoulders and gloves, but honestly, the difference is so minor that I'd recommend just going for the fully optimized gear set. It's simple to gear, the difference is minimal, plus you don't need to worry about stat swapping your armor later if you want to be a greedy little DPS goblin.
Hello, my dear.
Now, that was a bit of a segue, but back to the rest of the gear. You'll want to use Rune of the Dragon Hunter, which will give you slightly better results compared to Scholar Runes. Again, the difference is tiny, so if you already have Scholar Runes, just keep them honestly. For our sigils, we'll be using Sigil of Force and Impact, just the go-to power DPS options. And for our Relic, we'll be using Relic of the Deadeye, which will give you an extra 10% damage for 8 seconds after you use a cantrip skill. A nice change you can make if you want to trade some damage for survivability is to swap in the Relic of Zakharos, which will convert 4% of your critical strike damage into healing. This also stacks with your trait Invigorating Precision, which lets you easily out-heal the extreme damaging AoE in the Golem room, which is absolutely bonkers on a build like this. We'll be making use of a ton of cantrips in this build, so the Relic of the Deadeye is great value though. For our food and utility, we'll simply be taking the best power and ferocity food you can afford. So sous vide steaks ideally, as well as superior sharpening stones. For our weapons, we actually have a ton of flexibility. If you want the most damage possible, then run Staff and Dagger on swap. However, you could run either Staff or Daggers by themselves and you'd be totally fine. Personally, I like running one or the other. It simplifies the rotation massively. On Staff, your auto attack chain will simply deal some damage and vulnerability on the last strike. The last strike also has a very satisfying sound. Wicked Charge is your highest damaging skill on Staff and what you're going to be burning all of your initiative on. You'll spin forwards, attack 3 times, and apply weakness. It's also a
a world finisher for good measure. Just be aware that you can't move while performing this animation, so try not to spam it when you think you'll need to move out of harm's way soon. Debilitating arc will deal damage, cripple your target, and cause you to evade backwards. It then flips over to the skill Helmet Breaker, which will simply daze your target. The cool thing here though is that if you land Helmet Breaker, you can use it again immediately. This means that you can spam ungodly levels of CC just by spamming your 3 skill. Dust Strike will blind enemies and give you a short 1-second projectile reflect. Volt, in my opinion, is one of the most fun skills in the game. You'll leap to your targeted location for a nice spike of damage and an evade in the process. Unfortunately, it's a bit expensive in terms of initiative, but you can use it to position yourself during combat. Plus, it's incredibly satisfying. Your stealth attack, Malicious Hook Strike, will knock down your target and is a nice source of CC. It is a DPS loss compared to spamming in Weakening Strike, so just keep that in mind. For Dagger, your auto attack will simply deal some damage and inflict bleeding and poison. Heartseeker will cause you to leap at your target, strike them, and does more damage the less health that they have. Once your target gets below 25% health, when this damage bonus caps out, you'll want to start burning all your initiative spamming Heartseeker. Death Blossom and Dancing Dagger aren't particularly relevant for today's power build, but you can use Death Blossom as an evade in a pinch, which is very nice if you run out of endurance. Cloak and Dagger will damage your target, inflict vulnerability, and stealth you, which opens the door for Malicious Backstab, which will deal a huge spike of damage, which doubles if you hit your target from behind or the side, or if they have a Defiance bar. It will also grant 10% extra damage depending on how much Malice you consume when you use it. So ideally, we want to use this when you're capped out at 5 Malice for a spicy extra 50% damage. Like I mentioned before, you can pick either one of these weapons if you want to simplify your rotation and only worry about one set of skills. This leaves you open to have a range weapon on swap in case you need it. Rifle is your highest DPS option, whereas Pistol has the single easiest DPS rotation imaginable. I won't cover these weapons in detail today, but let me know in the comments below if you want to see any rifle and pistol builds in the future. For our utility skills, Malicious Restoration is a massive heal, transfers 3 of your conditions to your marked target, and due to your trait 1 in the chamber will give you another stolen skill charge. The passive for Assassin Signet will grant you an extra 180 power, and you can also activate it to give you 540 extra power for 5 seconds. Mercy is probably your single most important skill on Deadeye, especially if you're running staff. First off, it's a stun break, nice. It will also grant you 3 initiative by default and an extra 1 initiative for each stack of Malice you have when you activate it, so a total of 8 initiative if you time it right. It also comes with 2 charges, so you can use this to generate insane levels of initiative to spam your money skills. And because it's a cantrip, it will also give you a stolen skill due to 1 in the chamber. Shadow Flare will damage your foes at your targeted location, and you can then react.
And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Hi, Eddie. You're awake, sweetie. Okay. Let's see where we want to go from here. I might jump on to Herald of Harold. See if we can blast out a quick raid, I think. I think that will be a solid play. Oh, the character's just straight up. Well, oh, it's because I don't have the pass on me, that's why. Okay, let's see if there is a raid popping off right now. Thank you so much, Zafi, for the followers, and everyone else who followed while we were away. Keller, semi-trading, IBS 5 is a good shout. Keller, 30kp Keller, nice. Grubzo, thank you for the follow. Oh wow, there's a lot here, okay. How much KP do I have? I could install the add-on to check it, or I could also forget to do that consistently. On this account, tokens. Encounter history or encounters? Keller, since I've got 4 coffers. Okay. Posing a quick run. Just doing a little bit of raid shopping here. I'll just join. What's up? What's up, can Phil? What do you need? If we don't have enough kill proof, we just rock up with our Embodiment of Sin title. Yeah, I have no idea how many sandcastles. Oh, cool, we got dragged in, sweet. I presume they just need DPS. You know what, honestly, maybe... Oh, yep, screw it, just Revenant. Fine. I'll figure it out. Even like Power Ren would be pretty sweet. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, Dame. Okay, let's go. Oh, we can actually utilize our new hammer. Berserkers. Horse. Mudbug, thank you for the follow. And here, I'm just getting this set up. Okay. Yeah, Ever WoW player than FF14 player both times felt left out by not raiding. It's not actually the best player in raid commitments 3 nights a week drive you nuts. That's fair, and Guild Wars 2 does a very good job of having it be... hang up. Guild Wars 2 does a very good job of having it be like, you can just like kind of do it whenever you see fit. Raids. It's open to a much more casual raiding experience. Our Renegade, Hammer, Sword, Sword. Just pulling it up. Literally need the traits. Yep. There we go. Oh boy. Stack all these up. Oop. Big burst damage.
Fate, meat fist.
Okay. to spread this now. Oh, nice. We're pumping on Power Renegade. Let's go. Ooh, that was terrifying. We get the res. Nope, someone got bopped. Oh, I'm so slow. Let's go just take some of these now. Oh, I like this build. It's fun. Yeah, top DPS. Oh, they got it. Okay, no, Guild Wars 2 is going to be thriving. The Strateger said they're going to support Guild Wars 2 far into the future. Burst that croc down quick. Using our new legendary hammer to good effect. This build's pumping. Just make sure you don't dodge or else you lose a bunch of damage. That. Oh boy. Spread those a bit too soon. Might even throw down the Kala Elite.
Signal the citadel.
Go target that one.
I have returned to fight at your side.
There we go. Got that. We'll dodge out of there. Oh, this one's going to sting. Okay, we might have to transition to a bit more healing than we otherwise intended. Cool. We have successfully covered that. Oh damn, we've got another phase. Oh boy. We might successfully kill Keller on something that isn't a kiter, so that's very fun for me. What an exciting time. Midi tornadoes. There we go, they're dead. Ouch, get out of dodge of that. Let's try and throw down as much burst as we possibly can. Nice. Keller done.
That looks valuable.
Yeah, respectable showing on Power Ren. Maricon, welcome in. Great to see you. Just nice, successful Keller clear. Omnis, welcome in. How'd you get the good news? Yeah, we went through and checked out the announcement for what the future of Guild Wars 2 has in store. I'm very, very excited for it. The fact they're supporting Guild Wars 2 for like the foreseeable future, amazing. I'd love to hear it. And yeah, checking out Colin's one-on-one interview with IGN, that was fantastic as well. They confirmed no sub fee, no battle pass, so they're continuing Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1's great monetization. Like, they've nailed it. I think they've done a phenomenal job. Deimos CM farm. 100 KP. I'll just say sup. Can fill. What class will make you feel like you're playing in a rooted game? Animation things want something that feels like a ninja. You're probably looking at Thief then. Thief is the one that probably screams that for me. Hope today's going to go. It's going very, very well. So I'll be hand carding. Let's check what is this build. Yeah, it is stuck on the hand card build. Patch the penitent. Let's go. Now we'll do some hand carding. It's good. I can practice my counting to 5. Akruma, welcome in. Are you watching the Randy and Annie stream and they're talking about Guild Wars 3 monetization? Do you have any inside thoughts about Guild Wars 3 monetization? Well, we just watched the interview with Colin and IGN, and he straight up said that Guild Wars 3 will not have a sub fee or battle pass. So it seems like it's going to be a buy once, play forever kind of game.
Join the others. There's no more leave.
Which I think is really, really good. And I presume they'll have some sort of gem store equivalent similar to what they have in Guild Wars 2. They seem to work very, very well with that. But yeah, no sub fee, no battle pass. I think it'll be the same as what we have in Guild Wars 2. I think so. Like, the monetization system they have in Guild Wars 2, chef's kiss, it's spot on. I don't see a reason to change it. Like, honestly, I just don't really think there's much of anything about the current monetization that I'd be like, ooh, that needs to change. Build templates I would like be made a bit more baseline. I'll chalk that one up, but like on the whole, the structure of buy once, play forever, no sub fee, gem store for cosmetics and quality of life, it's a winning combo. Don't see why you'd change that. I am Bear. So we're doing Deimos CM farm.
Stormwind. Dauntless. Concentration.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if their monetization was anything different to what they already have in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, you really like the current system where you can also convert in-game currency to gems, so you can basically get everything free from just investing time to your account. Yeah, that system is an absolute winner. So I think they would probably carry that forward. Like, that is one of also Guild Wars 2's biggest selling points. Like, you can just play the game, buy what you want from the gem store, or spend IRL money if you want to cut out time. Like, I think it's just great.
What are you doing? You'll let him out? Such might.
Vigor. Recover.
Big hand kite damage. Hopefully they're able to Condi the other one.
None may harm you while I am here.
Stand in the war. Quickly!
Oh, GG. And I could definitely see them doing like a extended free-to-play trial. I think it's a really good thing they do with Guild Wars 2 as well. But it seems very much like they're... seems very much like they're... Well, the interview with Colin, they were leaning towards, you know, just buy once, play forever. But yeah, I could 100% see a realm where they have like, you know, free-to-play trial, then it's a buy once, play forever. Which works well. Display, I want to hide subgroups. There we go. Might be free-to-play trial or base game for free after a couple expansions, or not at all. Yeah, and even just like having someone there who understands how to, you know, interpret that data is a useful skill.
What are you doing? You'll let him out?
Our moment has finally come.
Yeah, back in the initial days of Guild Wars 2, their full focus was basically they wanted to be like an esports PvP kind of game, but yeah, that did not pan out.
Together, none may harm you while I am here.
It's one of the tricks I use to get into groups that I may not have enough kill proof for. I'll just say, hi, Phil. And then, yeah, because they're so happy that I'm able to fill any role, they're like, oh, sweet, yeah, you can just come on in. But then I always end up on handcart. I'll go grab that in a moment. Don't have enough kill proof, just say Phil, and you're in.
Our moment has finally come.
I'll go waddle up this way.
None may harm you while I am here.
Oh, we got Oilers.
Allow me to act.
But yeah, so the focus for Guild Wars 2 started off being like PvP was the main focus. They really wanted to make that be the, the main game mode. But then, yeah, once that didn't pan out, they transitioned to focusing primarily on PvE, then World vs. World, then PvP. Just watch IGN's interview, pretty excited? I know. I watched that live on stream about an hour ago. Colin did a fantastic job. Where is Ledemos? Joppo, thank you for the follow. Cool, we got a clear.
Fetch a nice price.
Thank you everyone for the follows as well.
The most
Okay, just farming a little bit of Deimos CM. Not where it was, but didn't know you still streaming. That's all good. Watching you start early today, I love it. Ever gotten how to play Core Rev? I don't ever gotten how to play Core Rev, but really just play. Well, actually, Core Condi Rev is actually pretty passable. Yeah, dual swords and great swords win. Yeah, even dual sword and staff power will be good. But yeah, running like Shiro Malix on a Condi build kind of works. I ran it on Matthias a while back. It did the thing. But it's basically you'll just run, like, say, a Condi Renegade build, get rid of the Renegade trait line, put Devastation in there. Put some good DPS traits on there. Make sure you turn off the trait that might do more power and less condition damage. Yeah, glad no subscription fee for Guild Wars 3. Yeah, I'm so glad they said that. Yeah, Conduit Dual Sword and AK for 30k DPS. Not sure if we'll be able to do it with 30k DPS now, because it's definitely been nerfed. But yeah, for core rev, the Conduit one actually does okay damage.
We must renew ourselves.
Don't let him out!
None may harm you while I am here.
I'll go down. Whee! Big core, not core. Oh, cool. There we go. I was like, oh no, can't dodge. Peasant, thank you for the follow. Do you think they'll keep the model they have for Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2? We'll see. In a Muscle Workroom, still be able to work in Guild Wars 3 behind the scenes. Yeah, I think they will keep it. Because, yeah, it's not just like, you know, it works for them, which I think it obviously does, but it's also the fact that it's a big differentiator for them amongst other MMOs out there. Like, it's a very good selling point to be like, oh, hey, would you like an MMO but no sub-fee? Guild Wars 2. Very easy sell. Angelo, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, these give regen. Oh, when empowered, that gives prot. Okay. That's how we can keep it up. We also do prot with that. Yeah, no gear treadmill? Yeah, I think they'll 100% carry those things forward. What's Heresy? Why do you see it move? Because we can't do the old busted version where you stack 100% damage reduction and stand still. I wish we could. Oop. Almost forgot to press the button.
It has been too long. Allow me to act.
Hey, thank you so much for the gift there, Cohen. I appreciate that, mate.
We must renew ourselves.
Nope, move away. Go for a run. Whee!
Our moment has finally come.
Together we shall gallop. None may harm you while I am here.
Yeah, I have staff on swap as well. I just find it's kind of working. No, I don't really want to be there. Yeah, we're gonna rather not be right there.
None may harm you while I am here.
Is Rev Staff good? Great heal weapon. Bonkers levels of CC as well on the Staff 5 Surge of the Mist. On the highest CC and skills in the game, so it's really good. Great just to have on swap, if for nothing else than for the break bar damage. I've done 25 damage per second. Impressive. A good hand guys at 0 DPS. Oh, sweet! We got undefeated Bastion the Penitent. Somehow, even though someone was dead. How? Okay.
The more
Let's get another clear of this.
Hey, the gang's all here. But the gate's all the way over there. And the front yard's kind of hostile.
Perhaps a little more respect for the great city of Adashiri. I am the key, and you are on my doorstep, outsider.
There's an orb talking to me. Again. The accounts didn't describe this accurately.
Xenobeno, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And also, I'm still yet to test it out. I set it up while I was literally on my Be Right Back screen. But we should be actually set up with WeHype as well. So if you go through our link there and do the thing, you should get access to a bunch of extra loot. I still got to check out it fully works, but yeah, we signed up for that literally just as I was going live today. Maybe be putting it off until I actually figure it out how it works, but that's the link. So you can get, I believe, loot in Guild Wars 2 as well. Oh, why'd I do that in there? I keep doing that. I do it in the virtual machine that has all the chat. I guess I should go help. I help. Big hand kite damage. It's mainly the chill from the facet of elements. Of course I get to run around with Scepter, which is very satisfying. Hang on, am I still rocking... I'm still rocking an exotic Scepter. I've got a legendary one. Why? Oh wait, it's not a hand kite if it's not scuffed in some way. A few more attempts and I'll take my shoes off as well.
We must renew ourselves.
I'm gonna vibe out here and stack resistance. I'm stacking resistance because I've taken this trait here, Fiendish Tenacity, so resistance heals me, and I also take less damage when I have resistance.
Our moment has finally come.
about now? There we go.
Together we shall gather.
This figure, that's regen.
It has been too long. Allow me to act.
Spoilers! A question for you, just crafted a bolt. And TP tax is saying you can't afford any stress and what you should do. Either equip it or save up gold till you can afford the TP tax to sell it. The TP tax is expensive, but it's also one of the things that keeps, you know, the economy in check, is ripping a bit of gold out of the economy. So overall it's a healthy thing, even though it can be annoying. You don't want too much gold being generated, or else the value of gold goes down and things become way more expensive. But yeah, either if you want to sell it, just hold on to it a while until you're able to farm up enough gold to actually list it. But yeah, as someone who sells a bunch of legendaries on the trading post somewhat often for profit, yeah, I do get you. The cost is a lot in order to list it. Toby, thank you for the follow. And thank you so much for the sub as well. That's really, really kind. Thank you. Or sell it to someone on the trading Discord. Yeah, you could sell it to someone on the Overflow trading Discord, and they'll usually do it in like Mystic Coins or equivalent legendaries, or maybe raw gold if you specify that. But yeah, raw gold can be tricky selling legendaries because yeah, you can't mail more than 500 gold a week. But yeah, I've sold legendaries on the Overflow trading Discord before, and it's been fine. I just don't do it now because I don't have the time to wait around for a Discord DM. I'll grab that. Good vibe out here. I'll grab that. Wow, getting more and more comfortable. dip. Do I all? Okay.
The more suck.
Nice. I will leave that. Oh, we're just stuck in here. I need to leave. Okay, let's take a look and see who else is on. Hang on. Andrew just sent us invite. Literally just got to write a hang on. Well, thing, what do you need? Hey Zeno, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, you get Power Ren now. Yeah. Thanks, Vandrel. Where is the boss? And are we in like voice for this? Hang on, let's find it. Where's Vandrel?
I told you to flee. The battle of the house.
Up on your feet. Health, vigor, recovery.
Let's go. I can't remember the actual opener for this, so I'm just gonna like press good stuff. And Blazon, thank you for the follow.
I told you to flee. The battle of the has passed.
Good burst damage. There we go. I've got to race sparse on Power Ren. I don't know if I can do it. It's good, I really don't have to dodge here, so that's sweet. We unlock Elder Dragon skin for your hammer. I might at some point. I definitely want to unlock the skins for some weapons, I think. Oh man. I think we're GGing.
I chose you.
Okay. But yeah, like, we're pumping. Competing with Sparse on Druid, who, you know, they're far too humble and think they aren't a good DPS player, but yeah, here they are on Condi Druid. This is surprisingly simple to play. In fame, yes, we are still going strong. To it.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
My stab.
Concentration.
Bring the thunder.
I'm a renegade. I'm not allowed to dodge or else I lose like half my crit chance. Weird build.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
there we go. I'm gonna pick up the shard. Oh, there, I tried. Go, let's sidestep that. Can't pick up a shard just yet. Nice. Because yeah, we gotta go edit and upload our two reaction videos as well. Still got that on our cards. I appreciate the run, that was good fun. It's nice just being able to blast on Power Renegade for a bit. Okay, let's tee that up. Okay, yeah, let's go tee this up. Alright. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us this evening. We are going to duck on out to Lorandy now. Like, chances are, if you are a Guild Wars 2 fan, you know Lorandy. They are an absolutely fantastic Guild Wars 2 streamer and YouTuber. Absolute legend. But yes, thank you all so much for hanging out. It's been a brilliant day once again. Thank you for sharing in the wonderful news about the future of Guild Wars 2, as well as that interview that Colin did with IGN. So we're going to go and quickly cut those down and then upload them to YouTube. That is going to be what we do before we go to bed. And yeah, we're coming back around sort of mid tomorrow afternoon. It's a bit earlier than what we normally do, just going to sort of suss out really what time we wake up, plus the time we need to take care of some stuff around the house. But yeah, we're going to be back and we're going to be going for quite a long time tomorrow night, and more or less we'll be streaming basically every day this week. That's sort of the plan so far. But yes, looking forward to spending the rest of the week with everyone. But yes, you'll have a wonderful time with Loranity. Catch you all in a few hours, and cheers. Are you tired of your team not having boons? Do you watch in despair as everyone around you falls to damage they should easily be avoiding? Do you lie in bed at night dreaming of carrying your entire team to victory, even as you're tanking the most challenging bosses in Guild Wars 2? Well, you're in luck. Today, we're covering the majestic Heal Quickness Herald. Welcome back, everyone. Heal Quickness Herald has been one of my favourite defensive support builds for quite a while now. Here, you have the easy-to-learn gameplay that comes with Herald, as well as truly insane healing potential. You can also trade off some of this healing to grant huge amounts of AoE stability. while still offering fantastic healing. Not only that, you have an utterly trivial time keeping up permanent might, fury, protection, regeneration, swiftness, and quickness. Normally, Power Quickness Herald needs at a minimum 25% boon duration to function. Today, we're pumping that all the way to 100%. To top all this off, Heal Quickness Herald is insanely durable, with access to blocks on each of our main weapon sets, and the ability to flat out ignore incoming damage with the Glint healing skill. All this comes together to make this one of the easiest to play healing and tanking builds in the game. So with that, let's jump into it. Before we jump into the detail about everything Heal Herald related, we'll quickly cover off on where your healing actually comes from. Your regeneration you pump out from Facet of Light will heal for a ton due to it being buffed by Elder's Respite. Generous Abundance will cause you to heal allies whenever you consume Facet skills and use any other legend skills. Your Staff Auto Attack will heal allies at the end of the chain, and this goes really